What's going on, everyone? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, March 13th, the first day where we test out the principle whether, can you blockade a blockade? If somebody blockades, is a blockade an effective counter to that blockade? I guess we're gonna find out because nobody's been stupid enough to try yet. But yeah, April 13th. Did I say March? I don't know what's going on there, chat. It is April 13th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realist of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body. Oh my god! Speaking of weasels, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. I'm in a peaceful mood today, Chad. I don't know why. I shouldn't be. The whole world has got to be so irritated over this Trump shit. Like, it's bad enough that Trump is just subjecting billions of people to, at best uncertainty, and at worst, deprivation of the things that they really need. We're talking about fertilizer, we're talking about energy. Thailand has had to restart its coal power plants, which is definitely maybe not the best thing to have to do during the smoky season. But yeah, it's not only that, but it's this whole thing of just like, okay, well, like this on and again, off again. And you know what it is? He's trying to psy up the market. And you'd think that the market would realize that, because it's really obvious that's what he's doing. Every Friday, or like after the market closes, that's when Trump announces, I'm going to blow you all to hell. Especially if your name is Bubba. And then the next Monday, there's some kind of announcement of like, all right, we think we can find a ceasefire. We don't really want to, blow things up. And it is so fucking cynical. It is so fucking cynical. The soundtrack is causing 2010 movies. Your sucks. Okay, you're right, Davy. You're right. This song has too many associations, both good ones and I don't know ones, right? Bad ones too, probably. What can we do? Can we do some Unbreakable Sin? Wait, are we gonna really do this? No, wait. I think this one gets claimed. I feel like this one actually gets claimed because it's part of the PSP. Wow, I know too much about this game. Oh my god, chat, no. We cannot let Lotus Root be the cause of that. This would be so sad. What? Somebody plays this on guitar? Oh, I mean, a lot of people play a lot of things on guitar on youtube.com. NCC, you should know better than to click on one of them. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, there we go. Like I said, I'm in a peaceful mood today despite everything. You would have gotten the stream yesterday, but I got everything ready too late. I had to go through and read. I know this is gonna sound like ridiculous, but like I was in Thailand. You have to sign every single page of a lease, right? And so even if there's a bunch of like, so I was signing it on my phone, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. I'm so embarrassed, chat. It's probably like a normal thing, or like I don't know. It's like not that like signing. I just don't ever use like Adobe like that. But anyway, I got it done. I got it taken care of it, and then it was too late. And chat, it is Songkran. I should be bringing my water gun and my goggles out here, right? I should be bringing you along through the streets of my city to enjoy the giant water battle that is Songkran.
Super chatted $19.99. My laptop is dead, so I'm sending this super chat instead of donos.
Oh no! I mean, I hope you're okay. Your laptop is dead. I hope that's not an imposition, because I'm not trying to cause any impositions. But I do need to do some things here, chat. I do need to get some stuff set up. And thank you for the super chat. Wait, I'm not ready to put it on screen yet, though. Oh my god, I'm not ready for anything, chat, because I wanted to ask for your input. Look right here, okay? This is what I've got for the topics today. Now, we did this last time during a gaming stream, and it was successful. I want to see if it can be successful during a regular stream. I'll put a certain amount of hours on the clock, and then oh no, but I can still fix it. I can still fix it. We can fix it, chat. It'll all be okay. Right? I'm gonna use the counter, and then I'm gonna use this to like allow you to vote to change the topic. Possibly you get tired of Destiny. I don't know, chat. Anybody ever get tired of Destiny? I've heard it can happen. Destiny fatigue. Some would say that nobody knows the scourge of Destiny fatigue more than Destiny himself, because he actually has to be the guy. He has to be Destiny, so he's probably very tired of Destiny, but you know, can't get away from him nonetheless. It's kind of like Marshall Mathers and Eminem, right? There's Stephen Bennell and Destiny. Kind of a similar thing. I don't know if it's similar, chat. Do you think Hasan will bring ContraPoints on stream for a debate? So what is it she said on Twitter that she wanted to debate? She wanted to talk to Hasan. She didn't say debate, but one would assume that considering how different the two of how difficult it would be for ContraPoints to truly say we are not so different, you and me, Mr. Piker. Okay, so let's see. What am I gonna try to do today? Let's do like. We're gonna try something new. Oh wait, can I put emotes? I don't think I can. Wait, can I? Doubt it. No, there's no way. Like shorter super chat goals that are easier to hit. And the reward is Kaya on I can't say that. Kaya, what do I say? I don't want to false advertise and make you think I'm going to bring Kaya out. I do not. In fact, I'm not taking care of Kaya, at least not this week, chat. But let's start with Waluigi. Luigi on screen. That way people will understand that. So I'll give you 1 hour to hit this super chat goal. We've already hit one of them, right? So you only have to get 4 of these this time to make this thing work. And I'll put Waluigi on screen, and hopefully that won't get too messy, right? Yeah, I think that might be a better super chat goal. All right, the other thing I need to do is this. Pop this out, because I want you to help me pick like what the other topics are going to be. I don't have the poll up yet because I feel like people might like I've just got Destiny a bunch of Trump, right? Is that, I don't know if that's okay. There is a Sam Altman story, but it is spicy, right? Spicy like a cocktail that gets thrown at somebody's house when the proponents of effective altruism turn on their CEO master. Weird stuff going on, chat. Like next, the Zizians are gonna be, you know, they're gonna be coming for Sam Altman. What is up with like all the stones that have been set into motion from the whole effective altruism thing? It's kind of wild, right? But I don't know. There's other things that we could maybe put on the board as far as topics, right? That's a possibility. So I've got that there. Then I've got to get this here. Oh, and by the way, I fixed the throne thing. Do you remember if you watched me when I was talking about Ethan Klein last time? You might remember that I was trying to set up throne in the background to do a different sound, because the sound that throne comes with, like out of the box, it scares me. It just and I feel bad because it's like if somebody donates to throne.com/nocommentchick, it makes me startled. and it feel, you know what I mean? So anyway, I've got a much more soothing sound now. That sound will no longer be a problem. I will no longer jump out of my chair, and I think everything is good from there. So I did get that one fixed. Contra is being incredibly obtuse.
Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Hasan is right about Carlson. He has the voice to control the older followers of Muhammad. My mother sent me a Tucker clip when she used to be a big if true kinda lib. Is he Muad'Dib?
There we go. There we go. That's what we were missing. That's the part of the puzzle piece. Wait, I'm trying to still make this appear on screen. Okay, let's see. Do I have it working now? They're right there. Yeah, I hope you get your laptop situation sorted out. But thank you for the super chat. And then this one, Hasan is right about Carlson. He has the the voice. Yes. What is it called? Fish speaking? Is technically it's fish speaking. I think. Am I right about that? Or is just that the fish speakers do it? Anyway, my sister has the voice too. I hope you know. Like, she might be an abomination. We're not sure. But she's definitely got the voice. And she always has, right? I'm not even kidding. She can do that voice. I don't know if she got it from Dune or what, but she's got that dog, that Bene Gesserit dog in her. Or would it be a different animal? Sandworm, I suppose. Yeah. She's got that sandworm in her to really and she looks like she's on spice because her eyes are blue, right? She kind of looks like she might be a Fremen. I don't know, chat. I don't know what is up with my sister, but don't get on her bad side is all I will tell you, right? Don't ever get on her bad side. You should talk about the Northern Lion Super Cruise. I can't believe it's real. What is the Northern Lion? Okay, Northern Lion is a streamer. Like the Ween Cruise. There's a Ween Cruise, like the band. Like you got to hang out with Dean and Jean. Ween Fish Speakers are the group who use the voice. But it's what just happened. Okay, wait. Stuff is happening. I gotta fix all this, chat, because I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself here. What am I trying to do? How am I trying to set this up? Oh yeah, the first thing I wanted to do is just like get chat talking. Like, do you like these topics, all right? Because I'm about to lock them in if nobody says anything. If nobody says anything, I'm gonna lock these topics in, and these are gonna be the options. And how this works, chat, is once I put it up, if you vote for something else more than Destiny, then you'll get it. Like, say you want to talk, yeah, but why do I have 3 Trump topics? I don't know, chat. All the stories are about Trump. Trump stayed up his Saturday night, right, was sitting on his toilet on Truth Social, and he just, like, tweeted a bunch of crap, including himself as Jesus. Yeah, Trump is Jesus. Trump is gonna blockade the blockade. Trump hates the Pope. And Trump is getting DoorDashes from people that should be retired. And he thinks this is a flex. He can't even get like a woman to be transphobic, chat. Trump is oralist, absolutely oralist. Now, the content well is dry. I don't know about that, Redo. What kind of content are you looking for? It depends on what you're into. Oh God, I forgot about that. Yeah, Reed is bringing up the sister thing. What is the sister thing? Can somebody explain this to me? Could be an incentive though. Scare NCC. It could be. We should have something. Okay, we will have one. I need to revamp all my sound alerts anyway. So please make your suggestion. Wait, I'm asking you too much right now. Okay, I do want your suggestion, but I want your suggestion for other topics to maybe cover instead of having like a sea of Trump. Because I feel like, okay, so Destiny is a hated individual, right? He's hated so much that people like it when I talk shit about him. But at the same time, people also get tired when I talk shit about him because I am indeed talking about Destiny. And sometimes that involves watching Destiny and people get sick of it, right? So I want to give you alternatives, but if all the alternatives are another hated individual, Donald Trump, right? Kind of same deal, except that people are more Trump fatigued than they are Destiny fatigued, I think. Yeah, so I'm just asking for other topics, other suggestions, other ways to like not force you to choose between, oh my god, I was about to say a turd sandwich and a giant douche, but South Park got there first. Yeah, I do believe that South Park got there first. Northern Lion apparently loves cruises, so it's on brand. Absolutely an unhinged idea. The first cruise I want to go on, I feel I need to... Wait, are you saying it's unhinged because the parasocials will make the cruise unpleasant for Northern Lion? Is that the idea? We're at 30 out of 100 right now, chat. That's where we're at. I've got all kinds of things to try to put into place and so forth. Oh yeah, speaking of which, am I in... Can I switch my account here? I can. There we go. All right, into here to initiate this thing. Where does it live, chat? Oh my god, I was kind of looking at some of my analytics, right? Because I was getting I was like where's my Twitch paycheck, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, it's coming and everything. So I was looking through my analytics, and it like showed me kind of like, you know, I could tell basically how much I had streamed over the past few months. And there was like that month in the fall where I was like sick for a whole month and I barely streamed at all. That was tough for me. And then I think this April, or no, not April, but March maybe, was like the, other than that, like I had streamed the least. But hopefully, chat, that's going to be changing. And I really want to be, focusing on putting out more content. Let me try to, what am I trying to say? Oh my god, I'm just talking while I'm setting something up here. No, is it elements? Elements, yeah. All right, so you open this sucker. No, you go like this. There we go. See, I'm just like noticing that I don't get into like my stream element setup nearly as much as I used to and as much as I should. And what's the reason for that? Well, because that's where all of the sounds, like when you super chat and it goes like, or when somebody donates subs and it's like, wow, you know, like all of that, the graphics, everything, it's all set up from stream elements, and it doesn't have to be the same thing. And like I said about getting tired of Destiny, getting tired of Trump, you probably get tired of Tim Allen and the, you know, same, like, you know, the top 5 YouTube sound effects. I mean, it should have a Vine boom at this point, chat. That's but anyway, here we go. What am I trying to do? Go here. And yeah, I mean, like any day, I don't know. I know that like last year I got here around the same time, or so I moved into my apartment around the same time. So I have been here in Thailand for over a year. I have been in this apartment for like a year. It's about a year now, but that also means that I think the rains maybe should be coming soon, I hope, because like, yeah, it's hard to breathe the air out here. It's okay. Set up. What the fuck? Oh yeah, reset timer. Boom. Wait, I reset timer. Start. What? Okay, I'm trying to make this thing work. Ugh. Anyway, chat, I've got kind of a new system implemented. That's why I'm doing this extra stuff here. That should be easier and less complicated than the previous. I don't know. I'll keep on, you know, counting the bonus goal and everything, but basically the idea is going to be, as soon as I get this working, when you support the stream, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, and that's where the new alert is in, so maybe we'll find out what that sounds like, or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, it will make the timer go up. In fact, I think even if you follow me on Twitch, it makes the timer go up like a little bit, right? So it'll make the stream longer. So rather than like, do we get to 100 and get like a whole nother topic, or do we not get to 100 and get nothing? Do we get to 99 and do I Willy Wonka? Do I have a hat that is like half of a hat, a room that is half of a room, and I say, you got nothing as per the contract, right? Do I do that, right? That doesn't feel good. Nobody wants to be Willy Wonka, at least not in that scene. At least not in that. I mean, that's, you know, that's not a nice Wonka, all right? I want to be the nice Wonka. I want to be the cool Wonka, all right? I'm like your cool Aunt Wonka. Your cool Wonka aunt. That sounds like it should be a thing. And she does wear all purple, right? Yeah, definitely. Oh my God, I picture the cool Wonka aunt, but that I strive to be. And so like, yeah, the cool Wonka aunt is going to give you credit for like, you know, every bit of support, rather than it being this whole thing that only comes tumbling down after like a certain amount, after you put a certain amount of coinage into the vending machine. I think this is more fair. I think this is more fun, and it maybe might be easier to manage so that I'm not spending so much time talking about it, but that's what I've got set up. Remember, you can support me on Twitch for free at using a Twitch Prime. If you got Prime, you can hook Amazon up to your Twitch, and you will get a free Prime sub to use. If you use it on my channel, you'll get all of the benefits. That's the emotes, that's the ability to turn back time, not in the way that I'm about to set up here with the with this thing. Why is this not working though? It definitely worked yesterday. Okay, open control panel. Okay, reset timer. No. Set do I have to reset it up or something? Oh, I don't even see what's going on here. Do I have to like plus hour it? It's not working. Reset timer. Not working. Start. Not working. What is going on? Well, that's annoying. See, because the whole point of this is to make it more easy, not more complicated. Let's reset that. Maybe that's the refresh that right there. Get refreshed. Are you refreshed? Oh my gosh, you are refreshed. That's the 24-hour stream. I don't know if I can manage that. Let's try this again. Reset timer. No? Action cannot be undone, but like, can it be done is the question I have. Plus an hour cannot be done. Start cannot be done. Why is it like all of a sudden does it need to be published to work? Oh wait, what is even going on here? Okay, there. Okay, it started. What? It's negative time, chat. I should be. It's gonna erase me from the stream. Oh no, chat. This is like the worst, right? Like the worst stand power is the stand power that causes the the manga protagonist to shit their pants. I learned this from watching Super Best Friends, chat. And because it causes the manga protagonist cannot be seen shitting their pants. Otherwise, it causes them to be deleted from their own manga out of embarrassment, right? So it's kind of like a what is it called? Like a time paradox, if that happens. But also if it says negative on the sub thing, that I think that's kind of the same thing as shitting your pants in a manga. Saltman's name. Oh, we're gonna see him tonight. Davi, are you excited to see Saltman? Chat, who in chat is this? Saltman, spoiler, Saltman's involved. Yes, we're gonna see some Saltman. So I need to get going. I need to get started, chat, because I know you're all excited to see the Destiny as I can. I haven't seen, did I just miss chat? Am I not watching chat? Have people proposed other possibilities other than Trump and Destiny? Otherwise, it's going to be Trump and Destiny, Trump and Destiny, Trump and Destiny. Sounds like a freaking, I don't know, like a Cab Calloway era song or something, Trump and Destiny, I don't know. Dr. Trump wants you to DoorDash McDonald's tonight. Yeah, I'll wait, what did he say? What was his Allah quote? Trump and Destiny, yeah, it's like a Disney musical, something like that. But anyway, yes, thank you, Javi, for the super chat. Let me get this off the screen so I'm visible again. Oh wait, there we go. And okay, wait, okay, okay. Sam Altman contra points. Jesus Christ. Okay, so the contra, are people interested in this? Pod Save we're gonna watch, or maybe vicariously watch it, right? Ezra Klein article. So the whole deal is that it's over, right? Hasan is won. In fact, the prophet Kyle Kulinski hath proclaimed it from on high. That it is not Hasan who shall go. It is the people who are saying Hasan shall go that will now have less power in the Democratic Party because they had way too much power before. Just think of the fact that Kamala Harris, like who is she listening to? Sarah Longwell. No wonder she lost. No wonder she lost. ContraPoints is on a tear these days. Well, yeah, on Twitter, right? That's what we're talking. Is it a Twitter story? Or see, I would respect Contra more, especially when she's talking about going on the Hasan podcast. Hello, girl. When's the last time you made a video? Right? Or do you make public appearances? Like, what? I think you're a little rusty, Contra. I don't know if you're ready for Hasan. Maybe work your way up through the orbiters, of course. Yes, through the Hasan orbiters. Who's ready for the Denim's ContraPoint debate? I am. I know I am. I don't know, chat. I don't even know who counts as a Hasan orbiter. But anyway, we're 1 out of 5 on or actually 2 out of 5 on the special goal that ends in 41 minutes. Whether we get to see a Waluigi on the screen or not, I will collect them, chat. I will collect if we can get like multiples of these, multiple chances to put a sticker on the screen. Basically, I think that's what we're doing. Oh my God, chat, I'm too tired. But see, okay, so that is there, right there, right? This is gonna control the night, not so much this, right? So yeah, maybe if we get this to work, then this goes by the wayside, right? And it just gives me more time to cover whatever you're voting for, right? And if somebody wants to, donate to displace what we were voting for, then that is a possibility too. Things can go back and forth a little bit. That's my idea. I hope it's going to be fun. We'll see. Saltman's name would go kind of hard as a boat captain. Oh my God, he would. He needs a toot hat, doesn't he? Like he could, no, Davy, Saltman is the skipper and Destiny is Gilligan. Oh, that's so beautiful. Who would be the professor and the rich guy and the rich lady? Who is all on Gilligan's Island? I always think that there's like a band of like Lord of the Flies kids on the island too, but I don't think that's canonical. They would have killed they would have raided that camp if that was true. Gilligan, don't you think, chat? Gilligan's Island versus Lord of the Flies, not even a question. Not even a question. They absolutely get fucking owned. The people saying disbar Rom, which isn't cool. He probably is not cool, but he's doing his job, servicing his client. Wait, where's this happening, Davy? Is this on Reddit, maybe? Wait, your your flatmates went on a cruise last year? Was it a 3-hour tour by chance? ContraPoints is, yeah, absolutely on a tear these days. We need to get started because the sooner we get started, I thought somebody had some ideas. Okay, Sam Altman. Oh, I brought my little sister a Minecraft YouTuber meet and greet, and it was the strangest experience. I think a cruise would be my worst nightmare. Yeah, I'm just afraid. Have you ever heard that song? Is it called like Sloop John B or something? It's by the Kingston trio, I think. Maybe not originally though. But anyway, oh my gosh. Yeah, I just realized what that song was about, metaphorically. But I think I'd only heard it as a kid. But I'm just saying, like, there's as a kid, I thought that song was about a really bad cruise experience, right? And now I realized it's about so much more. But anyway, yeah, it's a nightmare, right? To be on a cruise and you can't get off, and it's terrible, and it's bad. And like, haven't you heard bad stories about cruises? Like how many good cruise stories? It's Beach Boys. It's not Kingston Trio. Okay, maybe I feel slightly better. He should be discarded because he oh god, the Rom. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. I haven't heard anybody talking about disbarring Rom. Maybe it's on Twitter, maybe it's on Reddit. It was a week or two ago. Oh, okay. Oh, the week-long cruise. Okay, it was not at Gilligan's Island. Well, I mean, that one ended up not being a short cruise either. I mean, it was several seasons long. They had seasons in the sun, literally, Gilligan's Island. How did they not get skin? Like, you would think they would have all died of, Is Destiny Ahab and Dan is Ishmael? I mean, that works too. That works too, actually, Davi. Yeah, that is a fair comparison, I think. Okay, we are up to 3 out of 5 on our hunt for Luigi. And thank you for the super chat, Davi. Also, I gotta make this thing work. All right, what are we doing? We're putting this here. And then I think I gotta feed the kitty, chat. Are you ready for me to feed the kitty? Because I'm ready to feed the kitty. If you're ready, to see the kitty, okay, I should not say it that way. There's gotta be a better way to say this. All right, the better way to say this is, okay, sub ad time, exclamation point, sub ad time, 35M. So there we go. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Look at this. Even before we get started. Wait, does it work? Does it not work? Does it have to be going in order for it to work? I think it does. I think we've discovered something new. Start. Okay, we've started. And that is not music I own. Oh wait, no, it's actually AI. It's not music anyone owns. It's the music that's perfectly pirated, I suppose. Wow, I didn't even realize that when I first heard that track. But then I scrolled down, and yeah, sure enough, it's got AI all up. It's got more AI than Igus. Just put it, okay. I don't know why that. Anyway. Okay, so now I got this going. I can hit the button, or I can press the thing. All right, let's try it again. Sub. Come on. Sub ad time, 35M. There we go. So like I said, when you support the stream with a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, then you will turn back time. You will find a way for us to have extra time for the stream. And so that way it's not all like, gate kept behind, do we hit 100 or whatever. And also, if you want to do a different topic, you got to change the topic. You got to vote for the change, right? I'm gonna make that happen now, where the poll will 35M, yes, make that happen. Boom, 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 right there. And with every time that happens, which I think there's been 4, let's see, there's been 3 super chats so far, so I'm gonna give that 3. Wait. I'm gonna give that 3 of these. And it looks like I could upload my own sounds here instead. That's for Davy Cliff in the super chats, and also for Brat 6738. There you go as well, and that is 35 minutes back on the clock thanks to you. So yeah, I think I've explained it. Oh yeah, the one thing I need to do is so are we going with this chat? I'm trying to I have not seen like a conversation startup about a topic to sub Trump for. I don't know what we could be talking. Oh wait, Diorio? Does anyone want to see what Victor Orban? Oh, Victor Orban, Swalwell and Gonzalez both left the house. That is, Orban will be leaving the presidential. Is he a president or prime minister? I can't remember how it works in Hungary, but yeah, he is no longer gonna be the Putin ally in Hungary. They've opted for somebody that is still very conservative, still very right-wing, still very anti-immigrant. So somehow tried to present themselves as more anti-immigrant, and unlike Kamala Harris, it actually worked for them. Ethan needs to lose 5 cases to be declared a vexatious litigant? Oh, okay. How many has he lost so far? I mean, I guess he got... It was a week or 2. Yeah, okay, I wish AI was actually cool. I would be so happy. My media consumption has trained me to want to have a robot pal. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to wait for actual AI, right? This thing is I would call it a con bot. All right, that's what we have scam bot technology. We do not have artificial intelligence, and if they're gonna make it, they're not gonna use LLM shit for it. That shit is not becoming sentient. It's not becoming shit, right? If you can't tell me how many R's in strawberry, at this point, you are washed as a technology. How can we meaningfully defame him without when his nickname used to be PT? I'm way behind in chat. No, I'm reading all of chat. I'm trying to see if there's any of chat that is guiding me towards a or that is coalescing behind a alternate topic before I lock these in. So yeah, Trump thinks he's Jesus now. Wait, I mean, we could combine all the Trump stuff into one. We could make a Trump. Okay, so Destiny, Trump, and then what? I don't think I've got that much. Like, there's not really Ethan stuff to talk about. Is there? Okay, I guess we could. Okay, here's what we do. I figure this out. I gotta take the initiative. All right. So Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia. There you go. I've summarized all of the Trump topics into one. All right, and that's a grab bag of Trump right there. Is what that is. All right, what else do we have as far as grab bags? Nicholas Diorio has been accused of doing the big sweep. Is he doing the big sweep for Ethan? how much money is he getting for being the, you know, suckerfish on the dorsal side of Ethan's shark, his litigious shark. Viktor Orban is probably the worst Putin ally. He'll be a good friend to Rod Dreyer. Yeah, where is he going? Are they gonna try to prosecute him? Chat, we're one super chat away from 28 minutes left. One super chat away from getting that Waluigi on the screen already. I'm gonna get going here. I'm just trying to make sure that we lock our poll in. Wait, so what do we, okay, gotta get rid of this Trump and replace it with something else. Okay, because that Trump is already, that Trump is up here. All right, this is all the Trumps together as one. Is there, I'm trying to think what else we got. Nicholas Diorio, Destiny, Trump. There's got to be one more thing. President's doctor, Jabuz to you, young lady. Google says has, oh wait, something just happened also. I gotta put more time on the clock. So we are up to 40. Orban has, so people are people interested in going into this Orban thing? Is that a possibility? Seems like some people are talking about it. All right, what are we doing? Ah, come on. Sub ad time. In 5 minutes. Yes. Ethan's stuff is still pretty boring unless you want to talk about Ethan's 8 different AI lawsuits that involve Attorney Tom and the anti-circumvention. Wait, is he, what is going on there? Luckily it's boring in some ways. He's really losing whatever emotion he has left. Okay, I don't even understand what's going on there. Who is he suing and why? I don't understand. So yeah, Orban has a Versailles-sized home to retire to. My browser is swept up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, since the update. Okay. Let me look and see what is in my history on YouTube. Oh, quartering. Oh no, chat. If I put quartering on here, it's gonna win. You're gonna make me watch cut content if I put, okay, well, you know what? Let's put that to the test. I don't care if people enjoy their partner having sex with someone else. It's not really, yeah, it's not really a big deal, I don't think. I don't know, I don't care. Like, but quartering. And quartering's wife drama? Is that what that is? Quartering's wife drama? Okay, there you go, chat. Look, if you can keep away from that. Am I behind in chat? Hopefully not. Oh wait, no, I can scroll through. You know, you see Hasan, right? Hasan is like scrolling through chat. You know, he's just cruising through. So like sometimes I do that too. Just to make sure that if I missed chat from a while ago, I pick it up if it's important. Using these videos to train AI models. Okay, so is that what we're doing? Nicholas Giorio's big sweep. Quartering's wife, which, you know, if you choose that, you know, it's on you. Okay. Jesus, Trump, Pope, DoorDash, dementia, whatever, and then Destiny Crash Out, which is what we're starting off on, right? So look, if I look down at that the poll, all right, and it's saying Quartering's wife drama, like, right, then that's gonna tell me that you're bored with the Destiny stuff, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and put this into the computer will get started because I want to get started. Wait, what? And why is this still off in front of my face? Okay, there we go. Oh, much better. What am I trying to do? Okay, there's one more thing I need to do. Oh yeah, putting in the poll. All right, so here we go. Start poll. What content do you want to see? Question mark. Okay. So again, chat, this poll is active, right? It's going to be active, right? If it changes, the content will change, all right? If somebody donates, and oh yeah, that's the other thing I didn't explain, right? So when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next, and literally you might get it next if you put it ahead in the poll. All right, it's good. So the poll is like the votes, right? Which I'm putting up the poll now. You'll be able to vote soon. It's the poll. It's the percentages combined with the whatever bonuses anybody who's donating does. So you can turn your donation, if you so choose, into a percentage, and I will add that percentage to the, yeah, it's right there, right? So I will add that percentage to what the score is on the poll, and so you could make things, you know, the donations could really make things change. So can voting. So make sure to vote. If you're on Twitch, come over to YouTube. You'll have to come over to youtube.com/nocommentchick to place your vote, because that's where the vote is going on. And go right back and watch on Twitch if you want to. I don't really care, but that's where the poll is happening. I feel like we're ready to get going. We can do this. You can get away with a lot as a right-wing chud. Just ask, but cuckoldry, yeah, Sneeko, quartering, a lot of people. They that was their ultimate loss was from cuck-like, I guess, behavior. What It's just the funny thing is that if these cuck dudes were not so up the ass of patriarchy, it wouldn't matter. It would just be yeah, they enjoy watching their wife have sex with their best friend, and it's wholesome as fuck potentially. I mean, the only thing that's makes it not wholesome is the patriarchy. So yeah, they're getting in the way. They're yucking their own yum. And chat, if there's anything that I try not to do, it's to yuck anyone's yum. Well, no, okay, one thing more, maybe a little bit. I feel like I do try to not yum people's yucks, right? That's objectively worse. I think we can agree. Anyway, chat, I've explained everything, and it's up to you. I'm putting the responsibility in your hand for the programming of the stream. Do a good job, because you are now the producer, right? You choose how long the stream is. You choose the content. In fact, I might put a little extra up there, because the intention is how long of the actual stream there is. And then you choose the topic. You vote for it. You can donate. That will affect it as well. You can also say Vox Populi in case you're I don't want anybody to change it via donations. I only want it to change via votes, right? If you want to reinforce the will of the people, you say Vox Populi, and that is what you get. Speaking of what you get, George, R.I.P. George Habash, you just got weaseled. Brad Left Trans Girl, you just got weasels. YouTube account 2429, you just got weaseled. Anthony Goodley, you just got weaseled. And Wolf Rawling, you just got weaseled. All thanks to Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Wow. And those will be changing, chat. I mean, I'll try to reuse the WoW somewhere, because I know people really like it. But we're gonna do all new stream alerts soon. The one that I've changed so far is the throne one. So yeah, we'll see if anybody triggers that and figures out the sound that. But I mean, if you were listening on stream, you probably. Oh yeah, I also gotta turn back time for Narwhal. And also, I wanted to just give you all a little extra, all right? So Narwhal turned back time 15 minutes. Let's say 25 minutes, all right? Sub add time, because I'm adding some of the time I wasted back. I feel like I was a little I I could have been more efficient in explaining everything. So there we go. Adding back time to get you back to parity. There you go, chat. Let's go. Let's get in here and do the thing that I am programmed to do. Oh no, here we go, chat. All right, so here's what we're starting with. This is a ugly, sorry, I'm, whoa, I don't mean to say the panel members are ugly. I just mean like, it's an ugly, overlay. Yeah, it's just a Discord overlay, kind of ugly. And this is the, I don't know, the brain trust of DGG. Let's take a look here. I probably also need to... God, that's Hasan. That's a bot channel.
So as you guys know, there's a massive war, civil war going.
Okay, so this is just gonna get us started. I don't know how much of this we'll watch, but I want everybody to. Kyle's gonna go over what's been going on with Hasan. This will be quick.
On when it comes to MAGA, specifically among the pundits. The base is still with Trump, but the right-wing pundits are at war with each other. But what fewer people know is that there's also currently a democratic civil war going on. And in that democratic civil war, you have Third Way, which is a literal, like, corporate organization.
Wait, what did I say? The soul of destiny?
They are going after...
Oh,
Hasan
let's not
Piker,
forget about their
and by
hideous souls.
extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party. Okay? And what they've done is they've smeared Hasan viciously and relentlessly. They've called him an anti-Semite, which he's not. That's absurd to call him that. They say, you know, he's not a team player. They compare him to Nick Fuentes and say that this guy is just as extreme as Nick Fuentes. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party. And they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporations. That's the fight that's going on. And they thought that by canceling Hasan Piker and, quoting him out of context and running his worst moments, they thought they'd be able to shut this guy out completely. In reality, the exact opposite has happened. Okay? In reality, now more people...
They have shut him in, and now he will stream from anywhere from 8 to 12 hours every day, monitoring the situation, covering any drama, and I don't know, talking to Adam Friedland way too much, and Felix Biederman not nearly enough.
People are Googling him than ever before, and people are tuning in to his channel to see, well, what's this guy really about? And what they find out very quickly is, oh my God, he's been viciously lied to and viciously smeared.
Lied about.
And so this backfired colossally. Now, having said that, we also...
Okay, is it just me, chat, or just every time? I don't know. Wait, I think I gotta... Here we go. Like, when he says colossally, I don't know. Anyway, there's something about how he says it. It doesn't matter.
Have hit the peak here, because the king of the liberals himself...
It just... I don't know. Is it just me, chat, or does it sound a little bit like coloss to me when he says it? Like, every time I look up when he says colossally, I'm just like, wait, what? What is... Oh, yeah, colossally. Okay, I got it.
Ezra Klein, he is now out here defending Hasan in no uncertain terms. So he writes an article. The original title of the article in the New York Times is, Hasan Piker is not the enemy. Oh my goodness. Oh my. The Israel lobby is seething. Third Way is seething. The Diet MAGA Democrats are seething at this. Now, in this, he goes, basically comment for comment, all the ones that people say are the worst Hasan Piker comments. And he breaks them down and says, look, I disagree with this one in this way, but this one is out of context, and they're smearing him for this reason and that reason. And he even, swats away.
Was behind the microphone.
The most pervasive lie, nefarious lie about Hasan, that he's somehow an
That he's somehow controlling his dog through a shock collar. Yeah. That that he's got his dog neurochipped and is remote controlling Kaya to be the cutest, like, cutest dog you've ever seen.
Semite because he criticizes Israel, because he criticizes the genocide, and because he's anti-Zionist, because he's against ethno-states and he's for secular democracies, right? So Ezra Klein says the following, ready? Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing.
J-Stalk, wait, what? Is that just popping up? Oh, God. Look, I got nothing against, like, J-Stalk or Queeman's takes recently. I just know what happens. See, like, the Israel thing is the great, I don't know, what would you call it? It's the great, like, it shakes everything around, right? People that you're used to being pretty reliable are all of a sudden not reliable, and then people, you know, that a few months ago or a few years ago were you know, destiny orbiters or worse, right? Are now, you know, posting takes that we mostly agree with, right? And they're right there on the Ezra Klein thread. There's J-Stalk. You know, you wanna know more about this, you know? Go check out J-Stalk. I don't know. Anyway.
It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint.
That being said, this is like the only way that any former Destiny orbiters are going to gain. You basically have to, like, cannibalize Destiny in order to get out of his orbit. That is what it is, to really, you know, convince people that you're, you know, not just an opportunist of some kind.
That can be shamed or shunned into invincibility, or invisibility, I should say. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you.
You see, if you're Kyle and you have not been around, you know, Twitch or any of these scenes that much, you're like, huh, seems pretty good. Who is this? Huh, J-Stalk, huh? Let me give it a follow.
Ezra Klein. He also says this, but to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. It's dark woke, we don't need to be nice until everyone learns to behave inside the social contract. MAGA and FASC goons are like the L'espresso West Bank settler.
Let me pull that up on screen. Oh, the L'espresso. I forgot about the L'espresso settler. Yeah, this is the new face of, I guess, Zionism. Oh, wow. I said earlier, like, ugly faces. Oh, shit, we just secured Waluigi status right there. Congratulations. It's dark woke because we don't need to be nice until everyone learns to behave inside the social Oh, yeah, like people getting mad at... wait, what is MAGA and fascist goons are like? Oh, because I wasn't being I caught myself not being nice. I see. That's what that's related to. Yeah. And
also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient nation anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker has supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. God damn, son. So this is a complete and total, not only Hasan Piker victory, but it is, by proxy, a victory for the entire left flank. They tried to cancel the entire left flank of the Democratic Party here and failed miserably. Because we are rising. It is our turn to take the reins of power. It is our turn to fight back against the fascists and show the corporate centrists how it's done. Your limp dick approach to politics, where you half agree with psychotic fascist imperialist terrorists, is never going to work. It's never going to win, and it's immoral. We need actual lefties. We need the opposite of MAGA. And now we're going to teach you a lesson, and we're going to show you how this thing goes. Okay. Hasan also went on another place, which I think it's fair to call the king of the liberals here. Ezra Klein is the king of the liberals. And then I guess you could call PodSave like the liberal lion's den or something, right? They did a long interview here and they got into it. And man, again, the attempt to cancel Hasan backfired colossally. All of those candidates who
Is it just me, or does he say colossally weird, chat? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
were out there saying, I wouldn't go on his show. I would never. How dare you? They now look incredibly, immensely out of touch and stupid. And by the way, the people like Slotkin, who said, oh, I wouldn't go on Hasan's show. She goes on Bill Maher's show all the time. And Bill Maher says actually bigoted shit. Says genuinely Islamophobic shit. Says insane stuff from time to time. By the way, Bill Maher said about the 9/11 hijackers, well, they weren't cowards. Say what you want about them, but they definitely weren't cowards. They flew a plane into a building. If Hasan said that, I wouldn't be in the same room as you. How dare you? But Bill Maher said it, and Alyssa Slotkin brags about going on Bill Maher's show. These people are dinosaurs.
Oh, wait, chat, I just realized something. You know, like everything that you ever see in my thumbnail, right? Like this Destiny picture, you know, like literally every asset that's in here. I have that on, we could do like a lot of different kinds of stickers. Right now, I'm offering up a Kaya sticker. I don't know where, I guess maybe Kaya goes over here. I don't know. We'll find a place on screen for them, but yeah, there's like, you know, Ethan, just anything that's ever been on a thumbnail, little demented JD Vance, little South Park Trump, I guess is a potential, it may have been a slight lisp. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to give him shit about the way he talks, but fascism is disgusting and it makes hideous people even it points out the grossness of the traditional when we say traditionally attractive, right, there's definitely like a generally a racial element to that as well.
Completely and utterly out of touch.
But I think that's what Dabby was pointing out.
And the fact of the matter is, they have leftist derangement syndrome. That's what it is. So here is Hasan Piker on Crooked Media here on Pod Save America, and listen to this back and forth.
You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against JD Vance in 2028.
Yeah,
You vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people.
In other words, what he's saying here is, Gavin's going to lose the primary. He's going to lose the primary because he's shooting himself in the dick. He's shooting himself in the dick by talking to Ben Shapiro and saying to Ben Shapiro that he doesn't think what Israel did is a genocide, when like 90% of Democrats believe it is a genocide and are fucking morally outraged by it. He's shooting himself in the dick by arguing against a billionaire's tax in California right now as we speak. When, you know, Democrats are waking up and realizing class politics is like a factual truth, right? I mean, we just saw the whole Epstein scandal. They're raping.
The thing about dark woke that I will point out that it's going to backfire at some point is like if everything is dick suck mountain, if everything is shooting yourself at some point, that is going to get played out much like the edgelords of past, right? There's a reason that we call it, you know, that edgelord is a derisive term rather than a complimentary one. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's inevitable. Did you see clavicular storm out via 60 minutes? What? Whoa. Wait, sorry. When you said, via 60 miles? Wait, did CBS 60 Minutes have clavicular on? Because that is awesome. You know, like what 60 Minutes is? It's like, you know, a team of like, I think they're kind of like older journalists. They're, you know, the journalists that the TV audience that's still around really, you know, has bonded with, you know, over the years, like remembers them from the old days. And but I mean, it's pretty good reporting, comparatively speaking. Now, obviously, it's gonna maybe be a little different under Barry Weiss and stuff. But are you talking Australian 60 Minutes? Okay, clavicular was on Australian 60 Minutes. I want to see American 60 Minutes do it. Like, look, Smaxing, it's the latest trend that your teen is engaged in. Teens regularly smash themselves in the face with hammers and shoot up peptides just to be the best looking teen out there. One of the influencers often associated with this movement is Clavicular, who we'll be speaking to today I'm somebody, I'm somebody, I can't remember their name. I don't know. I literally don't know who's on CBS 60 Minutes, but they say their names and they say, this is 60 Minutes. And they got the little stopwatch. I can picture it, chat. I can picture it. I don't know. The Arcelor seems to be sadly getting more normalized. I mean, look, you could say, look, you see it more places, but just remember that is a 40-year-old man in a lot of cases using a playground slur, like a playground taunt that is more appropriate for like a 14-year-old, or not even a 14-year-old, like a middle schooler, right? So as much there's a lot of people doing it, they look cringe. It looks cringe. It never stopped. You know what happened? People stopped saying, "Don't do that. My family member has a developmental disability." People just stopped saying that, right? Because they were like, "Don't cancel me, don't cancel me." I'm like, fine, all right, we won't cancel you, but like if you're talking like a child, don't expect to be invited to the party. You don't expect to sit at the grown-ups table. That is the punishment that these fuckers are, engendering. Like, if you get that shit into your lexicon, you're like an overgrown 4chaner. I don't know what to say. It's cringe. I'm not even talking about. I'm not even addressing anything about the ableism, right? I'm just saying you look stupid. Say, like, ironically, the word that the R slur is supposed to denote, and now kind of applies to you. And was that your goal? Is that what you're going for? See how much you can like age regress in public? Is that really? Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck saying that shit in real life, is what I'm saying.
Kids on an island. This is what the top 1% is. This is what the Epstein class is. And Gavin Newsom wants to make sure we don't raise their taxes. So this is why it's not going to be a problem, because Gavin Newsom is probably not going to hang on and become the winner, because he doesn't have the politics that fit the moment.
Including,
I thought he was going to say he doesn't have the balls.
People who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party hear that and think, like, this is the problem. When the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through, the people who say they're building a movement would, like, rather preserve their own power than, do what winning requires and, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like, I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like... I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant...
Also, what do you think is going to happen when it just becomes... when people see one too many uncool unks? And by the way, unk does not denote uncool. It means uncle. Don't let your younger relatives gaslight you. It just means you're an OG. And also maybe you're a little disconnected maybe. But like when it starts to get associated with the cringe unks out there, watch how it plays differently, right? Because that's who I'm seeing saying it. It is creating a stereotype that is gonna provoke a backlash. At least it should. Gavin is going to say the R slurred. Yeah, I can see that. But Gavin's the kind of guy that's got to at least be like I could see more like this, right? Somebody says the R slur And people are like, oh, cancel this guy, you know, get the fuck out of the Democratic Party. And Gavin's like, no, you know, our young men are under a lot of pressure. We got to understand, you know, that they might say words that we have certain associations with. Like Gavin would be the R word whisperer, right? That's how he would like weaponize the R word. But I could also see like, I could see him trying to say it. And then because he's you know, he's gotta somehow like normalize that, right? He's got to make that okay and be like, yeah, no, we're a big tent. We like people that say the R word. We like people that occasionally will call somebody the F word as long as that person isn't gay. You know what I mean? We're a big tent kind of party here. All the slurs, right? We're embracing all the slurs. But then he's also got to kind of like, because somebody will invariably come up to him and be like, Mr. Newsom, this has been very hurtful for, you know, my child deals with, you know, XYZ and you know, this is very hurtful. So Gavin's got to also kind of be like, you know, empathetic to, it's a strange tightrope that he walks, right? That requires him to see both like, you know, cringe unk saying the R slur and parents of disabled children as victims in this case. It is and that's why ultimately I do not see his campaign working out.
Messaging from the 2020 election that you won.
By the way, that's a bar. The Republican Party is the biggest terrorist organization on the planet. That's a bar. That's also something I've been saying for a long time. Like, you guys know my whole spiel. It's a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what the Republican Party is at this point. So I'm in total agreement with the Democrats and the liberals when they say, like, listen, sorry, when push comes to shove, whoever the fuck gets through the primary, not only will I vote for them, I will crawl over motherfucking broken glass to vote for them. Without a doubt, okay? So, like, that's gonna happen regardless. Having said that, we can do fucking better than Newsom. We can do better than people who are...
And really, if you understand what Hasan was saying, he was saying if the Democrats come out of the primary and their candidate is Newsom, they're cooked, right? He wasn't saying, like, you know, out of principle, I am gonna, like, you know, throw it to J.D. Vance. He said the Democrats, in choosing Newsom, would be doing that, would be throwing it to Vance. Hasan does not want the Democratic Party to throw it to Vance or Rubio. I'm sorry, Vance probably won't be. Tucker, more likely. Tucker is maybe who we're looking at now. I don't know. It'll be a little bit of a fight, right? You know, Trump has put the kiss of death on you know, Tucker and people like that have rejected him. So, you know, the MAGA faithful, if they're still MAGA faithful, I wouldn't be surprised though, Chad, if Trump dies and strangely it feels like he's forgotten. Like within 3 months of his passing, right, people have moved on. And by the time that the, you know, Republican primary is going on in 2028, it's like maybe not even a consideration, right? Because right now, yeah, Tucker potentially would, were he running for Congress and had a Trump-backed primary challenge, right? He would pay a price. He would and possibly not survive the primary because of his you know, seeming betrayal of Trump. But I'm not sure if it'll still be the case at 2028.
Constantly cut.
A lot. I predict a lot will happen between then and now. You know, there are weeks when, or what is it, like years when, wait, what is the phrase? There's years when weeks go by, and then there's weeks when years go by. It's just gonna be like I don't know. It's gonna be like months when centuries go by.
Fucking themselves to MAGA and the Republicans, okay? That's the part that people need to realize, that part of politics is throwing around your weight and saying, listen, I want to support you, but here's what I want. Here's what I want. There's a clip of Kamala Harris talking about how we need to be more transactional in our politics. Don't be afraid to speak up and say, you want my vote? Here's what I want from you. I'm not asking. I am demanding you end the illegal and offensive war against Iran. I'm demanding that you do that, okay? Like, this is how...
At Davicliffe super chatted $9.99. I just happy to see real hostility to these people. Watching those ghouls walk away clean in 2008.
Oh yeah,
really broke a
no,
part
that
of me, and
cannot
I just
happen
can't
again.
See that happen again.
That cannot be allowed to happen again. You're absolutely right. I mean, that really, look, whether you're talking about Viktor Orban or Nayib Bukele, or oh my God, who's the other, the Honduran guy that Trump pardoned, right? Or there's so many examples. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's criminals, especially corruption, like, type criminals that are walking away free. I mean, look what's going on with the prediction markets every time Trump announces something. There needs to be a comeuppance, right? For all of this shit. I do not want to see them slinking away again. Like, I mean, look, here's the thing, okay? Here's what bugs me. The Democrats will fail at messaging, right? Fail, for instance, to message on immigration, right? The Republicans fail in ways that are harmful to people and destructive to the country. Whether you're talking about the neocons under the Bush administration, or whether you're talking about the current MAGA, car full of clowns, right? They're harming things. They're doing damage, and there's never that sense. I want somebody to start keeping the score. All right, how much U.S. equipment got destroyed? How much U.S. equipment was destroyed in this Iran thing? Add it up. How many billions of dollars is that? I know they don't even know that we don't even have the actual casualty figures yet, do we? Right? But I want that shit added up. I want his tab added up, and I want to fucking take it out of his hide when this is all said or done, or his family's hide, or whoever the fuck he hands the money off to, right? I want a pound of flesh for this bullshit. That's what never happens, chat. That's what never happens. The American people never get their pound of flesh.
Politics functions, and everybody seems to understand that unless and until it's a left-winger who's saying, look, we're years out from the election, but I'm just telling you right now, this is the path I want you to take, and this is the path to victory. Somehow it's a scandal whenever somebody on the left says it. And by the way,
what do you do when like if you've ever had a situation where somebody is subjecting you to like either unfair treatment at work, or in a situation where you can't, it's like interpersonal, but it's not something that you should have to put up with, and yet at the same time there's nothing like actionable. There's not this person has committed a crime against me. But you're supposed to document it, right? You're supposed to document it. You're supposed to keep a journal, because otherwise you will start to forget, right? Somebody does something worse to you than they've done to you before, and you forget about the I want this guy's fucking tab to be kept and added up, and I want that account to be settled, whether he's living or not, right? Because his family is not getting away with the fucking spoils of his crimes. That is not happening. 120 billion. Oh yeah, total student debt relief would cost 50 million, but that's impossible. Yeah, we don't have money for that. We do have money for all the shit that we gotta cut. Medicaid, we gotta cut SNAP, we gotta cut Medicare, we gotta cut stuff that people need, because we just can't afford to be doing this stuff, but we can afford to constantly feed the beast that is the military-industrial complex, but only when it goes to the glory of Donald. Interesting how that works. Anyway, chat, I'm supposed to get you. I'm just getting you, situated in understanding, what just happened. So the TLDR, chat, is that there was a conflict that the third way Democrats, the centrist Democrats, And yet DGG and all the other shitheads joined in, probably some chorus members as well, right? To try to purge Hasan from the left. It backfired. And now these people, their membership to the left is kind of, being questioned. The Sarah Longwells of the world, etc. Right? There's a lot of people, right? They absolutely lost. And how do you know? Because people who are on their side, as far as being liberals and not in any way disposed to leftism, are choosing to hitch their wagon with Hasan Piker. I'm sorry. You said, like, Hasan must leave. Hasan said, who must leave? And it turns out that it's you that's getting kicked out of the party. You're the one that's irrelevant, right? You're the one who's, and it's as it should be, especially if you're Sarah Longwell, somebody that the Democratic Party has listened to way too much in the past, right? What Hasan said about, I want to be treated like a triple Trumper. The Democrat actively goes after the votes of Trumpers, of suburban Republican, wealthy, Republican suburbanites, right? I want the Democratic Party to cater to me the way that they are catering to them. So yeah, things have got to change now. Things have absolutely got to change. And look, here's the thing with Destiny that's so frustrating, all right? His stated position is the motherfucking status quo. His stated position, his form of liberalism is he thinks he's reinvented the wheel. It's just the same shit, the same bad ideas that have been failing Americans since the 1980s, that have broken down the trust between workers and the party that's supposed to represent and traditionally has represented labor, right? This is more of the same of what has failed. And so this is why you got no motion, Destiny. This is why nobody wants to hear your bullshit, is that if they've been paying attention to politics at all, which obviously this shithead hasn't, or else he'd realize that somebody already invented his bullshit back in the 80s, then you would know that there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to neoliberalism or omniliberalism or whatever other fucking, malapropisms you want to throw at me, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You are over your head, sir. You are a fish out of water. And because your focus has always been on owning people to debates, on committing factoids, trivia to your memory, like a fucking like it was ammunition, you've never grasped the bigger picture of American politics. That's why all of your prescriptions sound ridiculous, right? And that is why you're losing. And that is why anybody that grabs a hold of you is going to sink down to the bottom of Davy Jones's locker, and they're going to be a fossil with a fish, the fish is going to be swimming out of your eye hole, right? You're going to be like that treasure. Anyway, chat, you're going to be the last thing that some rich person with a submersible sees before the pressure crushes them as they try to recover the treasure of the SS Destiny. I don't know, chat. What?
Anti-politics. It has to be people that aren't directly affiliated with the Democratic Party, right? It's got to be.
Yeah. No. Not only Davi does Destiny think the end of history is true, he wants to get back to that. Right? That is the good old days. That is the golden arc, the golden era that he's trying to, get back to.
It's going to be nobody. Who's it going to be?
I agree with this. But there was an interesting question posed earlier about like a Fuentes viewer versus a Hasan viewer. It would be easy.
Magenta says over here, I'm assuming in New Zealand, our government gave tax cuts of $200 million to tobacco companies, but they can't provide relief for the people during the fuel crisis. That is unacceptable.
Here to convert a Fuentes viewer, I think, into like a center-left voter than it would be to convert a Hasan viewer. Because in the environment that we exist in right now, Fuentes is seen as the enemy ideologically to our party. So when I'm having a debate with Fuentes, or if our audiences are going back and forth, the understanding is that like we're opposed to your ideology and we're fighting on those grounds.
We gotta bring this back,
I
don't
think that
we?
you're right. No, you're right. But the problem is that we shouldn't be fighting over those people. We should be synergizing to capture those people. When the Republicans
What does that look like?
It looks like Kyle Rittenhouse going on Joe Rogan's podcast, where they have a
At first, I thought he meant Kyle Kalinske, but no, he does mean Kyle Rittenhouse, who I think did go on Joe Rogan's. Again, Destiny, if you don't remember, supporter of Kyle Rittenhouse, or at least seemingly in the camp that Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong.
ton of ideological disagreements, but they're recruiting every single person they can to vote for Trump. Whereas if I'm fighting with Hasan, we're fighting over whether or not there should even be a support for the Democratic Party.
But it's so weird that people keep bouncing back and forth with, like, he doesn't make a difference when he endorses, but also he's capable of immense harm. Like, I imagine.
I can't believe that you still don't understand this point. This is impossible that you still don't understand this. I don't know how many other ways I can explain this. Do you really not understand?
One more time.
Wait, you really don't understand my point.
One, I think that Hasan.
And these tactics are understood because
I don't disavow everything.
if you flip,
he's going to support a progressive.
that's fine. But like, if you flip this on the other side, look at how they view people in the liberal camp. If you had a single association with anybody that they deem to be bad ever, no matter how combative your association was, they'll always use that to assassinate every single thing about your political ideology.
Don't you think this is more to the fact that
that's always been the question?
Counterpoints doesn't support the party and the candidate.
He's an
Oh my God. Now, what I'm noticing here, chat, is that, and why I was looking on Destiny's channel, is that this is the only video that I see that seems to be, I could be wrong here, but seems to be in reaction to what is a major debacle. Wait, what the actual fuck? What is this one? That's a Live and Learn. He's on Live and... I think this is the only one. So now what that tells me, because right now, look, is Destiny gonna, do this, like, go on a panel on Wick? Yeah, he fucking always does this shit, right? He always goes on a panel to bitch about Hasan, to have like the 8 million. They have chat. Oh my God. I just remembered, right? There's another conversation, I think a Wick panel that J-Stalk was watching, right? And J-Stalk, when he was, I caught a little bit of J-Stalk stream, and said something about this being, in his memory, like the 8th panel, talking about Hasan, complaining about his, like not like the 8th panel during this particular drama. It's the only thing they can do to try to change the narrative, which I said, has kind of been written at this point, right? The centrist Dems look like the losers that they are. They have been. They've been losing elections since the 1980s, right? It's time for somebody else to at least give it a try. I think we can all agree with that. But they're trying to change the narrative in the only way they can, which is to, engage in a panel like this in hopes that a spicy clip is generated. That maybe, I don't know, Destiny can, say something controversial that'll pop off, and that'll, I mean, this is the only thing they have, right? And look, again, who are we talking to? Nobody. We're talking to ourselves. There's nobody but Destiny on this panel. This is Destiny and his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 alternate personalities. We got panel host Destiny. We got like Discord, op creating Destiny, and then all these Destinies I don't even fucking know. He just has to replace people so much, so I don't even recognize. Like, these might just be new people that are dumb enough to be like, oh, a big streamer wants me to come on a panel. Oh, what an opportunity. Oh, I get to go on a Wick panel. Oh, look at this. I'm up here with Destiny. Oh my God, you guys. If you only realize that is not the flex that you think it is. But yeah, here we go.
And power the MAGA has.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. So what I'm saying, chat, is that there's more going on than this panel. All right. I am convinced there's gotta be a stream of Destiny reacting to this, the Pod Save America conversation with Hasan.
I have been a viewer of yours for around 11 years, coincidentally the length of my marriage, much to my wife's annoyance.
And B, I think also, wait, did I turn back time for you, Davy? I think I didn't. I think I still need to do that. Like what I'm kind of like, where's the cope stream at, right? Because you know that with this big of an L, there's got to be a cope stream. There's an Ezra Klein article for him to read and complain about. There is a panel, or not a panel, a conversation with Jon Favreau, who chat. If Destiny could get on with Favreau, oh, they would have to clean up his seat, chat, because it would be wet and sticky after he left. Yeah, Destiny would lose it, literally fucking lose it on air. If he could play. This is like the liberal chat. It's like the way that children like to play it. Like if there's a playground like an old playground in like a McDonald's or a Burger King or something. Like the kids want to go to that one. It doesn't matter if their food sucks. It doesn't matter, if right, they want it. This is the liberal playground. Pod Save America it's the liberal Disney World, chat. You better believe he wants to go, and he's not gonna get to go because he wasn't good. He didn't do his chores, and he misbehaved too much to be allowed on the what can I say? I mean, they bring a lot of people smaller than Destiny on for conversations, but yeah, I don't think he is absolutely got the he's got the scarlet letter. He is carrying the brand.
Your stream is the soundtrack of my life when I am not working. I agree with you on most political issues, but it's diverged strongly on two: your dog shit food takes, which are a crime, and your general posture on Israel-Palestine. I am not here to...
Okay, so this is the person complaining about disagreeing with... I think we watched this, actually. So yeah, so that makes me think, chat, that there's another segment that I'm going to have to find for you in the background, probably on his Kick stream, which is dangerous. I don't want to go near Kick, but
I think anyone
looks like
arguing
maybe we got
otherwise
to.
has Hasan derangement syndrome.
Is that true, Mutant? Do you have Hasan derangement syndrome?
I don't think I have Hasan derangement syndrome. Everything that MAGA's doing right now is helping the Democratic Party. They're doing just the dumbest fucking things constantly, and Democrats are at an all-time fucking high right now because they're being...
Oh, gee, I wonder what word was getting said right there. Davi says he would treat the PodSave seat like Vosh treats his streaming chair. No, like Sneeko treats Andrew Tate's chair. Yeah, he would definitely smell Jon Favreau's seat. If Favreau had to go to the bathroom, chat, you know 100% Destiny is smelling that chair. I mean, I'm sure Favreau... I don't think Favreau is his favorite, right? But I don't think he'd miss the chance either way. And thank you for the super chat. We're at 2 out of 5. We're racking up a second sticker today. That would be a Kaya sticker. Oh wait, I gotta add. Okay, so it goes to the 80. We're at 80 here, and then I'm gonna add sub ad time 15. Sorry for the slow start today, chat. I don't know why I am still so tired. It's something about like it's Songkran, and everyone is partying. I am in the middle of it, chat. I swear. Yeah, same thing for New Year's. I was in the middle of the New Year's celebration. I'm apparently right in the middle of the Songkran celebration this year. And the problem, you'd think I'd be like, you would not see me on stream, or I'd be streaming like, from outside. I'm still not sure if my my plan, like I don't even always have 4G. Wait, is it 70 Narwhal or is it 80? Did I miss I don't know if I added the last one, but I definitely didn't add to... Maybe you're right, Narwhal, maybe it is 70. Sub ad time. And I know there's 15 minutes that I haven't added to this yet, so look at that. It goes back to virtually 4 hours. And not only that, but you got this this right here. All right.
retarded. The straight
Of course. That's my go-to word. Everything I don't like is the R slur.
Hormuz, the whole shit in Iran. It is wildly unpopular, and that is what MAGA is pushing and doing right now. They're under...
Some people would say the same thing about like that particular hair choice, but I'm assuming it's ironic. Are you trying to be John Belushi from a racist Saturday Night Live sketch?
Trump's pretty much direct order, and they're following every one of
Wait,
his
you kind of got it. Like you just need a samurai sword and a a bathrobe, honestly, is probably what they were using.
I feel like we should clarify, because I think we're taking this in different ways. In terms of like who's doing more harm to the Democratic Party, it sounded like Soypill's answer was like MAGA's obviously and clearly doing more harm to
So
the...
yeah, there's the only person that I even know. Soypill has a decent sized YouTube channel. I don't even know who the rest of these guys are. Wick, I mean, Wick. What can I say about Wick? We have the same editing style, which is not to edit our live streams. I need to do that.
Entire country and like Democrats in general and like Republicans, like all the citizens. But in terms of a question of like who's doing more
This is the panel made up, yes, Rave says, of everyone you wanted to avoid at the comic convention.
specific harm to like the Democratic Party, I think is a bit different. I feel like there's two different ways that you can read that question.
Yeah, we're not talking about like democracy, right? We're just talking about like the party, which I would say Hasan is doing more harm technically. And MAGA is actually kind of helping out right now by eating itself.
I think this is like,
Oh my God. Well, I mean, look, this makes sense. The fact that you're so, reactionary. It's a weird thing for like somebody that, is as reactionary as Destiny is to be, doing fundraising, I mean, like the stuff that he does, right? Their new organization, right? After he was like, I guess, I don't know what the story is. Maybe somebody could explain this to me. I don't know what the story is with PV, with Progressive Victory. This used to be, I think they disassociated themselves from Destiny after all the Pixie stuff, but which is funny because they have not cut ties with Vosh yet. But now he's got something called Digital Ground Game, which, yes, chat, initials are DGG. So now DGG is more than just a series of subreddits and splinter discords meant to direct harassment at all of Destiny's detractors. It's also a canvassing. I don't know what they do, chat. I don't know, but he does do actual like campaigning stuff. It's just kind of strange considering like how allergic to the left he. I mean, like Destiny and Sarah Longwell share this in common. Neither of them, I don't think, like, I feel like even calling him a liberal at this point is kind of a stretch, right? But their goal is to make the left more right wing, in order to, I don't know, have some version of a right wing that you can vote for and not be called the playground insult that they like to throw around for supporting like an anti-intellectual outfit like MAGA or the Republican Party, right? It's the less embarrassing form of MAGA, I believe, is what they're trying to create here. This is every person who would get into a 5-minute argument during a Magic the Gathering tournament about a card effect. Oh my God.
Well, if the people who...
All I know about that, Davy, is I'm apparently not allowed to use Pot of Greed anymore. Is that right?
Who have ideals that are completely antithetical and want to subvert the Democratic Party, and specifically I'm talking about MAGA in that sense, I know that can apply to both, are doing a bad job, then they're...
Super Lemon Haze, Destiny doesn't have any true convictions, so I wonder whether he would have moved left for content purposes if he had never met Hasan.
Or they're less harmful, like maybe in the ultimate sense because they're doing a bad job.
Well, look, if you want to understand the whole interaction with Hasan, Destiny was getting credit from Leftist. Now, chat, as I say that, I realize the baggage has shifted since takeoff and landing in terms of what's what. When I say Leftist, I mean fans of BreadTube. If you look at the channels that we call BreadTube today, or like that we called BreadTube back then today, you're gonna see that it's it's ContraPoints, like, right? It's all of the people who genuinely have not taken a strong stand on the issue of our time. So it's kind of a joke at this point, like people like Non-Compete would get called BreadTube back in the day. I think they've kind of run from that moniker just because of the association of it. But anyway, but people that consider themselves leftists were happy with Destiny because he was debating all these alt-right channels and even people like JonTron who do not think of themselves as being far right but actually are kind of a race realist, right? Destiny sort of ferreted that out in that debate, right? People gave you, I can't stress enough how much credit he got for those debates, right? And where was I going with that? Yeah, so anyway, Hasan actually may have caused him to move to the right, if anything, right? It's just, but you're right. He is reacting to Hasan. He is staking out a lane. And I think you're right about him not having any true convictions. But yeah, it was a strange thing because like it happens around the same time. So Destiny gets all these leftists in his community. He's got more viewers than he's had before, but a lot of them are like the kind of people that are like, hey, Medicare for all, Bernie, right? A lot of them are, at least, nominally leftist, and he gets sick of this, thinks of them all as tankies, and purges his community. Vosh benefits from this, but also Hasan maybe benefits from this. And part of Destiny's like hatred of Hasan is that, yeah, he is, has gathered at least part of what Destiny spilled. I mean, they're very territorial about their audiences, right? If you watch me and you listen to what I say, and then you watch somebody that disagrees with me, maybe somebody I don't like, right? I'm never gonna be like, you stole my viewer, right? That is just, you went to the place where you agreed the most, right? That's how it's got to sort out. But with Destiny, he really does think of it as like his audience, and when he sees them over watching Vosh and not watching him, it does not feel good. Same thing with Hasan. But yeah, we'll have to I feel I do want to go back to that well at some point. I covered that a long time ago. I think I could make maybe a better video on it now because it is an interesting, just like the Hasan and Ethan thing. The video that Kaya's corner made a few weeks ago, right? It's kind of interesting to go back and see, and there's some cringe moments from Hasan, right? Hasan's like, kind of playing to, seeing Hasan, kiss Destiny's ass because he's a bigger streamer at the time it's not a good feeling. But I mean, that's how it really went down. But I think you'll see by looking at it that Hasan was, just like with Ethan, Hasan was not trying to be predatory or go after Destiny. If anything, he was trying to avoid that sort of drama. And it was Destiny that just kept on pressing the point over and over and over again until Hasan was finally like, all right, now that I'm bigger than you, let me put the stink eye on you.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. I'm gonna be real, I wasn't really surprised by the bread tube ending up horribly. When I first heard the name bread tube, I thought it was a reference to how it was almost entirely white.
That joke has been made, but it probably wasn't made early enough. Anyway, look at that sub time. We're back to 4 hours there. Oh yeah, and I gotta play that it automatically happens when you support me on Twitch. I gotta do it manually for YouTube. I haven't figured out a way to do a subathon that's like got both YouTube and Twitch, but I'm doing what I can, chat, and of course yeah.
They'll help us win the midterms. It depends like why you're measuring this, how you're measuring this. Like very clearly, it's not phrased in such a way that you would think, oh yeah, like MAGA is good for the Democrats. It's, oh, MAGA's awful and that's why we're succeeding. I think that's not really a good way of framing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring like a different perspective.
What a weird thing to say. Hasan's hurting us, even though he is nominally on our side. Narwhal, did I inflate this? I don't know. I might have. You said 70 earlier when I was thinking it was 80, so my math could be wrong, but Narwhal says 90 now. So all right, sub out time, and we got the sound, and yeah. Oh yeah, that's all I need to do is is it 90? Okay, 90. There we go. Boom. Oh wait, did we get another we're really close to that second sticker. Oh, Skull ends in 17 minutes. We're 2 away. The Kaya sticker.
I've heard in these panels before, and I mentioned this to Ryan and to Soybill before. The lower echelon of political influencers and like the bottom echelon of political influencers, people who are like organizing on a local level, people who are working for their local Democratic Party, they don't have the freedom of choice.
The other thing that is frustrating about Destiny, right, is he definitely uses like other people for content, but we'll see. Do we get I'm curious. No indication of, so if you help Destiny make this content, I'm sorry, this wasn't really about promoting you though. It would hurt Destiny's dying channel too much to leave a little link, like, go follow Wick TV on Twitch, go follow John Belushi Jr. on whatever his platform TikTok is, right? Go follow the soy pill on his the only actual working content creator here besides Destiny on his shit, right? It's I don't know, maybe I'm being mean.
You guys have. I cannot avoid my tankies. I have to.
I cannot avoid. What is she talking about? What are we talking about?
They're in my neighborhood. They're in my locality.
They're coming to. There's a tanky invasion, chat. I swear to God. Look, I know you may have heard rumors, but I was not involved with this one. All right. I know there's other tanky invasions that I've been blamed for before. Apparently, I have the voice. I can command the tankies to do. I should be leading a revolution apparently, because all tankies they bow to me, right? But no, this wasn't me, chat. I swear to God, I did not send my tankies at her.
They vote for my city councilman, and I have a constant problem, right, where I'm a local political organizer and I'm casting a really wide net, and I'm trying to bring in as many like disengaged, low information voters to events and into elections as I possibly can.
If we get the Kaya sticker, can we put it over Destiny's face? That sounds like a great idea.
And I'm messaging to them, and I'm trying to get them to come back, and inevitably a tanky disrupts this. They're just—
Oh my God! Is the tanky in the room with you right now? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Is it just like anybody I don't like is a tanky? I don't get it, chat. What is this? We're getting a little loose with our definition. You used to have to like, you used to have to endorse some pretty rough tactics to be called a tanky, right? Now I feel like the bar has dropped significantly. Destiny needs all the money so he can spend money doing age play on Discord while his— oh, I forgot about that. God damn. Oh no. Davi, you made me have a flashback. His neglected son falls deeper into Groiper brain rot. Yeah. Middle guy loved that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. What exactly was he reacting to? Let's see that again. I got no shade for these Destiny orbiters, right?
Events and into elections as
they're just trying to make a little money. I don't know, get a little clout.
Possibly can, and I'm messaging to them, and I'm trying to get them to come back, and inevitably a tanky disrupts this. They're just out there. They're just everywhere.
It makes me think that you are a liberal who has a very low tolerance for leftists, right? If you think that tankies are everywhere, that just means that anybody, like, I don't know, like to the left of Destiny is a tanky to you or something. This is wild. Like, she's like, the tankies, apparently the tankies have won, chat. I thought that, the American labor force was pretty devoid of any kind of class consciousness or any sense of solidarity, but no, I guess I'm wrong. They've been reading Marxist literature behind the scenes, and they're all tankies. They've read all the works of Marx and Lenin, and
I fucking hate them. And so, like, something that I think is really valuable as someone—
because honestly, to this crowd, chat, I feel like if you want to look at a real definition of what they're talking about tanky, it feels like anybody that's read theory makes you a tanky. Interesting, right? Great way to disqualify those who might be outdoing you rhetorically. I don't know.
Consumes a lot of political streamer media and like political influencer media is watching people like Steven go—
Brave. Could I be wrong? No, it's clearly the tankies are wrong.
Head to head with people who are on our far left and be a model of what their arguments are and what and like how to respond to those arguments, and giving like an example for people like me of what exactly is the right thing to do when you're confronted.
So my understanding of tankies, and this comes from dealing with Caleb Maupin, who I've been told is a tanky. Their weakness is corporal punishment.
Will be super chatted $10. I just remembered as a topic recommendation that Boy Boy's recent video was pretty funny.
What did they cover?
Next stream, perhaps.
Ooh, yeah, that's, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a new sound, chat. I have no idea where that's coming from. Someone has clearly hijacked my, stream alerts. Or could it be, chat, that is the new sound? That is the new sound of, Throne. Okay, so I gotta turn back time a little here. Yo! Thank you, Anonymous, for the $55 towards the Vietnam trip that's gonna happen this, I put the coffee on there as I don't know, maybe that's a bad joke to some of you that were a little worried about me dipping a little too deep, getting a little lost in the sauce of Vietnamese coffee. Literally, it increases my, you know, sort of, it increases my, you know, kind of obsessive, wanting to get into every little thing, tenfold. But yeah, let's see, we got to put, 65, points. Whoa. Is that right? Yeah, 65 points. So we're at 155 here. And then we're going to turn back time. Let's make that happen. I don't even know what a tanky is anymore, right? Me neither. But I swear to God, there was less people calling themselves tankies when
Vicliff super chatted $9.99.
Before liberals made it cool.
Specific thing, it was about being pro the Soviet Union use of force to spread socialism. But these people are talking about people who'd be a 1946 progressive.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah. I think we're at 165. Narwhal says, so look, I'm going to sub add time. I'm going to add it all together, or right, all at once. But then I'm going to give you a separate. Look at that, chat. Look at that. The time is increasing. The time is increasing. Holy shit. How does the timer's supposed to go down, but it's going up instead, chat? Wow. Okay. Anyway, we've got 5 hours now on the screen, and wait, what am I gotta add this. FDR was a damn tanky. Yeah. Well, there was literally they tried to do a coup against him, right? He had a business plot against Soypill really having to endure a 6 versus 1 panel because he breathed the same air as Hasan. Oh, on the Progressive Victory. Sorry, what was that event called again? I forget, but yeah, there was an event that Hasan. I don't think that any of the Destiny orbiters even really talked to Hasan, but you're right. Yeah, on the on the same in the same fundraising event, I guess they were
with these people who have noxious, like emotivist arguments.
Oh my
regular.
God. No. Chat, does she know what emotivism is? Or does she mean overly emotional? Is this the Destiny way? Emotivism is the actual like philosophy, right? Like it is I don't know, like a philosophical framework is what emotivism is, right? Whereas saying somebody's argument is overly emotional is just basically saying facts don't care about your feelings. But if you want to sound smart to people who don't know what emotivism is, or really what utilitarianism is, or a bunch of other words that you throw around, right? Then this is what you say to make it sound like you're smart when you're actually just saying some rehashed Ben Shapiro garbage from like 12 years ago. That's crazy. Why is there 7 people on the pot? To show you how much we got. Tanky Gooner, clearly we're wrong. There's 7 people, 6 people that disagree with us. Somebody's telling me that maybe, oh, is that Pickle Rick back there? Soy Pill is the one that they're all attacking here. I'll have to pay more attention because I couldn't tell what was going on. But you know what I can tell? I can tell that people like the sound of the chimes, and it is relaxing. And it looks like there is another My Ruby Pearl with the $50 contribution to the Vietnam trip that's coming up in September. Thank you so much. Whoa, okay, we're at 2:10, and I gotta really turn back some time here. Okay, well, chat, you're getting, look at this. This is the first day with chat as the producer. Right, chat decides how long we're streaming for, and decides. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I gotta look at the poll. You know, can we, like, we gotta have a vote of confidence. Oh shit, we got Kaya unlocked. Kaya has been unlocked. No more shock collar for Kaya. Now Hasan will wear the shock collar. Let me see if I can find, where's Kaya? There's one Kaya. Oh my gosh, right in front of me. Okay, so where do we actually put Kaya? Kaya, place. Where is your place though? Somebody said I should put Kaya on let's see if we can do this. Okay, so yeah, this was the request I got to put Kaya right here. Okay, there we go. Oh, let me turn back time as well. Wait, I haven't done it. Yeah, I definitely haven't done it. All right, look. And then I gotta do 1, 2, 3 sounds. Anyway, the sounds automatically happen if you support me on Twitch. I gotta put the sounds in manually if you support me on YouTube or anywhere else. So please forgive the mess. Sub ad time and 50M. Whoa. All right, we're gonna have to go in depth today, chat.
Low information, like left-leaning people are very susceptible to, right? I advocate for direct engagement with the far left in y'all's upper, like,
The far left
echelon, because it's something that is informative for people like me and helpful for people like me. Otherwise, I wouldn't really have good examples of what to do in those fucking scenarios.
But I guess my concern, right, because you say you can't avoid these tankies and you have to work with them. I don't know if that's true. I've seen what happens.
Chat, you know the meme, like, what's up, the meme, like, why are all these gay guys sucking my dick, right? You know that meme, like, of a conservative being like, that's obviously, anyway, what would be the like, why are all these tankies, like, what would the tanky be doing to you? Or, like, you know, it almost sounds like she's like making an excuse. She's like, oh man, I was trying to do the omni-liberalism, Destiny, like you always say, because that's my preference. I really believe in the omni-liberalism, but the tankies, they made me seize the means of production. I am so sorry, but everybody at my work decided that we were gonna have a sit-in until the workers were, you know, allowed to own the factory, and we accidentally, you know, overthrew our state and local government and replaced it with, it's now a commune, right? We've got the Paris Commune in my town. I am so sorry, Destiny. I'll try to do better next time. But I just kind of had, like, I had no choice, right? There are all these tankies, right? I came to Canvas, and these tankies, all they cared about was seizing the means. So you know, we did that again. But my heart's not really in it. You can tell, Destiny, can't you? Oh my God. But yes, thank you. I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna have to copy another Kaya. I'm gonna need another Kaya when I have to take a bathroom break. Why are all these tankies gooning on my biscuit? Yeah, something like that.
When these people get in positions of influence and power. Just a few hours ago, Progressive Victory tweeted that they were trying to overthrow the Democratic. They're not here to help us win. They're here to
replace you,
subvert us.
To replace. It's the great replacement. Wick, you finally figured it out. That was the plan all along, Wick. That was the plan all along. We were just playing nice while we have to, until we could replace you. And there we go. We're the pod people, okay? We're Pickle Rick. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
When you're talking about fighting against certain groups of people, there are different levels that you can have that fight. By the time you're at the local level, it's kind of at that point, it is what it is. Like if you have 50 people showing up and, 35 of them are socialists or tankies or whatever. I mean, like, at least in the short term, you're probably more ideological.
Narwhal by nature.
The Conservative Party right now. So you either work with them or you just basically disconnect from politics. So I feel like once it's distilled itself down to that level, that's
my Ruby Pearl.
But I think that's like a fundamentally different question than how do you engage with people online, or how do you set the tone from how you approach them rhetorically or ideologically? Like, I think there's all kind of like different levels of how you engage with it.
Are we not engaging with Hasan because of his offensive, bigoted statements, or are we not engaging with Hasan because he's a Marxist?
No,
Well, I think we're all happy to
engaging with him 'cause he's
engage.
chicken.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think.
Well, we're not wanting to work with them in a happy way.
Yeah, I think when
he won't even vote for the Democratic candidate, so why would you want to work with him? Go ahead, Steve.
No,
So I mean, they want to debate him, but like this is like, be careful what you wish for. Okay, this is kind of a monkey's paw situation. I don't think there's many people that, even Destiny, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Destiny might be able to deflect for the entire time and then make up some reason. Hasan says something. Destiny pretends to be offended by it, pretends that it was like the worst anti-Semitic dog whistle that he's ever heard, and like leaves the call and tries to be like, this was the principled stand. I could not sit there and let him, disparage my Jewish friends. And we always found Jewish exceptionalists fascinating, especially for the boomers from the Midwest who have non-nerd-like, whoever have non-nerd like they're just people. My boyfriend gets scared of cooking with oil because of the splashback. This is why I don't fry anything too. Wait, I'm trying to get the connection. But I agree with your boyfriend. Oil is scary.
When we talk about
Sorry.
real quick, when we talk about like engaging with people, I think it has to be like, what kind of engagement are we talking about? I don't think anybody would be opposed to people going on people's shows to try to convert their audience or to have like, like a friendly back and forth even maybe. It's just the idea of trying to sell these people as being on the same team as us, when I think it should be painfully obvious at this point that they're not at all on the same team.
Last year, did you see the panel that Hasan was on with like Tim Miller and Jessica Tarlov and stuff? Would you say that was like good or bad?
I think it was good.
Okay. I don't know how much we're going to disagree then, because I thought that was like a very good model of like how to engage with Hasan.
Yeah, but it was pretty adversarial.
Yeah.
But that's not usually what we're talking about. Usually it's
agreed. I rewatched it today, like in preparation for this, because I remembered it being, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And they argued, Tim was pushing back on Hasan, saying, Dems needed to be, X, Y, and Z in order to get the left to vote for Democrats. And, Hasan gave his take. But ultimately, they were talking about how great the elections that had just happened, like right before, how great that was. And they were talking about Democrats. Like, I thought that was a fine model. And if I had the chance to engage with Hasan in an environment like that, I think I'd be a fool to pass it up.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go back and I guess and rewatch the totality of it. The only fear that I have is that when people like Hasan are going on these platforms, he is openly saying, like he said, that like he's mask on, and the goal for his presentation on these platforms is to, I guess, basically get more attention on himself. And I think his audience kind of like knows this. And then the goal is to, whatever further audience he grows from that, is to convert them away from kind of like liberalism broadly into like a more radical pipeline. So like at best, like Hasan is not creating Democratic voters. Nobody on the right is being converted into a Democrat from Hasan. He might grab some people from the very, very far right and turn them into like tankies. Okay,
so it looks like I did find what I was looking for here. Yeah, there we go. He's hate. Oh my God, look at this. I apologies, I don't have this like lined up. Here, do I have one for Kick? Do I have a specific, maybe my Twitch window will work for Kick. That and like that, is that good? I mean, it's something. How is it always so fucked up? Every time I try to react to something other than YouTube, it just gets unbelievably But look at this. Look at the face. Look at what I got for the thumb. Look at that. Look at this man. Here, we'll turn this off for now because we're not gonna go into it. And I want you to focus on Steven here and his reaction. What? He's hurting.
But it was just ethnic cleansing from the start. And my assessment on Zionism
does J work? No, J does not work.
Is not
backwards work. Yeah.
But it was just ethnic cleansing from the start, almost like a Marxist project. But
there it is. Wait, what is a Marxist project?
Labor Zionism and Ben-Gurion was a socialist, right? Like
wait, why are we cringing at that? I don't understand, chat. Why would we be cringing at acknowledging the little bit of, I don't know, leftist sentiment that was mixed into early Zionism? I mean, the point is that I think the point of Hasan's discussion of this is that, like, that's maybe where it started. That's definitely not where it ended up, right? And you can't be a fucking, communist or a, I don't know. It's a little, it's hard to understand, like, the whole, oh my God, what are they fucking called? The, kibbutz, sort of mentality, how that even fits into Israel anymore, considering what it's become.
It was going to be like almost like a Marxist project, but
okay.
Is he just ignorant, or I don't understand? Okay, whatever. Anyway, we'll get back to this later, but I did track it down. Yeah, here's him doing the thing. And this is what I'm saying, chat, right? This is his content. This is his stream, right? The focus of this stream is literally called Hasan on Pod Save America, oh boy, Destiny, okay, whatever, other shit, right? But the main feature is Hasan is on Pod Save America, and yet what gets put out, this panel of coping. Watching Rokana on Jubilee. I'm guessing he'll be reading maybe the Ezra Klein article, maybe not. Mostly playing eugenics though here. Anyway, back to our illustrious panel. Sorry, I'm being mean to these people, chat. They're but for fortune. No, they're but for ideology. Yeah.
These are socialists, but Hasan is not converting manosphere people or anybody else like.
That's his big flex, right? He went on for months and months and months, Fresh and Fit, the whatever podcast, any of these manosphere platforms that would take him, right, to be kind of the token liberal, I guess, right? And in hopes of, I don't know, converting people. And all it did was make his community more reactionary. And you really got to wonder what he feels at home on Fresh and Fit, right? When he's defended Myron Gaines before. Like, what kind of liberal is this guy? What kind of omni-liberal is this guy even?
Like, MAGA people into Democrats. So I guess
why
I
do you
only
think
see him.
that,
Yeah,
oh,
why do
sorry,
you
my
think
bad.
that?
No, why do you think that, like, for instance, you couldn't convert a Hasan viewer into someone that supports the Democratic Party? Like, I have people in my
leftist sentiment was entirely from a small portion of British Jews who almost, yeah, I don't think Hasan was trying to make the point that, like, that Zionism used to be hella leftist or anything. I think he's just, I'm guessing the point is that, like, whatever, inclinations or, in a project like Zionism is going to get drowned out by the settler colonialism. Who almost immediately started losing power until it's been where it started, where it ended up. We're in, basically you've got Israeli nationalists, Israeli fascists in charge. And I'm not even attributing that entirely to them, because some of them are defining themselves in this way. Some of them are embracing the label and the association, and indeed,
community that used to be more hardcore socialists and are now, they vote for the Democratic Party. You know, they might hold socialist views still, but they vote for Democrats. You know, they're no longer
Was that what he was
black-pilled.
saying? I thought he was talking.
Hassan doesn't do this.
He was saying Hassan can't
Yeah.
move a
No,
conservative to him.
That's
He's saying, why can't I convert Hassan's audience? You can,
yeah.
but it's
Why
hard.
can't you convert Hassan's audience?
It's
If anybody tells me who these guys are, I will be so thankful. I know the Soy Pill, I know Wick, and I know Dan Saltman. Obviously, I know Destiny. But I don't know who else these people are.
hard, but the reason why it's so difficult is because the game is not equal. There are infinite numbers of liberals that will run the most hardcore defense for the socialists.
Wait,
and then on the socialist side, they will just openly and unabashedly try to fucking destroy.
Do you hear that sound? I think that Destiny, he's got some kind of physical thing in the background here. Let me take Kaya, where's Kaya? Yeah, you see that thing behind him? It looks like a ticker. I think it moves, like, I think that's where his, like, stream, you know, like when somebody's subs or something, I think that's where it shows up. They were nose pins there.
Every liberal they come across. I think it was Hasan and Mike from PA, and I don't know if it was FT Signify or some other guy. They were like ranking like the worst like right-wing people, and they put me as like S rank for like most right-wing person. Like this is like, you're just like unhinged. I know that's just personal to me, but like you see this time and time and time again where the socialists are constantly shitting on and attacking the liberals, and I don't know how you're supposed to convert people in that environment. Like look at the Kyle Kalinskis and everybody right now crying so much about like, why are we attacking the far left, guys?
I feel like the person in the upper right is somebody that I should recognize, maybe even have been on a panel with before. I just cannot remember.
Got to go after MAGA. Why are we attacking the far left? And it's like, we were all saying that around the election season. You guys are just saying that now to get heat off of you. But come election season, you guys are going to be attacking the liberals again. And mark my words, it will happen. Like,
you know, one of the frustrations I have with this whole conversation, right, is we, as liberals, right, as more liberal-leaning people, we are having this conversation and having this argument amongst ourselves is how much should we tolerate far left influence, or how much should we work
sticker
with them?
chat. I'm
The
choosing
far left isn't having this discussion.
I'm choosing the next sticker
They're not arguing whether
super
or not
chat.
they should work with the liberals, or
Well, yeah,
they
they are.
should accept
That's not-
liberals
look,
into
that's
their
not true.
fold.
Look, that's not true. Hassan and the lefties, you know, are shitting on each other's audiences, discussing whether or not they should support Kat Abu Ghazala for her comments on Taiwan and whether or not that splits the progressive vote. Like, this is also a conversation that happens in left-wing circles, and the idea that it doesn't is absurd.
well, no, but they're
that's
not
more of
talking
a-
about they're not talking about working with liberals. They're talking about supporting a particular liberal candidate there. The fact that they're even having
That's
that
working
debate.
with liberals.
No, the fact that they're even having that
That's
debate.
literally what that means. What do you mean?
They're not saying should we participate in the Democratic primary or not. They're arguing about which candidate they should support.
That's participating in the Democratic primary. Which candidate do I support? What do you mean?
They're allowed to
Well,
support
no, wait.
Kat Abu Ghazali.
They are supporting it. That's why I'm saying they're not having an argument about whether or not, like, they want to be in this like liberal, the Democratic Party, like trying to fight with and convert and do all that. Like that is their position, is to be a part of this and then to try to like flip it and convert it and turn it into like a more socialist party,
They're
basically.
arguing about how.
Right, and they're doing what we're doing right now, which is, should we excise Kat Abu Ghazala from the leftist movement because she said something about Taiwan we don't agree with? And the answer is, to at least what Hassan said to his audience, is absolutely not. You're
They're
splitting the
trying to
progressive
figure
vote,
out
and you
if
can't
she's
purity test on
liberal,
this.
and if she is, they want to excise her.
Yes, and then they're arguing about whether or not that's a good thing to do, and if that causes them to lose power, which is what we are doing right now with Hassan.
No,
right? So the idea
they
that these
totally
conversations
missed the
happen on
point.
left is absurd.
Oh my god.
But also the point on whether
They missed the point so hard. Look, Kat Abu Ghazala made mistakes in her campaign. All right, she's still probably the best of the candidates that have a chance of winning, right? But there were certain positions that she just had not considered, and hired people to take care of for her. When people looked at her website, they were like, "Holy shit! This super progressive candidate that we've all been supporting, turns out it looks like somehow is not progressives are jaded because they've been lied to so many times, you know, starting off with Obama, probably starting off with people before Obama even, right? And so when they start to see the pattern, yeah, people want to withdraw their support. That's not the same as like, let us cancel her, let us fuck her up. Now, I do see some people saying, you know, we're going to sabotage AOC's presidential campaign before it even gets started. I think that's ridiculous. Do you know who else is on there? do you know, like, I am acutely aware of like AOC's failings, right? But I'm also acutely aware that the top most popular, the highest scoring people in polls are people like Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, and Kamala Harris, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that AOC is somebody that you should be spending time targeting. Certainly not sabotaging the campaign of, but generally, with the Kat Abou-Ghazala situation, it was just people a little bit shocked by, what positions seemed to be officially endorsed. Now, ultimately, Kat did not endorse all of those opinions. Her eventual place that she came down is a place where I feel like, it has satisfied no one, but she's trying to navigate this stuff, trying to figure out this stuff, and yeah, even though like it was messy, it was a comms failure, and I think it also showed a little bit of Kat being kind of a lightweight on some of these, on some of these foreign relations kind of issues, right? But no, it wasn't like Kat has got to endorse China like doing an amphibious assault on Taiwan tomorrow, and a like an occupation, preventing anyone from practicing Tibetan Buddhism in Tibet, and a fucking like Kat is not asking for, I don't know, yeah, I don't think the Cat situation is exactly applicable, but most of the time, with situations like this, it's just from people having been burnt before, having been burnt by supposedly progressive candidates before.
Or not, like we would excise anybody. It just comes down to broadly, like, would you support the party in the general election?
Why is that? No, it doesn't, because we're talking about who to support in different elections. This is like kind of the whole point of the conversation. Obviously, there are moments where it's like, hey, look, like Hasan's going to be a dipshit and tell his audience that it doesn't matter in the general election. But now that becomes a conversation of, okay, then what extent are we willing to work with him? You said, okay, you can do the Tim.
Here's the next sticker, chat. Here's the next sticker, right? I'm going to put this on the super chat goal. I don't know where we'd even stick him, but there he is. That is Thanos Snap Sam. Do we even have room for this guy somewhere? Yeah, like, I guess he can just chill like down here. Somewhere there. That's a good place for him. All right, so we'll add Thanos Snap Sam to the panel. Oh shit, you got the yeah, so I put the Kaya on screen, start another goal. Same deal, 1 hour, Thanos Snap Sam. Cedar sticker. There we go. All right, you got 1 hour to try to make that happen. And I'm gonna even let blue or light blue or higher play for this one, since we're kind of late into the stream. There we go. There's the super chat goal. Let's
Tim Miller thing. You can have him on. You can be adversarial, but you kind of gave me some flack for doing the PV panel. And in my opinion, this is supporting candidates that probably
it is soy pill.
You might agree with. Some of them you wouldn't, and I wouldn't, and probably agree on probably 95% of those. So why is that necessarily bad?
Well, here, so what I'm saying is that it's generally speaking, the Democrats will support like a progressive candidate I'm pretty sure if they win like a primary, like generally speaking, that's going to happen. But on the progressive / socialist side, it seems like there's kind of an abandonment if they don't get their choice in the primaries on their candidate.
Look,
And then-
no, there's an abandonment from Jimmy Dore. Okay, guys? I think Destiny's like purposely underestimating the number of jaded lefties that want to see a candidate that in some way speaks to their actual concerns on that ticket that you know get fucked over by Biden's people, fucked over by Hillary's people, fucked over by whoever, and that still are going to go there to try to keep Trump from winning. They're gonna show up.
and
Sure.
all of the polling shows
I don't know how any of these people are popular with left-wing viewers. I don't know who they are, chat. My best bet is that this is like Wick's stable, right? So Wick is host panels in the past, you know, and still, you know, he's got, you know, some big guests. Soypill, Destiny, I guess people know of Dan Saltman. So, but in general, it's just like somebody in the audience that's like, hey, I've got a webcam. Can I come on your panel? Sure thing. Thank you for the content, right? It's like Prime Kai. That was my biggest surprise when I went on Prime Kai, right? Is that, you know, I hadn't asked to be invited on. I'd seen, you know, people that I've, you know, talked with before that are kind of like associated with me, you know, go on to that panel. Finally, I got the invite. So, you know, I decided to go on, but like, but then like, you know, they do the panel and then there's this whole thing of like, all right, well, we're going to give a chance for all the audience. If you want to be part of this, if you want to talk to our streamers here, you can come on. I don't remember if it was like a they have to like sub or something like that, but yeah, he was like just bringing on you know, audience members. So yeah, it's like I don't know. So a lot of these panel guys are really hard up for content, right? Really hard up for, you know, just put somebody in the square because that's their whole thing. Like Wick, his brain is probably a schedule with like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 slots to fill for however many days a week he streams, right? He's
shows.
just trying to put butts in the seat.
Even more is that all of their polling shows that they're like really far removed.
And even if it's Zoomer Belushi, chat, even if it's Zoomer Belushi, it's better than having that square empty.
From even where the moderate Democratic voter is these days. So the fact that they are basically saying it's all or nothing on our primaries for our candidates, and then we're going to become disengaged afterwards, and we're going to spend the entire primary attacking your party with as much vitriol as possible. Like, I thought it was really funny. I saw Mehdi Hasan tweet 2 days ago where he was like, where are all the anti-war protests against Trump? And it's like, good question, Mehdi. You're very close to figuring that one out. Like, they were only there for Kamala and Biden. Like, yeah, that's just a really cancerous...
Well, no, that whole panel I was on was anti-war against Trump, although
Look, part of Trump bringing, you know, starting a war with Iran without any sort of attempt to sell that war or rationalize that war, any of what we normally get from the military-industrial complex, which is like a whole, you know, campaign to get the American people on their side, because that wasn't there. I think that is, you know, it's less time for something like that to develop. And honestly, like, it's a fractured news cycle, I think, that is responsible. Look, when stuff does get featured in the news, whether it is ICE or you know, whether it, you know, people do show up and protest, right? But yeah, I guess there's like limited capacity. And you know, if you say there should be, look, if you say there should be a protest, fucking start a protest, all right? I don't want to hear you flap your jaws. Like, make it happen, okay?
a lot of them were just...
And also, like, you're talking about a group that's literally been called... There's an executive order saying that if you are generally anti-Trump, you know, you are considered part of a terrorist, like the NMSP7. If you're not transphobic, if you're like, right, it's you know, please, like, you go out there and, you know, get put in CCOT.
shitting on Israel. The point was we're anti what the government is doing right now.
Sure, but not like in a way that is supportive of the Democratic Party. Like the same people that are...
And yeah, any meaningful, look, any meaningful, like, confrontation of Trumpism in terms of protests, it's gonna have to be, I don't know. I think it's going to have to be all inclusive at this point. Because you know what he's doing right now? Trump is right now, I don't know if he's going to leave the situation as it is. Look, chat, if he leaves it as it is, that means Trump wanted to raise oil prices. That means that shit's on purpose, okay? And that's a very bad sign, right? But, you know, regardless, you know, he may, you know, make some deal with Iran, try to declare victory, try to pretend they came to him instead of when in reality, you know, he is adapting to the reality that he lost, that he doesn't have the power in this situation because he desperately wants to now, I think, invade Cuba. They are changing the focus again. And yes, like why is it like this? Because Steve Bannon's bullshit flooding the zone tactic works. And unless you find something as OP as that, you know, we're gonna need to innovate. Because Kamala and Biden passed set Trump up for Kamala and Biden, Davey's talking about basically made it near illegal to protest U.S. support for the ongoing Israeli genocide at your college campus. Yeah, it's basically, you know, made that more normalized so that when Trump is doing, you know, similar stuff, including just like, you know, trying to take people's citizenship based on this, it makes it easy. Yeah, it makes it a layup with the two sides of American fascism, unfortunately. Yeah, perfect layup on removing freedom of speech for anti-war protesters. We spent 3 years. Some people just feel a bit defeated.
Or the two-party.
There are a lot of people, yeah, that have given up.
You know,
because the Democratic Party right now is kind of in not opposing the war to the extent that the party or the progressives want them to. Like they're just kind of saying, yeah, it's illegal, but maybe we'll have to discuss whether or not this is legitimate action. Not, hey, this is fundamentally wrong. That's why it's anti-democrat.
But I mean, like, if you were opposed to the war, voting for Kamala would have not had us in this position.
I agree, but that's not what the point of what I was saying was. You're saying why are they shitting on Democrats? It's because Democrats aren't providing a voice for the people that are anti-war right now.
This line of thought is just a line of thought that no other sane political party would ever entertain. Like, you can't. There's no way that you would accept a group of people who
Destiny. This whole situation we're in is insane.
Campaign against your candidate in the primary for months and months and months, crying and screaming and baby raging, and then as soon as bad shit happens when the other guy wins, all the bad shit that our candidate said was going to happen, they then turn around and say, why aren't the Democrats doing anything about it and having a stronger stance about it? Like, that's just a suicidal ideation to me. Like.
Well, don't get me wrong. The idea that people say, oh my God, Democrats are feckless, I'm not voting for them, you have to win my vote, and then complain when the Democrats don't have power to stop things, yeah, people are fucking stupid. But the idea that these people can help us get more progressive candidates that are anti-war and want to support those candidates, hey, maybe they're going to give up when their candidate doesn't win, and that sucks, and they're not even, they'll go further than that. They'll be negative. They'll detract and drive voter apathy, and that's fucking bad. That doesn't mean I should give up their help in the short term to get candidates that I want, right?
I think it does, because you're fostering a cancerous movement inside of your own party that's going to devour you from the inside or hurt you come the generals. Which I think that
I think it's
they're going to do that. They're going to do that either way, right?
No, because right now the issue is you see this the way that they're utilized right now is Hasan is being used to attack the entire Republican Party. Attack the entire Democratic Party. Like, everybody sees these people just launching platforms to attack the entire Democratic Party, and I think
I don't know. You of all people should know that the Republicans are going to call us fucking communists no matter what, whether or not Hasan exists and is seen on the same platform as you and I.
Sure, I agree, but you add a little bit more. Well, there's an issue though, because one. There's more legitimacy to it, which helps it carry a little bit further. But then two, Hasan is also attacking the Democratic Party from the other side. So
look, this is what Destiny set up, it seems like, or Wick set up. I don't know who, if Destiny's better at planning than maybe the Trump administration. But the idea was this: you're gonna engage with Soy Pill, but it's not gonna be Destiny. I don't know. Has there been I think Soy Pill did come on Destiny's channel at some point. So we might have to look back into that. There's a lot of this stuff, chat. Oh yeah, I said I was going to look at the poll, and I didn't look at the poll. The poll is very important tonight, chat. Wait, is the poll like? Why do I not see it? Why do I not see it? What the fuck? Oh! What's going on? What just happened? The poll does exist. Thank God. Okay. my fucking YouTube 52 votes. Well, I mean, it barely exists. There it is, 52 votes. Destiny crashing out, still slightly ahead, but not by much. Look at that. Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia, 1 point behind it. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Nicholas Diorio in the big sweep. That's the guy that I posted the shark meme about, and he got skittish, and he blocked me and deleted the post. Right, this is the guy that's covering for Ethan's ass. Right, that's down at 2%. Quartering's wife drama in third place at 23%, but god damn, it's very close. Yeah, any kind of dono in the look at that, it's like tied now. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that. If Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia overtakes Destiny crashing out, right? Make sure to vote. All right, if you want to see the Destiny stuff keep going on, you got to vote. You might lose it. If you want to see the Destiny stuff not keep going on, and you want to hear about Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, McDonald's, dementia, I don't know what else, chat, blockade squared, right? Then vote for that, because it's very, very close between the two of these right now. It's going back and forth right now. So I'll keep an eye on that. And if it gets, if I see something break out, we'll switch content. Of course, we could also switch content again if you know, people get bored of the Trump thing. So that's how I got it set up for you tonight, so we can
they're amplifying a voice
move
being used to
fast
attack the
and
Dems,
break
a
things.
voice that's also basically exclusively
drink
used
tea.
to attack the Dems. And then yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what, like, would we say in 2024 were the lefties helpful or harmful in the general to us?
In the general, absolutely harmful, yeah.
Then why would we do it again?
Why would we do what again?
Entertain them as being part of our movement, just to have, like, if they were damaging in the easiest election of all time.
If they're damaging in the general, regardless of whether or not they help us in primaries that we care about, why does it matter whether or not they help us?
How are
now?
they helping you in
How
primaries?
can they help you in the primary if you lose the general?
What do you mean?
But they also just go and vote for
First
their
of all,
candidate, and then they don't show up in the general.
I'm talking about multiple elections. So, for example, when
I'm sorry, you guys got to show some kind of proof. You got some kind of citation that's not Destiny's crack pipe. As far as the idea of that you're making this claim that because people want to vote for a candidate that ultimately the Democratic Party rat fucks, that they are therefore not showing up. And like, there's millions of people that you're talking about. What the fuck are you even saying there? All of them? Anybody who wants AOC, if she doesn't win, they're not going to vote for Pete Buttigieg. They're not going to vote for Ro Khanna. They're not going to vote for whoever does. No, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so.
About that PV panel, there's multiple candidates for multiple different races that I think there's no way, I don't think you would deny that or reject all of these candidates. You probably support a couple of these. And at the very least, you understand that, like, people that you probably would support, like I know you've expressed positive feelings about AOC, Mamdani, like these people also are saying, hey, I'm going to utilize this person to help me. And just because they're not going to vote for my candidate in the general, and if not actively detract from them, they're going to do this.
Remember when Chorley died? We carry the flame, Rave. We carry the flame. And the chick from the Stalker tour, what's her name? Z Cohen Sanchez or something? Z Sanchez Cohen, I can't remember, something like that, called into Destiny stream screaming, we are fucked and everything. Wait, is that what happened? Z called into Destiny stream after that and started screaming, everything is over. You know, that's the irony, Rave, is that actually that was the turning point against the Trump administration, right? In terms of them, you know, projecting fear, projecting power, you know, threatening to consolidate, you know, more, you know, people behind them, right? Manipulating news narratives and, you know, inverting the massive wave of right-wing violence that we've been dealing with for the last 10 years and trying to be like, no, it's Antifa. We gotta, like, you know, like that seemed like what they were going to do was just they were going to roll over free speech, and they tried to. And look, they were successful in some ways in terms of like, hey, is this your employee? Your employee made fun of Charlie Kirk. You must fire your employee. And people fired their employees, and then, you know, when no one was looking, they hired them back. And Like, yeah, it all broke on Charlie Kirk. That was when the wave started. That's when the wave broke and started to roll back. Now, look, we're definitely not out of the woods yet. Like I said, Trump is doing harm to all of us every single day, and there needs to be more of a consensus as far as getting him out hook or by crook. Like, you need to get rid of this guy, or he is going to. Many of us will not survive, right? If he is not shoved out of office in some way. And yeah, finally, we're starting to see people. I think the best tactic, right? So there's a question right now as far as should the Democrats campaign on impeachment? There's a lot of people that want Trump out of office. I would say even a majority of Americans probably want Trump out of office. You know, that's different than supporting impeachment, but it's not too far off, right? James Carville, the guy that said that Democrats need to play dead for the next 4 years, right? He is now on the side of, you know, talking about impeachment, campaigning about impeachment. A lot of the Democrats don't want to do that. And it is sometimes, I mean, like, it is most often, most likely a losing strategy, right? You got to really have, I mean, I don't know if Trump keeps fucking up, maybe people will be on. I don't know with this Jesus shit, right? You know, people are saying that there are elements of the MAGA coalition that are just like, all right, I can't take him posting himself as Jesus. AI Jesus Trump, I'm out, right? So, but yeah, maybe if shit changed, but like really, I think what we should be saying is just call for him to resign. Now, is he going to resign? No, he's not going to. But the more people calling for him to resign, the messier everything gets for him. I think that's the move, right? Trump should resign. Trump should resign. Because honestly, you're not going to do the 25th Amendment. You're definitely not going to impeach him before the midterms, and it was probably going to be very hard to even impeach him after the midterms. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't advocate for that. That doesn't mean, but in most likely, chat, they're going to have to start doing investigations on the Epstein stuff once the Democrats like take over, assuming that the Kalshi is correct, and it's 52%. I think last I checked in favor, not that I checked, but last I saw, in favor of the Democrats taking both the Senate and the House. That is now, you know, according to the odds makers, the most likely thing. So if that happens, right, they got to do investigations, investigate the Epstein stuff, investigate the insider trading. I think the insider trading is going to be a big deal. And once you start hacking away, eventually, yeah, you might get to a place where you force the Republicans to impeach the motherfucker out of shame. But I think that right now, the best thing you could do is call for him to resign, right? Because and I don't know, like, reason people don't do that because you feel powerless. You call for him to resign, he doesn't resign, right? It's still worth it. It's still worth it, right? Because I think that we gotta put this in the realm of possibility. First of all, anyway, let's make Jesse happy. Like, oh wait, what just happened? Oh my God, chat, it's tied now. Keep voting, and let me know if anybody's donated and is like wants to put their money where their mouth is. That could change everything. Right now we could watch. I'm having trouble breathing. Chat, this air is fucking terrible out here. I swear to God. That's why I can't go to Songkran. I was talking about that earlier. The biggest party, you know, in all year is like, you know, a few steps outside of my door right now, but I really don't feel like going because it is so smoky. You have to wear a mask, and it's hot, and wearing a mask in the heat is miserable. So yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. But it is. I saw the pictures from the party last night. It was insane, fucking insane. There were people just filling the streets.
Either way, why not take the benefit of their incredibly large platform and incredibly large audience to help you get the people that you agree with?
Well, first of all, AOC and Mamdani don't attack other Democrats constantly, so they would pass whatever test I would have.
Yeah, and neither do I, but they'll work with Hasan, is what I'm saying.
Do you think that maybe
they've agreeing a lot? Both of
agreeing with some of these people, these tankies, might cause you to lose votes among people that vote at like twice the rate that they will, right? Like if you go and you capitulate to a typical Hasan viewer, right? It's going to be some, you know, whatever that's going to be at that point, that viewpoint is going to be the same thing that is going to have senior citizens now having you lose that vote as you seem less less centrist, essentially.
Do we think that
you
us
have,
as
hold on, one
influencers?
time, let's hear from Ryan.
And also, let's not forget that young people kind of vote already predominantly Democratic, and they vote.
This is the brain rot that makes the Democrats lose time after time after time. Listen, here's what we're going to do. The people that support us, right? The people that have nowhere else to go, we're never going to give them what they want, but we're going to make them think. We're going to drag them along and make them think you vote for us enough times and you might get Medicare for all. You won't, but we'll say that you might, right? We'll drag you along. But the Sarah Longwells that are like, all right, here's the deal. I've been voting Republican all my life, and I can't believe that my own party has supported Donald Trump. He is a homophobe, and this is threatening to me, my wife, and our family. Right? We must so. Here's the deal. I'm going to vote for the Democrats, but you better shape up, okay? You better have the most lethal army endorse. Right? Be a neocon. Be a fucking neocon, except say Trump's bad. And that's what Hasan's point is. That's why he was saying, I want them to treat me like a triple Trumper. They treat the people that are least likely to vote for them the best. And they treat the people that they perceive as having nowhere else to go the worst. And they lose people to the couch. This is a loser mentality from an asshole that the more people find out about, people on the left, the less they're gonna like him, the more of a villain he becomes. Aren't Gen Z males pretty right wing? It's exaggerated, but they're more right wing than there's a disparity. Like Gen Z men tend to the right, women to the left. I gotta do something, chat, because I'm having trouble breathing here.
Much as senior citizens. So
Well,
essentially,
Hasan's
your
audience
vote
is primarily young men, and young men primarily moved away from the Democratic Party. And you can say, by the way, that's part in due to Hasan's driving of voter apathy. But if you think you can court any of those people, not Hasan, obviously you're not going to court Hasan, but the idea, look at the core movement, because I don't like these comparisons to Nick Fuentes. So you can't court Nick Fuentes' audience. Nick Fuentes is the heart of Nick Fuentes'
vote is tied, chat. Vote is tied.
Anything but Christian nationalism, right? But if you look at Hasan's audience, is the primary audience communism? Is the primary audience,
Here's the deal. I'm going to come back, and if we have a breakaway thing, whether that's from votes, right, make sure to 60 votes so far, make sure to get your votes in, whether it's from votes or whether it's from donation, people telling, letting me know which topic they want to support, or, if they donate, I will switch to a new topic. But right now, my throat is scratchy. I need to fix it. I need to make it not scratchy. Try to stream through a mask. Oh, I don't know if that would help. No, actually, that would be so hard. I would start to get hot, right? That's how it, the mask, it's only barely cool enough right now for me to not be sweaty. And I am a little, can tell from the hair. I can look at my hair and tell if I've been sweaty, and I have been a little bit, but yeah. Unfortunately, the mask is not, I don't think, gonna help things, but I'll figure out something. I may just need to I don't know. I feel like I need to clear my throat, but it won't get clear. Anyway, chat. I'm gonna put this here. We'll come back.
I'm glad you.
Well, one does saying vote Dem in the midterm, so that's gonna be awesome.
Dan, go ahead. You're glad he asked. Go ahead.
I'm glad you asked, because to me, I feel like Hasan's audience is nothing. It's not even political. It's just a Che Guevara poster on the fucking wall. It's nothing to do with anything. Did America do something good? I'm against it. And that's it. That really is, at the end of the day, all there is. So there's no point negotiating with this type of a terrorist fucking audience that is either going to vote Democrat or not. I don't even think.
Wait, Dan, I need to press you on this, because this might be true, and I don't have polling on this.
I gotta point something out too. All right. Now, this is something that doesn't get mixed. When we're listening to Hunt, Hasan, I get it, Chad. I'm Kaya right now. That's wild. I'm literally Kaya. I'm behind Kaya. But look, when they're going after Hasan, there's some stuff that they do not notice. And one of the things that's the most glaring is that Dan is a right winger. he's not a liberal. He's not a he is straight up a right winger. And it just slides right by. Did you hear what he said? It's a terrorist audience, right? Now look, how does Trump justify the bastardization of free speech that now exists in the United States? By calling people terrorists, right? Dan is agreeing with Trump. And it almost doesn't matter if Dan says, well, I don't think that we should oppress their free speech, but they are a bunch of terrorists. You're doing his job for him, right? People make the connection automatic, oh, terrorists, therefore put them in jail, correct? And it's like, no, that is called an authoritarian government. Anyway, it's wild to me that people don't see this. I'm going to be right back after I figure out how to make my voice less scratchy, and we'll see where to go from there.
But if you were to ask the average Hasan voter, like take the worst examples of what Hasan can be, pro-terrorist, anti-American, like dogmatically, and anti-Semitic, do you think the majority of his audience is in line with this?
Do I mean in line with what?
Do you think, like, if you were to ask 60% of Hasan voters are like pro-Hezbollah?
Yes.
Okay, I fundamentally don't think so, and that might be selection bias on me. Like, I'm obviously just basing this off the people I know in real life that watch him and are fans. But I think when you look at the core audience
They're at least
of Hasan,
tolerant of it, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. And the reason
Hasan
is because
hold on, Hasan has been on record. It's so funny because I was talking to someone about this earlier today. If you go through Hasan's old VODs and you search for lesser evil voter, Hasan has said this 100 times, and he says, I'm definitely a lesser evil voter. I would vote for Hamas. He says this over and over and over again. You can't really claim to be naive about the idea that his audience is going to be like, yeah, Hamas is better. I like Hamas. It's good. They're a good thing. They're the moral arbiter out in the Middle East. Like, this is something he has said ad nauseum.
Quick question for Soy Pill. In the Michigan U.S. Senate election, the primary that's going on, do you think Hasan is going to campaign as hard for whoever wins that as he is right now for the Abdul El Sayed person?
No.
Okay. Isn't that a terrible thing? Shouldn't they be campaigning just as hard?
Yeah, in the general, they should be. But
Well,
that,
like, I
that
would
doesn't
say-
belie the fact that we should still use their support of any candidate that we can get, that we both
Can I
support.
jump in for a second, please?
Okay. I would say as a real quick, hedge. Wait, I'll do this real quick and then Ryan go. I'm just gonna say I wouldn't expect Hasan to campaign as hard in the general as they would for someone in the primary. That's fair. You support someone in the primary, you're up. It's when you're attacking everybody else that's going to the general. That's the issue, is what I would say. But go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, Ryan, please.
Who is we in this discussion? Is we the Democratic Party? Is we the influencers? Who is we? Because I feel like if anyone's gonna try and take some of these people out of what Dan, I think, correctly described as a sort of nihilistic anti-politics, it has to be people that aren't directly affiliated with the Democratic Party, right? It's got to be us, or it's going to be nobody. Who's it going to be?
I agree with this. But there was an interesting question posed earlier about, like, a Fuentes viewer versus a Hasan viewer. It would be easier to convert a Fuentes viewer, I think, into like a center-left voter than it would be to convert a Hasan viewer. Because in the environment that we exist in right now, Fuentes is seen as the enemy ideologically to our party. So when I'm having a debate with Fuentes, or if our like audiences are going back and forth, the understanding is that like we're opposed to your ideology and we're fighting on those grounds. Whereas for the lefties, the tankies, it's one way. It's always one way. Like, there's no world where Fuentes or any like Candace Owens type can cry and be like, why are you attacking me? We're on the same side. Stop hitting right. It's not fair. Whereas in the tanky world, Hasan and all these guys are spending all their time is attacking Democrats constantly. But if we say anything about them, we're punching to the left.
If you think you can convert Fuentes viewers, I absolutely encourage you to do it. I think that would be an absolute positive for the world if you can get Nick Fuentes
is converting them right now.
What I'm saying is that it would be easier to convert somebody on the far right than the far left, because that far left pipeline is only going one way right now. On the far right, it's seen as like a mutual fight. At least you're fighting on the same ground.
You say this all the time, like they're never moderating. But like, if we are to take at face value that Hasan is a Marxist-Leninist who wants to like implement communism, then is he not platforming and capitulating and kind of ceding ground to liberals or people at least to his right when he does support candidates like a Bernie and AOC or Mamdani who are not communists?
No, because his support for them is tepid at best anyway. Like he criticizes just what I said. It's tepid, and he doesn't strongly support AOC or Bernie anymore. These people are like they have like meh-ish reputations.
That's after he's already gotten them into office, right?
He didn't get either.
You know what I mean?
First
You know
off,
what I
yeah.
mean? Like he did not turn on these people until far beyond them getting elected.
I also want to be clear when we talk about like regular just voter bases seeing engagement with tankies. I want to say like high information liberal voters are going to be disgusted when we are super collaborative and cooperative with communists. But low information voters, they hear those like communist talking points and they hear like a really good moral story about freedom from oppression and they eat that shit up because they're not that bright.
Here's the problem.
There's a balancing
Marlo,
act there.
It's not just high information. They also tend to be the high propensity voters, the people who actually go out to vote. And I struggle with the idea that we should risk the people who are there day after day at special election after special election, showing up, turning out for someone who's low information that may or may not vote.
I agree with that. I would never trade. I would never trade one high information voter for 2 or even 3 low information voters. But I do want to say it's not a universal loss or gain when we're viewed collaborating or talking to or engaging with communists, even like in a less than adversarial way. I have to, like I said earlier, like I have to be super careful. I don't enjoy it because I would prefer to be in the like Stephen line of things where I just immediately jumped on these people's throats. But it's not possible for me to do. And I just wonder if like we could maybe get our high information voters on the same train as us to like agree that like, okay, we're not going to move left, but we need people in the center to understand that like we're not just being vitriolic. We have like principled stances against this problem.
Again, the problem is when you let these people in, when you let the communists, the tanky types, the Hasan viewers in, a lot of them will simply subsume whatever organization that you are a part of.
I mean, I agree. I'd rather not
use Progressive Victory as an example.
Wick, I have a question for you. The guy who tweeted the PV thing that said they want to overturn the Democratic DNC overthrow, he just donated $500 to my chat. Should I return it?
No,
should I accept the support of a tank? Should I accept the support of a tanky to promote my liberal values?
It's our donation. We're going to be communists today in this case. Okay.
True, that's part of my property.
Exactly. Spread the wealth. Redistribution.
I just want to say earlier we were saying that Democrats aren't doing enough.
Each according
or
to his ability,
right now,
each according to his means. I get the most
about Trump and the Iran
subscribers.
stuff, but we had 70 lawmakers go on Twitter and call for the 25th Amendment. I don't really know where you're looking, but Schumer was out there basically saying like Trump's a military moron and we're worse off now than when the Iran war started. I think Democrats are out there and they are talking about it. I don't know
they
what
pushed the war resolutions, war powers resolutions.
They don't own the House. They don't own the Senate. I think they're kind of just biding their time right now until midterms because they're doing really well. And if your enemy's making a mistake, don't speak.
Is it appropriate to criticize Democrats like Gottheimer for being insufficiently opposed to this war?
Was that the guy on Tim Miller?
Yes.
That guy needs to fucking... he needs to be shipped out. That guy's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think so.
But that's
it's okay to criticize the Democratic Party sometimes. Democratic Party politicians.
Hey, hold on.
100%.
Whoa. You just said 2 totally different things. Okay, I have no problem criticizing politicians. There are some Fetterman. Whoo, that guy is. Yeah, there are definitely people
he
you
votes most of the time, but yeah.
Sure, but there are a huge difference between criticizing an individual versus like shitting on the party constantly.
Yeah, agreed.
And people on the far left are never they're never having the conversation of like what should we give to the liberals. It's literally all or nothing on everything. Like you've got one of the funniest clips. I remember watching Austin and Hasan were watching Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris was saying like we need to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza to get this war stopped so we can. And Austin was like happy for a second because he didn't get the Hasan talking points, and then Hasan was like, oh, it's just another temporary ceasefire. Like this isn't even going to be permanent. They're probably not going to do. And it's like nothing is good enough for these people. You can never capitulate enough to them. They're always using these issues. They don't care about Israel-Palestine. They just use it as an issue to attack the left, and that's all they do. Like the idea of keeping a coalition like that together is like impossible when it's always one way, and it is with these people. It's always one way.
You know,
Wait, why does it? Wait, hold on. I want to address that because you keep saying it's only one way, but you did address and kind of acknowledge the point that clearly Hasan and definitely his audience is in some way moderating their more radical beliefs, or at least Hasan's more radical beliefs, to support progressive candidates that are left. Of liberals, but like are still in the liberal coalition.
No, because because
social democracy.
No, these
so,
are
like,
you're talking about the furthest left people in the entire party. They're using these as anchor points to pipeline people to radical ideology. That's it. They're not like,
who cares if we both want that?
No, because we don't want that. We don't want people to become socialist and tasers, or at least I don't.
Do you like those do you like Bernie Sanders? Like, would you vote for Bernie Sanders? I would.
Yes, but you're missing the point. These are the.
Should I deny Hasan's promotion of Bernie Sanders?
No, but that's not what we're talking about. They can promote whoever they want.
It is. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
No, it's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not we should be
on a platform to promote Bernie Sanders and say you're in the tent for promoting Bernie Sanders.
We're not talking about them supporting the candidates. We're talking about us supporting them and welcoming into our coalition. There's a huge difference between those two things.
Wait, what does that look like then?
As in, like, having friendly campaigns alongside them, or pretending that we share some like ideological
exactly
foundation.
What I just said. It's me and Hasan going and promoting Bernie Sanders. So I shouldn't do that.
Well, hold on.
Wait, hold on. You opened that thing saying, should Bernie Sanders not accept the support from Hasan Piker? If you want to,
and then I moved on. Okay, should me and Hasan appear on a panel promoting Bernie Sanders? That's not okay.
I would say that appearing on a panel with somebody with a massive ideological opposition to you and pretending otherwise, I think is generally bad. I would say, generally speaking, yes.
What does pretending otherwise look like?
As in, you're not emphasizing your disagreements. You're only going there just to talk about like some superficial agreements you have.
It's not superficial. It's we both want this candidate who's promoting progressive values. That's not superficial. That's core to my ideology, and I'm still allowed to say, "Hey, I think this." Like, by the way, I'm not trying to. Would you do friendly? The things that we all agree with, which is Hasan supports terrorist groups.
Would you do friendly panels with Nick Fuentes right now? Because Nick Fuentes is.
I already addressed this. The answer is no, and the answer is because his audience is fundamentally, and the core of his movement is fundamentally opposed to me, and I don't believe that Hasan might be fundamentally opposed. But I don't believe Hasan's audience is fundamentally opposed to me.
Hold on, no, stop. Soy pill. If Nick Fuentes endorses the Democratic candidate coming up,
he already did. He's like, I'm going to vote for Gavin Newsom, right?
Let me finish. He's going to have done more to help Democrats than Hasan did.
It's true.
You understand that, correct?
I don't.
You don't?
If you think that Hasan did a full-throated endorsement of the Democrat in the primary and Nick Fuentes did, you think more of Nick Fuentes' audiences would vote for the Democrat?
No, but probably more of Nick Fuentes' audience would not vote for Republicans, which counts in some sense as votes for Democrats.
Well, I think I think it would be easier to radicalize a Fuentes viewer to vote against whatever the next Republican candidate is than it would be to mobilize like a Hasan viewer to vote for like an establishment Dem.
Someone they don't care about
is the vibe that I get. Assuming Fuentes stays on the same road. Now it might be that
like Fuentes isn't a good faith actor. I don't believe, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that we can trust him.
Well, wait, what do you mean? No, I think he's pretty honest about what he means.
Like, because like Nick Fuentes is like his entire movement is fundamentally anti-democratic, anything but Christian nationalism.
Hasan is anti anything on the West.
Hasan is anti-West. Hasan is pro-terrorist. Hasan is like an ML, right? And yet, if you go into his audience, when you accuse him of being a commie anti-Semite, the reason that a majority of people start defending...
I'm sorry. I gotta roll that back. I think I figured out a way to clear my throat, chat. Chili paste. Chili paste should do it. I think I should be okay. But yeah, what did I miss? Besides that little... He's like a Marxist-Leninist or something, and so he's never going to be in favor of liberal democracy.
Hasan is anti-West. Hasan is pro-terrorist. Hasan is like an ML, right?
He loves it. Wait, is that... Oh, it is. It's so... Wow, okay. So this is the good take guy, the Mr. Pickle Rick over here. I don't want to hear anybody like making fun of his like presentation. Obviously, he's trying to rage bait right wingers, I would assume, into like calling him soy. That's why he's called the soy pill, right? So almost like he wants you to be anti-woke towards him or something. I don't know. But yeah, This is okay. Now look, he is a Marxist-Leninist tanky, and he would like to put us all in re-education camps. Let me take these off. Wait, do I? Oh, I did. Okay, I was gonna take my second glasses off. No, Chad. I just had a little. Just went outside to have a little fun at Songkran. I think that air is better now. Let me confirm that. It looks like I can see. I judge the like how bad the air is by how many buildings that I can clearly see. Right? If you see like a haze, then you know that it makes me sound Midwestern, chat. Having my having congestion, it makes me sound, it brings out the Midwestern. It makes me all like, oh, don't you know, I'm getting the hot dish ready. What? How? Okay, this says it's actually worse. Excuse me. Oh my god. This says it's actually like 157 AQI, 64.6 PM 2.5, if that means anything to any of you. But it looks like less hazy. It looks like a lot less hazy. I guess I'll know when the sun sets. Right? That's, you know, if you see the sun is kind of reddish or like more reddish, I don't know, it's hard to tell. But when you look at the color of the sun, was the Caucasoid built from too much spice consumption? Are you talking about soy pill here, pro-terrorist? If you're pro-West, U.S. or Israel, you're quite literally, yeah, you quite literally are doing terrorist apologia.
Yeah, if you go into his audience, when you accuse him of being a commie anti-Semite, the reason that a majority of people start defending him is not because they're like all gaslighting you. It's because a majority
and also like I feel like I feel like they're misrepresenting what Hezbollah is. Just so people know, right? Hezbollah formed when Lebanon was invaded by Israel. The government, if I'm recalling my history, or if I know my history anywhere close to right, you know, the government was not you know, defending oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it is Lebanon is like particularly complicated, but yeah, it is like, I mean, Hezbollah is actually a lot of things in Lebanon, like including a political party.
Are part of this like progressive, like, oh, I want to just like be anti-establishment and move the country further left. And there are tankies and there are communists, but I'm not really sympathetic or understanding of the idea that
But the communists have the music, soy pill.
This like big communist movement.
I'm pretty
Like,
sure that if you were to go to
happening.
Hasan's chat and accuse him of being anti-Semitic, they would laugh and put Pepe the Frog and say like, so what? I don't think
Pepe the Frog, yeah.
I don't think they would like fight valiantly against that claim, or they would just accuse you of being a Zionist misdirector.
When you say it that way, you make it, that's the Richard Spencer quote, isn't it? Right before he got punched. Like, this is Pepe the Frog. Oh. I feel like people like Soy Pill really get communist wrong. Look, Soy Pill. If you end up seeing this by some twist of fate, all right? I got handed an Ayn Rand sandwich straight from the can. It tasted so bland. So I asked a lass to pass me a glass of England's conditions of the working class. Right away, they dragged me to the committee to explain my un-American activity. They're gonna see they made a mistake if they'd only let me play my mixtape. Now, I'm not partial to the Marshall or the plutocrats in their beaver hats, and the fascists have their outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists. The communists have the music, my friend. I don't need a rationale to sing the International. I only need to plug in the headphone jack so I can listen to my backing track. I'm not jealous of the zealous or the anarchists with their guitar picks, or the fascists have their outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and Yeah, once again, the communists. It's the communists that have the music. It's
insane to me that you would think that more Nick Fuentes
Groyper and Pepe are the separate frogs. I mean, it's like he doesn't know. Like this guy's got Pepe's coming out of his ass, and not even like ironic ones necessarily either. Oh my god. Yeah, less on fire. I think responding to when I took a little break, a little water gun break. No, I wish, chat. I mean, I got my water gun out because it looks like it's better outside. I don't know. I'm guessing there's just like, good air and bad air like blowing through the area, and yeah, because it keeps on threatening to get better, and I need it to, chat, because it's like Songkran is the most fun in the world. You go out in the street, you squirt and get squirted by water guns. It's fucking amazing. It's like nothing else. Like it's the biggest water gun fight you've ever seen. There's people coming by in like trucks, like hosing you down with freaking giant like super soakers, right? It's amazing. But yeah, it's kind of not worth it when you can't breathe the air, and yeah, having a mask out there is just untenable. So yeah, I don't know. Unless it gets better tomorrow, I'm gonna have to skip. But it looks okay right now. It looks doable.
Fuentes people would be beneficial in the fact that, yeah, maybe they wouldn't vote Republican, but you don't think that if Hasan was like enthusiastically mobilizing his audience for the Democrat, that this wouldn't get a bunch of, I didn't say, this is a hypothetical in which he would do this, and this is about his audience, and you guys are rejecting the idea that his.
I also had a thought, chat. This is boring. All right, that's my thought. I threatened this earlier. Now I'm going to make good on it. Okay? I've even got a special source. I'm like, what is this called again? I can find it. Twitch capture. Wait, no? Yes. Yes. And yes. All right. We gotta find somewhere else for Kaya to go. I kind of don't want to put Kaya in this game though, right? You know what this is, chat? This game is called Mugenics. And it's just, it's just like I guess an edgy name for like what is it exactly? Is it like Pokemon?
His audience would listen to.
Oh well, no, wait, no, wait.
But wait, it's made by the creators of, is it Don't Starve? Is that right? Is that where I'm recognizing the art style from?
But it was just ethnic cleansing from the start. And my assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism.
Oh my god!
Dude.
Sometimes he does say funny things.
Super chatted $9.99. Do you think part of the reason Destiny has to believe Groyper's easily become regular Dem Lib because it means he's less of a failure as a father to his groyped up son?
I mean, that's gotta play in it somewhere. But at some level, Davy, I have to think the son is like looking for attention. Maybe? Do you think that's like, it almost feels like a cry for help? Do you think? I don't know. Like, I mean, my parents were centrist too, but like a little bit more based than most. They resisted Trumpism, so I gotta be happy about that, considering the area of the country they live in. Part of the reason Destiny believes that Groypers easily become regular Dems. Oh, yeah. That's less of a, yeah. And the irony is that the vacuum, the power vacuum that fascism fills is something that's left open by liberalism through the inadequacies of liberalism. Oh wow, there we go. Okay, I was sorry, I don't know, didn't realize that wasn't up there. What are we at? Oh yeah, 9 minutes left on this latest super chat goal. This one for a Sam Cedar, the Thanos Sam. Yeah, that's what we're trying to unlock here. If we got 4 more super chats of the light blue, or greater variety, then Sam will make his appearance.
This has to be considered self-harm. It's got to be self-harm.
Do you? Yeah, I mean, I the whole thing is, sure, it's self-harm. Wow. Chat, also, he's tiny in his window. I'm not making like a Des Tiny reference, right? Or talking about his physical stature or anything like that. I just now noticed that, like, I don't think I can't think of anyone who's like less of a part of his own content than Destiny is these days. That's kind of sad.
Listen,
but only kind of.
They're just not
okay,
equipped, bro.
We're gonna turn back time.
They just shouldn't even be having him on.
Thank you for the super chat. Ad time. They shouldn't be having it. They should be having me on instead.
And these and the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, these militia movements.
These are the militias that basically came to that became the IOF.
Or the IDF existed, before Israel existed. And he was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. He wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. And he warned about it. He said, if we do not have a commitment to binationalism, if we do not have a commitment to the people that are already living there, the atrocities that I'm seeing that, you know, Zionist brigades are engaging in right now, committing right now against the Palestinians, is going to turn into exactly what the Nazis have done. And he was right. He saw it ahead of time. I mean, he knew what the Nazis were. He lived through it, right? And so my perspective is shaped by people who have done either extensive research on this, like Israeli historian like Ilan Pappé, Avi Shlaim, or people who have lived through this process, many of which are Jews who have lived through this process.
He has not read a single Pape or Schlein book in his life, by the way, but that's okay.
And could not comprehend it. One of the first people that I interviewed after October 7 was Dr. Ofer Kasif. He is the only Jewish anti-Zionist in the Knesset. There's a Palestinian citizen of Israel who's also the only Jewish anti-Zionist in the Knesset. There's a Palestinian citizen of Israel who's also an anti-Zionist in the Knesset. They have like two people, basically. Yeah. It's a lone voice, but they exist, right? I care about the perspective of people like that as well.
Is the other guy who he's referring to Ahmed TV? I interviewed that guy. I think, is he the only Arab in the Knesset, or is he one of? He's been there like the longest. Not good that you don't know that guy. But he knows the Jewish one?
Oh, wait. I love it. I mention the person before Hasan mentions the person, and therefore he doesn't know the guy. Now, look, if you know what Destiny's MO is, or the general like debate MO, it's two people going at each other with different ideas, and people disagree on stuff. So how do you win? How do you convince the audience that you were right and your opponent is, oh my God, so horrible for believing what they believe? You've got to you've got to do this shit.
Is he the only Arab in the Knesset, or is he one of? He's been there like the longest.
Right. My opponent doesn't know anything. He's a dumbass himbo. Okay. He's a frat boy. He's, you know what I mean? Um, this is, you should have listened to him. But look, they're supposed to be like judged on if they're good faith or not. Like the way that this is supposed to work is like, usually it'll be destiny like coming at like, oh, I don't think you're being very good faith with me here, right? Well, can you steel man my argument? There's not even an attempt to do that here. It's just chopped. Like this whole thing is just this guy angry at a streamer that he once collaborated with being like several times more successful as he becomes several times less relevant.
Manga, you don't know that guy. Uh-oh. But you know the Jewish one?
So I develop a better understanding of like what it looks like to have to fight fascist forces in the country that you're a part of, in the country that you love, in the country that you want to change in a better towards a better future, towards a better trajectory. Because I see it as the same fight that I'm fighting here in America. Because Zionism, at the end of the day, like I said, is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is external.
Ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Ethno-religious supremacist. Yes.
Terminationist, and it's in many respects no different than what we see in MAGA, right? Christian nationalism.
Oh my God.
That is a fascist ideology. I don't think you would disagree with that, right?
No, and there's also
layers to it.
ethno-nationalism. Israel has like laws that have put this into place.
Yeah.
But like,
there's
What? Like, which ones? What are we talking about here?
de facto ethno-nationalism.
Do you not know?
In many different countries around the world. You could make the same critique of Hindu nationalism, the Turkish treatment of the Kurds.
Again,
right? Japanese immigration policy.
Things that I oppose vehemently and things that I talk about extensively.
Oh, does he? Link me the Hasan Turkey criticism stream, please.
That's wild. That's wild.
Sometimes
Now,
people-
chat, that's actually the first thing that surprised me here. Because I will hear people say that Hasan is maybe a Turkish nationalist, or he's pro-Turkish, or he's, whatever, right? Doesn't say anything bad about Erdogan, but generally these are people that do not know him at all. The kind of person that will generally say that is somebody that just doesn't know any better. They're like, oh, he's a Turkish guy. So, right, much in the same way that we're going to accuse Professor Jing of being pro-CCP, right? And again, I think Jing is sus as fuck. And I'm not, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some, interest, behind, sort of putting him where he is, right? But again, there's just no case for the CCP thing, except that he's Chinese, right? So we can't trust the Chinese man. He's gonna be a spy, he's a Chinese spy. Because I don't know. But yeah, same thing. Like with Hasan, it's like, oh well, if you're Turkish, then you must be a big fan of Erdogan, and he's not allowed to go to Turkey because of shit that he said about Erdogan. Right? Cenk may have had a problem discussing the Armenian genocide at first, but oh gosh, yeah, there we go. Chat. Well, 1 minute left. Oh, okay, yeah. The Thanos snap Sam Cedar sticker is about to get Thanos snapped. It's about to be a Thanos snapped Sam Cedar sticker, and I made this one the light blue super chats, but oh well. We'll see if we get the Sam and his Thanos glove. Yeah, if you're a Turkish nationalist, why would you support Mr. Watermelon Seller, who can't do anything? This is it's just kind of a ridiculous. And the thing is, Destiny should know better, right? He's not somebody that is just like, well, like, I don't know anything about this guy except that he's Turkish. Maybe he's, an Erdogan stan. And you will hear Hasan joke about that sort of stuff. So, I mean, I guess if he wants to, if you want to be bad faith, right, it's not hard to show your audience a, look here, he's glazing Erdogan. And yeah, like as a joke. Anyway.
People will yell at me for my criticism of both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've
they
said
yell
you
them all the
abhor
time, bro.
anti-Semitism. You've drawn a distinction between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I take that at face value. Here's the harder question.
Wait, why do you take that at face value? Give it all the. Why would you just take it at face value? Really? You just take that at face value? No.
Destiny, it's because he doesn't think Hasan's anti-Semitic, right? That's why. That's why he's taking it at face value. He's been over all this stuff. He's got criticisms of Hasan, but anti-Semitism, either harboring it or I don't know, supporting it is not something that, you know, that John, even as somewhat of a critic, can or would substantiate.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, at least he's honest about it. Okay, cool.
Like, where exactly do you draw the line? Because I think most serious people agree that anti-Zionism isn't automatically anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
But there is disagreement where the line runs in specific cases. And I think, you know, some of your rhetoric, whether it's out of context or not, has landed in the gray zone, like calling ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, the pig dogs comments.
The
Like-
pig dog one is I didn't even know that was like a thing. Did you know that it was like
Nope.
Yeah, I don't because even Jake.
Nope, I didn't know. Nope, I didn't even know. Nope, I didn't even know either, Hasan.
This is wild to me. Look, I'll be real. Like there's so much about Destiny out on the internet that it literally will make it really hard for him to get any sort of mainstream, you know, for him to be able to do the collabs that Hasan does probably are not going to happen. But I feel like if there was somebody out there that would be open to talking to Destiny, it would be Favreau. I don't think Favreau and Destiny really disagree on all that much, unless you're gonna bring like personality, unless you're gonna engage in personalities like he's doing here. God damn, chat, this chili paste is absolutely working. I'm eating it on a tea leaf salad. Damn.
I did.
Oh, we gotta listen to this again. This is so good. Destiny, do you realize that you provide sustenance for people in need of a laugh? I love that for you, Destiny. Let's watch this again.
Jews inbred.
I only wish he was bigger in the window. That's why it's hard to get a good image of this guy, like for a thumbnail.
Comparing liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, the pig dogs comments.
The
Like-
pig dog one is I didn't even know that was like a thing. Did you know that it was like
Nope.
Yeah, I don't because even Jake.
Nope, I didn't know. Nope, I didn't even know. Nope, I didn't even know either, Hasan. I didn't even know either, Hasan.
And again, the issue is again, and this is an issue that the mainstream media guys just.
I feel like being homophobic to Favreau is like a bad mood, a bad, I don't know.
Don't understand because in the mainstream media, these comments are bad. They do hurt you. Being edgy is really bad for mainstream media, so they fixate on the edginess. But because they fixate on the edginess, they miss the ideology, right? Like, if I was ever brought on and like mainstream media guys, they just don't have the brain for this. That when somebody like me or somebody like Hasan is brought into a show and they're like,
Wait, is Favreau straight?
haven't you said like edgy things in the past? In my mind, I'm like, oh, thank God. You think I'm just edgy? You don't think I'm radical? You just think I'm edgy? Oh, well, fuck, there's gonna be a dog walk. Easy. I'm gonna fucking put you on a leash and I'll walk you through this whole interview. It's gonna be so easy. Thank you. Yeah, I say some things that are just edgy sometimes. I should, boom, that's it. You're done. Like, having a radical or extremist ideology just reframed as being edgy is just one of the most beneficial things you can ever have done to you if your ideology is legitimately extremist.
Tapper, when he brought it up, he's like, I don't know what this is, but he was like,
yeah, literally everything has been used as an anti-Semitic dog whistle, but I actually I cannot find any record of pig dog. The closest thing we found, right, was there was a German chatter who claimed that pig dog was an insult in Germany, but said that it was not like correlated with, you know, it wasn't an insult that gets used on like Jewish people disproportionately. It is just a but it's not even pig dog. It's like Schweinhund or something, which I don't know, maybe literally like the pig that, or the dog that guards the pigs or something. Was there a dog that guarded pigs back in the day? Is that a thing that people had? If you had you know, pigs, would you have pig dogs to guard I'm trying to imagine how that even would become a anti-Semitic like trope, even assuming I know what they're talking about there. Childish teenage way Destiny tries to make his points, and yeah, Screechy. I mean, he gets like you're supposed to be funny, but he gets mad. He gets like legitimately mad.
Will be super chatted $5. Before I forget, you recently said something about Taylor Lorenz being a lot recently. I was curious as to what you were talking about. I'm nosy, lol.
She is fighting with the rest of leftist Twitter about her, I don't know, support of AI. It's I haven't been able to really get into it, but it does seem like she's getting ratioed pretty hard. I mean, to the extent that she even, like, her posts on Twitter, I think, are follower only comment or something like that. So, you know, even with that, she's like, even her own
Clearly reading a quote from in front of him. He's like, the ADL gave me.
even her own fans are kind of questioning her at this point.
I know. I went through it and I'm like,
yeah,
I've seen it, and there's like, well, it's
yeah,
one of those.
I didn't even. It's like one of those things.
I
where
guess,
I was like,
I guess the
know.
larger question is like, how do you think about, as you're talking about this, drawing the line?
Oh my God.
In a way where you're like, okay.
This is why, God, Jews. The annoying thing about anti-Semitism is that, generally speaking, most of the people who are...
His impression of Hasan sounded a little bit more like Asmongold. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to... The whole thing is, like, you can't be the, like, this is what you sound like unless the person really sounds like that. Like, you can't just be like, this is what you sound like and make up a stupid voice, right? Otherwise, you're just being childish. But again, you know, this is the guy that helped reintroduce the R slur into the lexicon, right? So yeah, he's not above, you know, just puerile bullshit.
Are outwardly anti-Semitic are white nationalists. And that's why Hasan and all these weirdo lefties get to say that they're opponents of anti-Semitism, but they're not. They're not really opponents of anti-Semitism. They just don't like fascists or white nationalists, who oftentimes are anti-Semitic.
Okay, if I'm going to, you know, I'm anti-Zionist, I want to make this argument, I want to talk with the project, but I really don't want anyone to take it as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Not just because it hurts your feelings, but because you're trying to build a political movement.
Yeah, well, it's not just because I want to build a political movement. It's because I also genuinely abhor anti-Semitism.
Wait, Destiny, Dr. Anti-Semitism. Davi, are you talking about the way that Hasan is Dr. Jihad? I don't think I've covered the whole Dr. Jihad discourse. Yeah, so apparently there's a new doctor in town. His name is Dr. Jihad.
Bring medical aid as Dr. Jihad. Oh my God, this shit is so funny. This guy's one of my favorite. This guy, unironically, I think is the best in Israeli comedy. Rabbi Avraham Baruch. He does this thing where he's like, Goy! He has like a ranking system where it's like, you know, Jew or Goy, right? And I guess he has another ranking system where Arab is like, here, let's just watch.
Oh no, his music. Chat, his music's gonna fuck me over, isn't it?
Yeah, he's in Israel and he's saying that he has a new method. Okay, here, I'll just play the original one first so you get a better understanding of who this guy is. Okay, this is like the one that went supernova viral, right? Jew or Goy. Yeshiva student walking with an elevator haircut.
של גוי של יהודי, גוי. תספורת שוקו-וניל, זה יהודי או גוי? גוי. בלורית, זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. מכנסיים, צמודים כמו נקניקיה מסלוסי. זה גוי או יהודי? זה גוי, שתי מקלות של מטאטא של סנוקר הולכות. אתה גנב! אתה גנב!
I don't understand. I don't understand the Barney thing. He's calling Barney a thief.
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה? אין לי מושג.
Please, this is anti-Semitic. Turn off. I'm being for real. Dude, this is literally the best in comedy in Israel, bar none. When he freaks out on Barney, it is fucking I'm not even joking when I say I would literally watch this man every fucking day. I would watch this man every day. This is 1,000 times funnier than Israeli SNL. Israeli SNL is like, oh, Colombia, anti-Semity. This, on the other hand, is fucking, this is literally the Jewish memory TV edit. You know how like memory TV, which is obviously an Israeli Israeli operation as well, where like it shows some of the craziest like imams and shit, like, but it's also unintentionally funny. Is he ironic or unironic? No, he's unironic. That's what makes it funny.
מה יש לך? גרביונים?
גרביונים?
שמעתי פעם כוכבים, חשבתי רק בשמיים. הם ירדו לגרביונים. משקה חדש יצא, פסיפלורה משוגעת, ראשי תיאוריות פסיכי מטומטם, גימטריה אהבל.
Oh my god. Wait, is gematria a real thing in Israel? I thought it was just QAnon weirdos. Like, that's like, that's, what? Chad, if you don't know, gematria is this... a system, okay? What, like, you turn words into numbers, and then you, like, add the numbers together, like, the digits of the number together, and you get, like, a number from 1 to 10, and then you're like, 7 is, like, good, or the, you know... Wait, am I wrong about this, right? Gematria is, like, this whole weird, system, but basically you can go into, like, you know, Kaya, Kaya, that's 4 letters. 4 is divisible by 2. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's this crazy shit where you could be like, therefore Kaya is the, you know, is like God's chosen prophet or something. I don't know. You could, they found Jewish jank, really? I think it's more than just numerology.
This
like,
went
gematria
super viral,
is like,
I think, like way back in the day in Israel, but it's become viral again.
Is it?
But
it's like a Bible thing, right? It's numerology.
Rabbi Avraham Baruch also has another metric. So you know how in the Western world, Nazis say, you know, Jews control the media, Jews control society, all this stuff. In Israel, Rabbi Avraham Baruch has taken the anti-Semitic conspiracy, because, I mean, Jews do control the media in Israel, obviously. And he has decided it's actually not Jews that control the media.
I swear to God, all these little missives, right? Something like that is going to get recycled in a place where people are like, oh, look, yeah, he says that they control the media in Israel. That's pretty like, without thinking of, like, what he's actually saying.
Real. It's actually Arabs that control every aspect of society in Israel. This is the reversal of the Jews own Hollywood meme or anti-Semitic conspiracy made specifically for Israel. Let's take a look.
מי שולט עליהם בכל הארץ? בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים. משטרה, ערבים. מג"ב, ערבים. שב"ס, ערבים. בית מרקחת, ערבים. נהגי מוניות, ערבים. אוטובוסים, ערבים. בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים. דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור מסראווה. דוקטור ג'יהאד.
דוקטור ג'יהאד! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go!
Yo, my favorite.
Look, I get why a guy in Israel might like, you know, like Israel, like people might talk about Hasan in Israel, right? But why is he a doctor? Why is he like a McDreamy? They're making him like one of the hot doctors from Grey's Anatomy early seasons. Really old numerology. They just found it almost every religion because people like counting. Wait, it's found in every religion? I've only heard hogs do gematria.
My
hogs and turfs, strangely enough.
Favorite Israeli comedy show has referenced me, and I had no fucking idea. Oh my God. Dr. Jihad Arabi.
דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור מרווד.
דוקטור מרווד.
דוקטור מרווד למשרד. מה זה, כפר קאסם?
There's a punchline there.
Awesome. That's awesome. When is that from? From what date? I don't know. This is like a newer version of the same show. I have a doctorate in jihad. I am Arab and I have doctorate in jihad. It's fucking incredible. Apparently the Arabic at the end says he fucking hates Tel Aviv. Wait, what? Oh wait, is this like is the guy who makes this comedy show like an anti-Zionist or something? Is that why it's so funny? I don't understand. Because I can't tell if this is like, this dude is like being sincere and is like genuinely that fucking racist and oblivious to how racist it is. I think it's hilarious though. I love it. This is genuinely, maybe Orthodox and hates the libs in Tel Aviv. I don't know. Congrats, you've been on Russia and Israeli propaganda. That's true. And I'll be honest, Israeli propaganda is much better. Dr. Jihad Arabi is literally way funnier than being like, oh, Hasan is a gay homosexual streamer who poses in front of cars and paints his nails. He's actually a piece of shit. I saw him doing a chant in Lebanon claiming that the land belongs to him. I mean, yeah, I can't tell if he's like, I can't tell if this is like self-aware, but it does seem like it's a bit made by like definitely a somewhat racist guy. This guy in the end in Arabic lettering says, I may be an Israeli Jew who makes memes, but I very much hate Tel Aviv with all my heart. Fuck the city. I pay 50 shekels just to park my car. And fuck those people who pay 50 shekels just to drink coffee and read Haaretz newspaper to kill the boredom. I must flee this place ASAP. Racism is better than homophobia, Hasan Piker. Dude, I love...
So he is a hog. Like, this guy, like, even by Israeli standards, right? You don't know, Haaretz is one of the further left, like, mainstream news sources, I think, in Israel. So, you know, when he's complaining about reading Haaretz, I guess it's like a chud bitching about the New York Times. And Haaretz isn't even, like, really, like, it's not that great.
Are you kidding me? I have a doctorate in racism. The fuck are you talking about? I love different variants of racism. We explore the wonderful, colorful mosaic of racism that is racism over there all the fucking time, whether it be in Israel or whether it be in India. I'm not Dr. Jihad. I'm actually Dr. Racist. Like, straight up, I have a PhD in racism. It's fascinating. He literally pointed to all the public services Arabs in Israel do, bus driving, pharmaceutical workers, doctors, etc., and used it for a joke. Seems to me like he's trying to point out that there are good folks and essential, not the opposite. Though I don't know him at all. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, wait, one of our Israeli chatters is chiming in. But yeah, I don't think this is like a super popular show or something, but like I can't figure out whether he's being like sincere or whether he's just like memeing. But regardless, it's very funny. It's infinitely funnier than like the angry style of Israeli comedy that you get from like Israeli SNL. Apparently, this guy's a former secular judo champion, but he became a Haredi rabbi in Petah Tikva.
Judo, wow, that's a real martial art. Yeah, actually, you're right, Davi. When I think about it, yeah, it's not that different from the New York Times. Come to think of it.
Tikva, he's the equivalent of a televangelist in Israel. Oh, that's awesome.
It's more like anti-Netanyahu than anything, says Nathan Drake.
It's hilarious, and I'm Palestinian law, but I find everything these people do funny. Yeah, it's this is actually unironically funny, as opposed to like Israeli SNL is so bad. Israeli SNL is so fucking bad. What is this? He hates Dubai.
הרבנית אמרה לה בקבר, את נכנעת לדובאי, השם החליט גודביי.
This is like Israeli memory TV, bro.
I mean, he does have good. It seems like he has good comedic timing. Like it's weird. Usually that kind of stuff doesn't translate.
Wait, ticket. One-way ticket.
No, he is an actual rabbi. He is an actual rabbi.
One-way ticket.
He's also a performer.
One-way ticket. אין חזרה, רבותיי. One way. איבו אתה חוזר! אתה תזכה לעולם שכולו טוב. אדוני יושיע.
What's the fake Israeli martial art? Krav Maga. Not that I'm saying it's fake, Twitch. I'm sure it's I'm sure it's great.
Israeli Alex Jones? I mean, maybe. I fucking love this guy, man. Hey, this guy is now my favorite, and possibly.
But yeah, judo's legit.
Only.
I mean, it's you know, you're not learning. I don't think striking. But I don't know, like a better like grappling art for like on your feet stuff than judo. Like I've always been impressed with the balance that judo practitioners have.
The Israeli comedy that has ever made me laugh. It's fucking awesome.
There's a History Channel document called the Bible Code. Was Bible Code about gematria? Because the thing is, chat, with gematria, you could literally make it say anything. You could literally make the Bible say anything. Like that, like it could say, go Philadelphia Phillies, or, it could say anything. Like you could literally, like, it's just like the way that it works, it's just like,
a lot of you literally see some videos of people saying things that you agree with and instantly assume that these guys have always been fucking valid, have always provided sound analysis. It's very frustrating. Like, exercise a little bit of fucking discipline in your
Oh my god, chat. Destiny crashing out is ahead by 10 points now. 76 of you have voted. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream because that helps me out greatly, especially on a night like tonight where I start streaming in the dead of night. It's especially helpful when people start waking up. If there's likes on the stream, then YouTube will recommend it to them. If it's not, I guess they won't see. So yeah, you could help somebody else find content they didn't even know was going on this morning just by liking the stream. I assume it translates well because Israeli Hebrew was made for English speakers to adopt. Yeah, ahead by, oh my god, 13 points now. Quartering's Wife drama is at 21%. And Nick Diorio, nobody cares about you, Nick. Apparently my audience does not know what a lol cow you are. Or maybe they don't care. I don't know. Either way, Nick, you got no motion tonight. No motion whatsoever. Probably like an Ethan's dick joke in there, but I'm gonna leave it alone so we can just finish off Dr. Jihad.
Like, this is how you fall for the likes of Jimmy Dore. This is how you fall for the likes of fucking Tucker Carlson. Like, sometimes people have different reasons for why they are saying things that come across as agreeable to you. Doesn't Al Jazeera provide pretty consistent analysis? Yes, I'm not talking about Al Jazeera. I'm talking about Predictive History, Scott Ritter, Jimmy Dore, who else? I mean, Tucker Carlson's another one. Candace Owens does this to a certain degree when it comes to Israel-related shit. Even fucking Nick Fuentes. Like, you have to look at the things that these people believe, okay? You can't just, like, lean into one crank take that they have and assume that they know what the fuck they're talking about. Being jealous of Jang is so low. Wait, no, Dr. Jang is so good. Lamau, you're so jealous. Oh my fucking God. I literally want to have him on the stream. He just has a lot of, in a sea.
What do you think, chat? I don't think Jang is going to come on Hasan's stream. He wouldn't go on Patrick Bet David's until he got like assured, like he had to be assured that safe passage, that they would not like ambush him.
of like very good takes, right? In a sea of very good takes, he has a lot of nutty takes. He can be very insightful. And then sometimes you hear some shit where you're like, oh my God, he's out of his fucking mind. Also, he's not a doctor, I don't think. He's not a professor.
Not like Hasan.
I am a professor of jihad, a doctor of jihad. He is not a real doctor, I don't think. He's an English teacher in high school. Like, Dr. Jiang literally just did a Richard Spencer stream.
I'm not even sure about that. The way he describes his job sometimes, it sounds like he's a college placement counselor, right? I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be entirely surprised to find out that they are not using Jiang in the classroom for their classes, right? That he's got like an office, maybe in the school where he advises, you know, students on how to get into American colleges and such, and then maybe uses a classroom when it's not occupied. That's the feeling I get. It almost does feel like it is just a thing of like, oh, okay, there's no class in there this hour. Hey, guys, come on in, and you know, his favorite advisees come in and sit down and like ask, you know, pretend to ask questions, pretend to be a class. I mean, that's literally how how they do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was actually no that Dr. Jiang was not teaching classes. But yeah, if he did anything, it would be English literature, right? As far as what his degree is and where his expertise seems to lie.
This community would literally end up fighting for Turtle Island. I know there are a lot of people that are just tuning in because they're looking for someone to cut through the noise, that someone that's just not fucking selling them on a lie about American imperialism being mighty. And then they come in here and they're listening to what I have to say and they're like, oh my God, you must be in agreement with like a lot of these other cranks. You must be in agreement with like everything else that they're saying. And no, I have a very specific set of values that I very openly talk about all the time. Like if you're going to miss me when you start talking about like Illuminati and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's not something that I am going to be on board with. I thought Jiang was a Harvard professor. No, he's not. What the fuck? No, he's a English teacher.
I think I introduced him the first time I covered him as a Beijing, and I don't know where this, I swear to God, chat, I wasn't just making it up. I like read it somewhere. Like somebody was talking maybe in a comment section or something, but like, you know, he's a professor at Beijing University, highly respected in his field, right? I was, you know, so that when I heard that he did English Lit as his undergrad, I was thinking, okay, well, you know, clearly he got his his doctorate in I don't know, international relations or something. It's like, nope, not even close.
Sure, I think in like Beijing high school or something. Yeah, he's a big like free society or Freemason secret society guy. But I want to explore it. I want to explore what he has to say. The most reliable people that I will always ride for, that I will, even if I have my disagreements with them, is people like Mersheimer, people like Jeffrey Sachs, people like Norm Finkelstein. These are people who are endlessly reliable when it comes to their analysis, their foreign policy, their interpretation of events. Chris Hedges is another guy. These are people who are legit. These are serious people. They're consistent. They have a fully developed worldview. I might not completely agree with everything that they're saying, but like they're not fucking cranks. Okay, Giannis Varoufakis is another one. Abby Martin is another one. You know, they have a body of work that you can lean into, that you can learn from, that you can actually fucking listen to. There are, however, a lot of other people out there in the periphery that are, you know, dancing in the waters of being fucking cranks. Trita Parsi is great for Iran-related things as well. Yes. Anyone from CIP or anyone from Responsible Statecraft is pretty solid, pretty reliable, I would say, as a part of, you know, two of the only fucking think tanks that exist out there that are unironically not as like gung-ho on maximalist American military conquest. Yeah, listen to people that go on Democracy Now, for example.
Your interview with Richie
solid
Torres
people. Those are
as a
reliable
success
people.
or a failure or
I want to
interesting?
show you.
At the time, I thought that it was a failure.
So Hassan's talking about Professor Jang and how much he wants to engage with him. And partly, because Jang is full of shit, and I think Hasan wants a chance to show that. But also because I think he's legitimately interested in cookers, and Jang is definitely a conspiracy cooker. But look, Adam's got some advice in terms of what he learned from his own interview platform, his own podcast, right? The Richie Torres interview, remember this is one where Adam was just like strangely emotionally very open about Gaza and like Richie Torres's inability to deal with it in any human way, almost overshadowed the sort of inappropriate emotional outburst we saw from Adam. So he gets credit for having done a good interview there, despite that being a very strange interview. But here's what he learned about that, and I find this interesting, and I think it really applies for Professor Jang, right? How do you handle Jang? How do you engage with him?
I thought I did a bad job as an interviewer. I was talking too much. I was making it about me.
But you were challenging the spin.
Well, the interesting thing for me with him is like, how do you become the APAC guy? That's the question I had. If Richie Torres was a skilled politician, right, I would have given my spiel. And I would have said it's a shanda and, it's so painful to say genocide. I think people are anti-Semitic for the most part because they're seeing a flag with representing Jews, and then they're seeing a fucking kid getting exploded, right? Think about Bill Clinton being there, right? He would have said, thank you for sharing this with me. I work in Washington, D.C. I take all of these stories of pain.
If Bill Clinton had been the guest rather than Richie Torres,
and I keep them in my heart and I bring them to DC, what would I have had? Then I would have been like, but you took $1.4 million from AIPAC. Like, his lack of instincts was actually the most baffling thing, and I think that's what kind of halted the interview.
But so are you saying that if someone's a good politician, then they can come on and you'll...
No, I'm not allowing for that or permitting for that. I was like, that's what my expectation would be if you make it all the way to DC.
Yeah.
Right? Like, my expectation would be like, you'd actually be better at this than that.
You are. Do you view your interview with Richie Torres as a success or a failure or interesting?
At the time, I thought that it was a failure. I thought I did a bad job as an interviewer. I was talking too much. I was making it about me.
But you were challenging the spin.
Well, the interesting thing for me with him is like, how do you become the APAC guy? That's the question I had. If Richie Torres was a skilled politician,
wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's everything except the... It's right around here in the podcast that he talked about the thing, but like the point was that I think it's like right after that. I think they cut it off right before. God damn. Using weaponized, what is
Russell
this?
and I saw a show. It was a Holocaust time. So at the end of the play, we were going to wait because we knew someone who was in it. I see a guy, he yells something across the room, mad, like, you're trash, because there were obviously a lot of Jewish people there. The person that they yelled at, I didn't even see them. They're out. This guy comes over, he's wearing a jean jacket, late 50s, and I said, hey, who are you yelling at? Assuming we're teammates. And he goes, this woman was wearing a kufiya. And I go, I just kind of turn around, walk back to Russell.
Yeah.
I have a flood of like, go yell at that guy.
Oh, I would ask more questions. That's my wheelhouse right there.
You would have had him on the pod.
You ask.
It's this clip right here, right? This is what it's what you got to do with somebody like Professor Jang. If you ever get a chance to interview somebody like that, do not waste it. You gotta just be curious, because motherfuckers like Jang, like there's a little bit of a narcissism in terms of their wanting to put their worldview out there. And so if you cater to that, right, they will absolutely lose themselves in explaining their true beliefs, right? And so, rather than, being confrontational towards him or accusatory or anything. At least at first, there are definitely some stuff that I'm just like, could you just clarify your opinion of Hitler and whether he was the victim or the perpetrator of World War II? Because that was a little. I don't want to get you wrong, Professor Jang. How do you feel about Adolf Hitler? Right? But you know, by that time, the guy knows that I am trying to get him. Let me show you what Adam suggests for
naive questions after that point, because you
Yeah, this
really
is
got to
a
wind that
tactic.
guy up. What did
Okay,
she
so what
say
you
to you?
ask?
I'd say, what is that? I'd act like I've never heard of it, right? I'd be like, how do you get one?
And he'd say you joined.
Mehdi challenged him, yeah, but Taloa, Polly, Mehdi wasted time trying to figure out whether Jang was a communist spy from the CCP. I lost a lot of respect for Mehdi right there, okay? Because the only thing really pointing in that direction is the man's, like, you know, I mean, not even nationality, the man's ethnicity, right? But anyway, rare L for Mehdi. And what I would have loved to see him use that time for, instead of fucking wild goose chases like that. And yeah, I guess Mehdi does have a little bit of that anti-communist dog in him. Not that I am, you know, naive or like view the CCP or China as like a perfect government or anything. It's just, it's such a fucking it's such an obvious waste of time, right? And there's stuff to ask him about, like, you know, his Hitler apologia, right? There's a lot of stuff that I would love to have. I mean, there's stuff that would probably shut him down, like if you talk about his video where he describes physically punishing his child in a pool shower room. You know, that he's probably not going to want to talk about that, but there, you know, are some things like, right. And at the very end, we got from Mehdi, I'm glad that he did sort of straight up ask him, what do you think your ideology is? Because his ideology is very, very all over the place. Yeah, you know, I would have loved some more time for maybe a follow-up question when Mehdi asked Jang, what is your, you know, Jang is like, well, I would have thought of myself as on the far left, but it turns out if you believe any conspiracy theories, I guess you're a far right Nazi. So I must be a far right. It's just, you know, I would have loved to unpack that a little bit more, but yeah, I think we got a lot out of the Mehdi interview in spite of everything, and I was really excited. The only reason I'm slightly disappointed, honestly, is because of I do hold Mehdi, you know, in general in very high regard, but I guess, you know, duly noted, he's got certain blinders, but we love Zateo anyway. Okay, Zateo is definitely a resource that I make great use of.
Hamas.
And then you say, like, they can...
when they don't copyright. No, actually, they didn't do that to me. It was somebody else. Somebody else got copyright claimed by Zateo, but
get out of Gaza.
So
kind of don't fuck with Mehdi. He used to be a liberal Zionist, really libbed up. I mean, he's still not, you know, great on certain, and it's just such a fucking waste of time too, right? Anyway, there's some stuff that I would love to see Jang get pinned down on, but yeah, we'll have to wait till he comes on President Sunday's pod or something. I don't know.
That's what you do in a confrontation.
Making fun of someone without
dumb.
them knowing. Yeah.
And you just want him to walk away frustrated at some point. Like,
I want him to try to explain to me why it's bad, and then be unable to, and then be frustrated and be like, yeah.
And then walk away.
And then walk away. Because he couldn't, quite frankly, articulate to me why this lady is Hamas.
And how long would you walk with him out? Would you get a drink?
I mean, it depends. Like, what is he in the business?
Who knows? I'm not going to assume just because he's Jewish. Russell and I saw.
Does he have a podcast? Yeah.
Show. It was a Holocaust.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, that's Adam Friedland on John Marco talking about his interview style. I thought that he said, for some reason, I thought he said this in regards to the Richie Torres thing, like that you gotta, like, you know, but as a response, like, right, because this Richie Torres interview, his main self-critique was that he talked too much and did not, you know, ask enough. I mean, that's just a basic interviewing, you know, thing. But also, you know, when your opponent has the potential to trip themselves up like that, or you suspect they don't know what they're talking about, or can't quite connect the dots, can't quite put into words what they're trying to say, yeah, it's great to like give them enough space to hang themselves.
So it's a great question. It's one that I answer all the time because this is a real problem right now where like anti-Semitism is growing in this country. It's undeniable.
On the right, from white nationalists, from white Christian theocratic nationalists, from MAGA and the white nationalist movement.
As it historically always has, whenever Israel does these.
Yep, you're correct, Stephen. That's where it's coming from. Now, look, are there people on the left, including people that I follow on Twitter, who from time to time, will retweet an account that I recognize as being anti-Semitic and being, just fascist, right, on any number of issues. Will go ahead and retweet that, even though that is not their purported values. Yeah. So people do need to pay more attention, but that's different than left-wing people, asking the Jewish, some variation of a Jewish question, right? Of looking at Jewish people as being a problem, rather than you will get looking at you will get looking at lobbying organizations as an issue, but you do not get that, in the form of like it is the Judaism that is the problem. And whenever people express, that actually for them that it is the Judaism, they get cut off pretty quickly. And it's just wild that you'd act like, oh no, there's like a parallel problem on the left, right? When they're saying that they don't want Palestinians killed, really what they're saying is they do want Israelis killed, right? It's just their backdoor way of expressing their Nazism.
Sieges, the mowing of the lawn operations, and it's doing it, and it's...
Oh! Anti-Semitism is just Israel's fault. Fuck me. How was I supposed to know? Also, that...
You have made a similar argument. Remember when he went to Israel and he was, kind of glazing up the IDF soldiers that he was talking to? They were cheering for him because he's like, hey, this is Destiny, the guy that defends Israel in the United States, right? And he's like, all right, just one little piece of advice for you guys, all right? Next time you go into a Gazan's house and you're tempted to go into a lingerie drawer and put on some of that lingerie and take pictures of each other, just don't, okay? Don't, like, he said it himself, right? That Israel is feeding into at least the anti-Israel sentiment, but I don't see the great line of demarcation between that and like it doesn't excuse the anti-Semitism, but Hasan's not making that claim. But it does give the anti-Semites ammunition. That they should not have, right? That in a sane world they would not have. And it's only by the insistence of pro-Israel, advocates like Mr. Bonnell that on associating on like ramming through this one-to-one relationship between Israel and the Jewish people.
Mowing the lawn comment, wasn't that a comment made after, I thought that was after Cast led in like 2008? When was the first time that mowing the lawn comment was made? And people got real mad about that one.
People get really mad when you talk about their children as being grass and that they need to be cut down, right? That just like you wouldn't let the grass in your lawn get out of control, you should not allow too many young Palestinian lives to go on, right? When you use a euphemism for fucking landscaping to talk about culling you know, Palestinians, then yeah, it is strange how they need to put on the lingerie. They are just inspired by the great Ehud Barak. Yeah.
Trying to remember which operation.
Has Amon Animations ever done a Destiny video? I don't think Destiny's relevant enough.
It was in 2005. So the idea that this has been a thing historically, but whatever.
It's tying itself to Judaism in this very sinister way, and it's doing it as whenever Israel does these sieges, the mowing of the lawn operations, and it's doing it, and it's tying itself to Judaism in this very sinister way, and people see that and they think, okay, well, you know, this.
So sinister Israelis tying themselves to the Jews. Oh my God.
This is the Jewish state doing this.
Apparently in Hungary, apparently Orban is losing, and he's thinking about running to Russia. Chat really
He
much.
should.
There you go.
Maybe it's the Jews, right? There's already a lot of people that have these opinions about, you know, Jewish billionaires and Jewish millionaires controlling the media, controlling the banking system. So like it pairs up perfectly with what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And we've definitely seen a great deal of that, right? So what I try to do is stress the importance and showcase that
Destiny, probably the man with the least amount of emotion. He does exemplify America every bit as much as Trump does, just in a different way, right? Trump's whole thing is getting himself stuck in a bear trap and trying to sling the bear trap around as if that's gonna, I'm really hurting this bear trap. I mean, never mind the fact that I'm bleeding. I can see my brachial artery squirting blood here, right? I'm gonna fuck this bear trap up, you know? He's yeah, you know, just struggling in a way that is hurting him more, and is surprised that the over application of force, which every time in his life prior to now has resulted in him getting his way, is not resulting in him getting his way because he has no leverage. Just like Zelensky, he is now the one without the cards. Did he even thank the Iranian? Did JD Vance even? That's what I want to know, chat. Did JD Vance even thank the Iranian negotiating team? Right? They need to understand that they don't hold the cards. They don't hold the cards. All right. Any NCC metaphors are my fave. I'm trying to describe this because yeah, but Destiny, he's he's a bad man. He's a bad person. He's a person of poor moral character. And I think he's even acknowledged this himself and kind of flexed it through his dark triad scores, if I'm not mistaken. But he being a bad person doesn't make you lose internet conflicts. It seems like it should. We wish that it would, but it often does not, especially when you've got a larger megaphone than the person you're up against. And there's been plenty of conflicts that Destiny's been absolutely wrong about, that he's won because of the greater, you know, ability to mobilize clout and stuff. But his reactions to being like outplayed in terms of that have actually been, they've contributed, I think, to the dissolution of his career, right? The fact that there's no goodwill, that there's nobody the way that Destiny was there for Nick Fuentes to offer him a platform, you know, to kind of bring him back after he'd lost relevance, right? I don't think there's anybody that's going to do that for Destiny. And even if they did, right? The whatever podcast has had, if they were going to, you know, follow Destiny, they would have already. The same thing with Fresh and Fed or wherever else he wants to try to go. Yeah, I feel like he does a lot of harm to himself. How could he just make his entire personality as anti-Hasan just amazing? Yeah, and the fact that he thinks that it's good content. But again, it's, you know, obviously the echo chamber that he lives in, where they're like, oh no, we do need somebody to stand up to Hasan. You know?
There are good Jews. Like, what are they called?
Oh, he tried with H3. Yeah, it's too bad because that would have been maybe an open. There was this whole thing, right, where the crew, Ethan wanted to react to Destiny videos at several times, or I don't know if he ever proposed bringing Destiny on, but the crew's reaction, said everything. Like, they were not gonna, have it, and whether that was their own instincts to try to protect the show, to try to protect, Destiny over somebody they know is going to be toxic for their reputation, or whether it's like that they just really do not like and do not trust Destiny. I couldn't tell, but yeah, I mean, I guess it would have made sense at some point for them to, bring Ethan on as a guest for anything else with Dan and Destiny. Have Destiny, do a I don't really think the way that Lonerbox provides like, the semblance of what Ethan is missing, which is any knowledge of the history of the matter, or deeper knowledge about like international relations, right? I don't think Destiny could quite fill that role. So where would they bring him in? What would he have to be, like another like White Claw Dave type? Who are the other shirtless? Oh, they don't do the shirtless guy burnt the bridge, right? The shirtless guy did something weird. Shirtless Eddie, all the kind of he would have to be part of the Whack Pack. I don't see where else, and what I mean is like, he'd have to slot in as a conversation. We're gonna give Destiny a call today. Hey Destiny, how are you doing? How's it going? Oh, I'm out here in Miami, Florida. I'm sorry. Now I'm making him into Gabe. I'm sorry, chat. I'm making Destiny into Gabe, but I don't know. He's talking about Destiny type interests instead of the shit that Gabe talks about.
Peace. What do you call these people? Is it capos? The name that the that's a mean one. And it's like the Uncle Tom, I think, for Jew.
It's a bit more than an Uncle Tom. I'm sorry. That's it's it's a little bit more than that. Okay, if you know that. But again, isn't this the guy that just was like, oh, Hasan doesn't know what was it? There's like somebody that Hasan didn't mention. And Destiny's like, that's because Hasan doesn't read. But yeah, Destiny, who does not know about collaborators in the midst of the Holocaust.
Time. So at the end of the play, we're gonna.
Oh my god. Back to the soy pill. I don't know. But chat, that's just so you know the context of this, right? This is what appears on Destiny's main channel in place of this, right? I'm asking you, and some of you may know already, why did this not make it to prime time, right? Why did this not become a or at least not? Yeah, let's see how long ago did that. How many days? Maybe he's just getting it up. Maybe he's having trouble getting it up. He's trying getting the video chat. The video. Maybe he's having trouble getting the video up. Is what I was trying to say. Because it can be a little bit of an ordeal at times. 2 days ago, I guess there's some chance that he just hasn't had a chance to. But I feel like, when did this panel happen? Did this panel happen before? I don't know. It just feels like he knows what the optics of this is, which is not good, and it's pretty pathetic. And he knows better than to put it out to the audience that's going to click on a Destiny video, as opposed to the audience that is going to click on a Destiny stream, right? Especially on Kick here. That the the streaming audience is going to be, it's not going to see anything wrong with. Well, no, let me look here. We got is that site chat? Is that weird little bubble? I think that's site chat. Okay, that's Destiny.gg, right? So he's running it on YouTube, he's running it on Kick. It looks like site chat. And I think that's it. So triple streaming.
gonna wait because we knew someone who was in it. I see a guy, he yells something across the room, mad, like you're trash, because there was obviously a lot of
Okay, let's try this again.
The it's like Voices for Peace or Jewish Voice for Peace or whatever, who are like the crazy weirdo Jews in the U.S. that fucking hate Israel and will wash all the crazy anti-Semitic shit that comes from the left.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did he say Jews for Peace? Does he mean Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP?
Try to do is stress the importance and showcase that this added.
Look, it's bad enough when somebody like Ben Shapiro tries to tell Sam Cedar that he's not a real Jew because he's not supportive enough of Israel, but for Destiny to like oh yeah, these cringe Jews that like they say Israel bad and everything. Oh,
attitude is not monolithic inside of the American Jewry. The reason why I think it's very important, even though I'm a Muslim guy, so most people when they hear me say
he's a Muslim again. He shapeshifted right before he's back to being Muslim.
That they don't give a shit, right? Because they're like,
yeah,
you're
and meanwhile, nobody questions if a Jewish person wants to, or at least not in the United States. Like if somebody's atheist, right, but considers themselves a Jew, right? Nobody's questioning that. Am I mistaken in saying that Hasan is just kind of proposing a very similar thing? He's not trying to shapeshift. He's not trying to switch back and forth, right? He never, represents himself as like believing in the literal word of the Quran, but he is, I think, acknowledging that, certainly in American society and probably in a lot of places, you don't get away from being considered a Muslim just because you are an atheist that does not, believe in religion, right? So I don't think it's that deep, Destiny. Yeah, really like a scorned lover thing going on. I mean, that is saw the community on Reddit is turning on girl with a microphone for perceived misandry. What did girl with a microphone do? What did she say? Like something like men are pigs, and they're like, misandry.
Explaining.
Who is okay.
But the reason why I stress that importance is because it's true. I mean, there's a funny saying. It's like, what, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, right? Like no group is monolithic, and Jewish.
Except for that 90% of Jews that broadly support the existence of a Jewish state. But okay.
Oh wow.
Americans.
He hasn't been keeping up, has he?
Certainly are not. They have very different assessments of what's going on, and we see that. We see that in the polling that is conducted. Right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. I don't know if people understand this. I'm so sorry. And I know that people don't like the Hasan focus or fixation, or people.
Ooh, his own fucking community, chat. He's hearing more like clapback from his community about focusing on Hasan than I'm hearing from my community about focusing on Destiny. Although there are some people that are getting a little tired with it, and I understand. You have the ability to vote, chat. The vote is over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can place your vote. Also, make sure to let me know if you have supported the stream or if you choose to support the stream, which of these topics you want to see, and you can put your money where your mouth is, and maybe even, we're set up, chat, so that the stream could be dynamic, right? If people decide they want to see this, we watch this. If people change their mind and say like, no, we're gonna watch that again, we watch that again. You even get to decide like how long I stay online with your super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships on YouTube, and either supporting me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch. All of that turns back time, gives us more time to do a deeper dive into Destiny, yes, but also potentially into Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, that is our catch-all Trump term for today, because there's a lot going on with the Donald right now. The quartering's wife drama, I don't know. What's the deal? People are calling him a cuck now. You know. Not something I really, you know, how somebody runs their marriage is not something I've ever cared about, but obviously right-wingers care about this shit a lot. This is the only way right-wingers get canceled, right? You got even sniffing Andrew Tate's balls was not enough to get Sneeko canceled, right? He had to literally, it was only the fact that he had, you know, talked about going to a swinging party and you know, watching his partner be with another man and not liking it, right? Which based on him sharing that information, right? Sneeko was somewhat canceled on the right wing. But yes, so we got the quartering there. We got Nicholas Diorio, big sweep. Nobody cares. Nobody knows what it is, right? Diorio's, I should have said Ethan Klein Orbiter, because that's the only reason people care about you, Nick. That's the only thing you've got left. It's crazy. This guy used to be I thought that his name would mean something. It obviously means nothing to my chat. This guy used to be the king of the commentary community. Now he is the groom of the stool. Are we all familiar with that term, chat? The groom of the stool for Ethan Klein. The groom of the stool was the nobleman, I think, charged with helping the king go number 2. And yeah, that included wiping the king's butt clean with his bare hands. So that's Ethan. That's Nick's new job. He's fallen from great heights, but apparently he's getting you know, he's getting paid. So that's all that matters. Is the H3 Wine Mom army they're running the train on Nick. They're the Dono train, that is, Chad. And you can run the Dono train on this stream too on Twitch if we do get a Dono, if we do get a hype train, right? That means you got a limited time only to try to get on board there and capitalize on those exclusive emotes. But not, Twitch is pretty quiet tonight so far. Pretty all is quiet on the Western Front. You voted, yay! Okay, I'm glad people are voting because I want to know what you think about this, and we want to see if we can make this work. Oh, geez, Konami-kun, is that like a? That's like a retro game. Is that, what game is that? Is that Mother 3? I've never played that game. Flawless segue? Yeah, oh, I'm getting distracted. Let's try to get, oh yeah, no, the seg into the hype train.
People are wondering, why are we talking about this so much? And I see Contra tweeted this. I think we should all just pay less attention to him.
Well, no, chat, it's on me. It's on me. Don't ever, you know, feel like, obviously you got to take care of yourself first, and it's first and foremost on me to grow the stream.
So right now, the moment we're in,
if I could do that, we will all be fine. We will all be groovy. I can start calling myself a digital nomad officially, because that's the kind of, you know, if I can build the channel a little bit, that's what my visa will be under.
In American politics is there is a vacuum for the next political party.
It's Paperboy? Okay. That's an old school game too, right? But maybe not as niche as Mother 3.
In this midterm season, this one right now, and then in 2 years there'll be another kind of vacuum. The Republican Party has self-destructed so much that the Democrats are guaranteed to win. It doesn't matter what happens. They could run almost anybody, and you know, we're talking about the Senate and everything now. Like, that's how fucked the conservative movement is. Meaning that right now, this is the time for the Democratic Party to really identify, like, what do we stand for? You know, what is our movement about?
What
are we
the
trying to do?
fuck is the game doing? Are they like slowly killing? Is like the fucking mutagenics animals are like, do they like slowly like eat each other or something?
Office.
That's what even is this game? Is this the barnyard? Is this the battle? Like, what? I don't even understand mutagenics. Maybe I don't want to.
These fights are happening right now. So you get people like,
I don't know. I just like the name of it. I really don't like, but you know, people say it's a fun game.
Like Hasan, that when they're getting called out a little bit too much and they realize because their actual ideology is not palatable at all to the majority of Democrats, and they're like, why can't we focus on Trump? Why can't we focus over there, guys? Like, what? You know, never mind the fact that they spend 99% of their time attacking the left. Although they palatable at all to the majority. We're trying to do once we get into office.
I gotta see if Destiny knows the word What's he trying to say here? I think he's trying to say palatable, right? Listen.
That's why these fights are happening right now. So you get people like Hasan that when they're getting called out a little bit too much and they realize because their actual ideology is not palatable at all to the majority.
Okay, it sounded like he had some. I think he, yeah. I think he just pronounced. I can't talk. I think he just pronounced it weird.
Majority of Democrats, and they're like, why can't we focus on Trump? Why can't we focus over there, guys? Like, what? You know, never mind the fact that they spend 90.
I always listen for the malaprops with Destiny and Bosch and all these pseudo intellectual, guys, right? Yeah. No, I think I thought for a second, Burple, that he was doing some kind of malaprop where he's combining palatable and palpable. But no, I think he just said, yeah. I think he said, like palpable meaning you can sense it, you can feel it. It's, you know, it shows up. The effect is showing up if it's the effect is palpable. And then palliative. No, palliative is something different altogether. No, I'm getting mixed up. Ultra palatable, yes, palatable. Palatable, or really tastes good. No, sorry, it's not palatable. It tastes good to your palate. Like, it's the kind of feeling that if you're German, you'll probably say, das schmeckt mir gut. And then I'll translate that directly into English, and everyone will look at you really strange.
99% of their time attacking the left. Although they never have to say left, right? They have terms like, we shouldn't be punching left, guys, because they're so far left, they're always punching right. So it's a very convenient position for them to occupy. But that's why we're having this fight right now. And it really is, it is a fight worth having, but.
Exactly. No, I mean, well, Israel's a little bit different because, like, at a certain point, there is an we see that in the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean,
you don't, John. Yeah, I don't know why you're. Is he Jewish? Bro, this is why Israelis hate American Jews. I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but there are a lot of retarded American Jews. Or just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you know anything about fucking Israel, especially if you're in the United States.
All right, so first of all, 90% of Jews in America agree with me. But second of all, you know, there's a bunch of stupid ass, dumb, left wing. Oh my God. You can't make up your mind, can you?
As much as cultural Muslims, like a
sacred and profane. Yeah, there you go.
I want you to think.
That's an example of a malapropism. I forget the one that Vosh used to always say. I think he would talk about like cohabitating, and he'd say something like Oh, I can't remember what it was, but it was golden because you could see how he got there. You could see what words he was confusing.
This idea that
is Destiny Jewish? Very much not. Clearly not. He is possibly the most un-Jewish man I've ever seen.
It's a hot controversial take among Jews on whether or not there should be a Jewish majority state. That's just not true. It's just not true. It's not like a heated debate of like, should we give our whole country away to the Arabs? That's just not a thing that most people. You have to go to the very, very, very outer stretches of people to find that amongst Jewish people.
In the polling that is conducted, right?
We see it within Israel as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, well, Israel's a little bit different because, like, at a certain point, there is an overwhelming force of people who are on board.
You're there. It's a different perspective.
Yeah.
I get that.
So,
are you accepting any media appearances on reasonably popular stuff about the Hasan narrative, or are you avoiding it? Yeah, of course I would. But the issue is that most of the media. So Hasan will never take a critical interview, right? It's always going to be for PR slop stuff, like what John is willing to do for him here.
Hey, I don't know. This is about as confrontational as you get from Favreau. Has anybody heard Favreau like even debate somebody? He kind of doesn't.
And if I were to challenge anybody that would be favorable.
Yeah, it's a reference to a character from George Bernard Shaw, Pygmalion. There's a character named Miss Malaprop who's always doing that to great comedic effect.
platforming Hasan, that would mean that I would have to go on a media platform and do a critical interview. But those media platforms that are willing to platform Hasan are probably not going to be media platforms that are willing to have critical interviews. So that's the issue, is at least not over this subject. So I would do it, but they would never. Yeah.
What I show always to people is that there's a difference between a lot of Jewish institutions and how Jews actually feel. And I actually sometimes will make a plea to not only my Jewish fans, but just to whoever is listening. And hopefully people will take away this message as well, to try to separate Israel from their institutions and to show themselves.
Hasan's New York Times interview. Oh yeah, Ross Douthat. I forgot. Yeah, how could you forget Ross Douthat? How could I forget Ross Douthat? He's like one of, he's one of the guys, right? He's one of the Chapo guys.
If you consider what Israel's doing to be repugnant,
like, it's actually criminal.
Al Jazeera interview was kind of hostile too. Surprisingly, yeah.
Like, if I was a Jew, I would hate Pod Save America. Hasan was pressed in the hardest manner possible.
Did he just say if he was a Jew, he would hate Pod Save him? I don't think he can put himself in that. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like I said, I don't know if there's a more un-Jewish guy than Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III.
Consider babies.
So somehow this guy is anyway
settlers in the state of Israel.
Despite that fact, he is very spiritually Israeli.
Military targets.
I won't take that away from him. Podjon. So like, there's two guys named John on Pod Save America. John Lovett, not to be confused with the SNL comic John Lovitz, but like a millennial guy that named John Lovett, and then John Favreau is who Hasan is talking about here, and they're like Lovett's a former Hillary Clinton speechwriter. Favreau worked with Obama. Most of these guys either worked with Obama or Hillary Clinton at some point. And so they're kind of like the, I don't know, platonic ideal of a liberal pod. They really did take off, at some point, to the point where, Chapo started a rivalry with them. Al Jazeera had a financial incentive to be anti-Hasan. And so, people kind of forget about, the actual maybe biases that Al Jazeera might have in favor of a mythical pro-jihadi bias that they always seem to like to superimpose on it. I like the Kaya picture. Well, look, the chat has earned the Kaya picture. All right, that's what we're doing tonight, chat. I found a new way to do. Super chat goals, right? And that is, we're going for, like, just like we got a Waluigi and we got a Kaya here. I'm like wondering, what else can we get? And so, I'm just gonna put this on. Oh God, I got Kermit the Frog here. I don't know if anybody recognize Kermit the Frog? We got Anna Kasparian as Patrick Bateman. Okay, let's go with that one. All right. That's a fan favorite. All right, there she is, chat. Scary Anna Kasparian. Anna American Psycho Kasparian. All right. And we'll put her up here. Here, let's rename this. Anna Bateman Spirian, something like that. America. Yeah, I feel like a dancing cat. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, I am going to put on another. All right, we're gonna end this one. We only got to 1 out of 5 on the Sam Cedar Thanos snap sticker. That one would have been really cool. But we missed out on that one. Wait, what am I trying to do? Start another goal. Okay. So let's try, yeah, teal or higher. We need 5 super chats. We got 1 hour to make it happen. And if we succeed, American Psycho Anna Kasparian sticker is what you will get. And I'm giving it 1 hour, so there we go. And let me check the poll again, because we're doing stuff a little differently tonight, chat. Wait, why does my poll keep on... Why does this, like... It keeps on disappearing from the, from the YouTube UI. Oh, there it is. Okay, Destiny crashes out, still ahead by 11%, all right? So, 93 of you have voted so far. Make sure to vote if you have not already. If that changes, right, I will take that as you're getting bored of Destiny, and I will switch to another topic, which could be Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia, or it could be the quartering's wife drama. What's going on with his wife? Who is he paying to have sex with her? I don't know if this is true. I haven't looked at the story. I'm just making it up, but there's something going on with Courting and Courting's wife. I don't know. Chat, that's in second place at 20%, and then in last place is Nicholas Diorio, who is doing the big sweep for Ethan Klein. He's sweeping away Ethan's embarrassing lawsuit, covering everything, eating everything to come out of Ethan's ass, just like he was part of a human centipede, only to omit the part where Ethan accuses Noah Samson of portraying him as a Nazi, or using the picture that Ethan used for his content nuke, right? That was clearly Ethan pointing at a nuke, not Ethan sig heiling. But yeah, just so many mistakes, so many ridiculous things. He should be embarrassed. He's not. Nicholas Diorio, that's where... What would Dr. Abdul El Said... wait, was he in Skull and Bones? I just want Hasan to get a, what do you call those things? The honorary diploma? Like an honorary doctorate as Dr. Jihad from Jihad University.
Ethan Klein's podcast with him on the Leftovers podcast, with their joint podcast. In the most... in an adversarial environment,
okay,
Hasan
so
should have been giving like the nicest answer possible.
I showed you Anna Kasparian, all right, as Patrick Bateman. There she is, all right. But we don't get that sticker unless we can get 10 teal super chats or above in the next hour.
It was an adversarial conversation. Even in that environment, Hasan said there can be baby settlers, yes. But here on this show, where John Goy is content to let Hasan completely sane-wash every single thing he said, now listen to this distinction. Well,
look, there's a difference between whether he, and I'm not sure exactly what Hasan said there, right? But he's interpreting it as Hasan saying that babies are like, acceptable targets. Right? It's clearly not what Hasan is saying, right? I think it might be more something like, settling Palestinian land with a family does not make it any more legitimate than,
I just want people to realize that.
Yes, you are. You're correct. There are 2 John Lovitts. There's also 2. Isn't that weird? You're right. There's 2 famous Jon Favreaus. The other guy is a movie director, right? I didn't trust him if he was in the Skull and Bones. Yeah, I don't even know. Has somebody made that accusation?
Jewish people, even in Israel, they're not their institutions. The Jewish people over here, that's not the government. The average Jew isn't like this. The average Jew isn't the Jewish institutions of Israel. They're people that hate the country of Israel just like you and me. They don't think there should be a Zionist project in the Middle East. They also want to go back to Brooklyn, bro.
Show themselves as if you consider what Israel's doing to be repugnant, then stress that there is that distinction between a Jewish institution that you might be a part of and how much they celebrate Israel, or how much they try to fundraise for the IDF, for example, or do settler fairs, which are illegal inside of synagogues, right? Because from what my experience, there are a lot of Jewish advocacy organizations in this country and a lot of Jewish institutions in this country that simply masquerade as Jewish institutions and
Chat, I'm seeing Bossabot in Destiny's Kick chat. What is Bossabot? Somehow I thought it was run by like some, you know, Twitch. I know I use this word disparagingly, but Twitch leftist, right? I mean, an actual Twitch leftist, right? I thought, am I thinking of Posadabot? Is Fossabot just like a neutral party? I'm seeing it in Destiny's chat, right?
Jewish advocacy organizations
but they're actually Zionist or Israeli institutions.
They're just pro-Israel advocacy organizations and institutions. The ADL is a great example of this. The Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, led by Jonathan Greenblatt, is very obviously not.
Also, by the way, it's funny because in a way, this is a microcosm of another microcosm of like the macrocosm for Jewish people. So one of the arguments that Jewish people always give for Israel is that, listen, at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, we need a place to go to. And usually the Westerners' retort is, bro.
Fossabot is like an auto mod kind of thing. Yeah, but for some reason, like, there's bots, there's chat bots, or like really what do you even call them? When I say chat bot, it's the wrong way to say it, because like a chat bot is generally like a bot that talks to you, like, or that has some way of, like, you know what I mean? You could be like, Fossabot, how many concurrents do we have right now? And it'll be like, we have X amount of concurrents. But I thought for some reason that it was, you know, something that somebody in the sort of like informal Twitch leftist network had made, sort of like, there was another one called Posadabot, that even that one, anyway. Let's not get into the Posadabot drama. I like the inventor of Posadabot.
Hello? There's the entire Western world where you can go to. You guys will be fine. And the Israeli response will be, if things are bad,
let's check and see.
Maybe we can go to the West. But like when shit hits the fan, none of you fuckers in the West are going to defend us. It didn't happen in the Holocaust. You know, we were explicitly shut out of every other country to be masked up by the Germans. When you see stuff like this is the type of stuff that Israelis view as
who cares what a bunch of fucking, I'm sorry, who cares what a society bent on fucking permanent war. Look, I'm sure there were decent people somewhere amongst the Germans, you know, during the World War time period, but I don't fucking care what the German citizens thought about like literally anything. I don't fucking care. All right.
Insanely powerful propaganda for their country, right? Like, you're relying on Western states to defend you. You're relying on Western states to defend the concept of your existence.
Yeah, Glorious Passad approved, Posadabot versus the liberal capitalist Fossabot. I thought, because I always saw it in Hasan, so I kind of thought it was
people, whatever else. Well, here are the types of people that go onto their podcasts and talk about, you know, the Jewish people, the country of Israel. This is the propaganda they do. This is how of your existence as insanely powerful propaganda for their country. When you see stuff like this is the type of stuff that Israelis view as insanely powerful propaganda for their country, right? Like, you're relying on Western states to defend you. You're relying on Western states to defend the concept of your existence as a people, whatever else. Well, here are the types of people that go onto their podcasts and talk about, you know, the Jewish people, the country of Israel. This is the propaganda they do. This is how they speak about, you know, the country of Israel and everything else. You know, nothing to say about any of the other violence that happens in the Middle East ever. And this is what reinforces their opinion of, you know, like, yeah, we got to have a country to go back to.
Because dipshit, I've got fuck all to say about what goes on in Palestine or Lebanon or any of the other countries that Israel is actively fucking doing ethnic cleansing. I have got fuck all to say. Also, clearly, those countries or the militant powers in those countries is not in charge of what's going on right now. Does not have control of the situation. So if you want the situation to stop because you don't like mindless fucking violence like that, and yeah, like I said, genocide and ethnic cleansing, then you gotta have a problem with it would be Israel, right? And also, conveniently enough, Israel's getting a big portion of their military supplies are being furnished for them by our tax dollars. So yeah, Destiny, I'm gonna have a lot to say about that. I'm sorry if that offends you, you fake woke bastard.
Jonathan Greenblatt is very obviously not invested in combating anti-Semitism.
For the record, chat, I didn't call him a fake woke bastard. I call him a fake woke bastard. Okay, there's a difference.
And is simply using anti-Semitism in this cynical way to attack critics of Israel, prominent critics of Israel that have spent decades fighting anti-Semitism and still continue to do so, myself included.
Is this Final Fantasy Tactics for cats? Is that what we're looking at, chat? Somebody explain this game to me.
And that separation, that lack of separation, rather, is teaching Americans who have not been inundated with, Zionist indoctrination, who don't have any association with Jews other than watching Seinfeld and thinking, they control the media, but they make good movies, right? Like, that's the attitude of the average American about Jewish people who are...
The average person thinks the Jews control the media, but they make good movies.
I swear to God, you could probably find Destiny saying something very similar. If you look back, I swear to God, chat, 5 years ago, or like really, like actually, if you look back 5 years ago, you're going to have Destiny saying totally different things about Palestine. But also, I think that jokes like that are like the kind of jokes that his community makes. And then they get mad because people are like, are they racist? That's, right. That's kind of an edgy joke, my dude. Right? When it's like, Jews control the media, but it's okay because Seinfeld is or I like Curb or something. You know what I mean? Then, it's usually the kind of thing that they will defend. But now it's strange, chat. I don't think that he's just a fake woke bastard. I think that he is a woke right, chat. Like, he smelled like the way that he weaponizes identity when he does, obviously for effect of undermining marginalized groups, not the other way around. But it smacks more of like right wingers trying to kind of commandeer identity arguments rather than anything else. I don't think so. Yeah, JFO, I think somebody was joking about Dr. Saeed being skull and bones. I don't think that's true. I was just reading from chat, and I think that it was a joke. I don't know anything about his education. Wait, it was in Harvard? Oh yeah, it would be. Wait, which one is? I get it mixed up. Chat, I thought Skull and Bones was. Yeah, Skull. Yeah, right, Daffy. That's correct. That's yeah. I think Skull and Bones is at Yale too. I don't know what's at Harvard. Probably something else.
Control the media, but they make good movies, right? Like, that's the attitude of the average American about Jewish people who are I think the most celebrated religious minority in this country.
I'm trying to even come up with a good faith explanation of what Destiny thinks here. What his is he like, well, Hasan's part of this group of lefties that would always cancel us whenever we made a joke about the Jews controlling the media. And so we're just gonna, it's only right that we throw that back in his face, because he cannot actually have a problem with this kind of a joke, right? And it's not even a joke that is like, a dog whistle, or it's like, kind of there's no like in Minecraft in here, or it's not like it's not a fucking fig leaf.
Celebrated religious group in this country.
Also,
he's not even talking about what he thinks. He's talking about what most Americans think, right? He's talking about there's some like, kind of, I don't know what you would call it, like, so some form of bias about Jewish people, that Americans have internalized, but that it's, that it generally does not like flow in a, pogroms kind of direction. That it's usually more like a generalization about what like what vocations people go into, right?
So the ones with the most per capita hate crimes against them, he'll never bring that up, but that's okay.
I don't know where it is right now, but that's what the polling is consistently. And the least is, I think, Mormons, weirdly enough. But anyway, surprising. But the way that people see it is they watch heinous violence unfold, and they see the Israeli state call itself the Jewish state, and then they see American Jews and Jewish institutions say, yes, that is the Jewish state. Zionism is important to us. It is the most important thing. We are tied to Israel in this.
Okay, looks like 97 votes are in. Trump, Jesus, Pope, DoorDash, dementia, whatever else, is only 9 points behind. So make sure to keep voting. You are moving the needle a little bit. Also know that if you've donated or you do donate, you can affect the results of the poll, as well as a $1 per percentage kind of say, or you can, block all that by saying Vox Populi and saying like, I believe in the voters. And they're, wait, are we okay? Okay, we had a thing where it was like asking me to connect my encoder, but that's where we're at right now.
Inseparable way. We do care about it, and you as an American should shut up. You as an American should be canceled. You as an American should not have a job if you...
Yeah, that's true, Jingle Jangle Jam. That some of the, a lot of the characters on Seinfeld are not Jewish. Some of the actors are.
Speak out against Israel because you're being...
Curb speaks more to, Jewish culture. Absolutely.
Anti-Semitic. What lesson are we teaching Americans? We're teaching them that
the Jews rule
every
us.
Jewish person demonstrates
Israel.
dual loyalty, which is false. It's a trope. It's a lie. It's not true. But that's what we're teaching people. And we're also teaching people...
This game looks boring as fuck.
Everything
like,
that Israel
I
does,
would probably love it, I mean, if it wasn't for the... Like, I don't want to see animals get hurt, but other than that, I would probably love this game. Like a, tactics, like turn-based kind of... game like this, really appeals to me, but I don't know. Destiny's definitely not selling it. I need to pee again, chat.
For Jews. Every time we call Israel the Jewish state, that's what we're doing. That's what we're teaching regular Americans. So I try to combat those forces on a daily basis. And ironically enough, I would say this like at my size, in the streamer universe especially, where most of the prominent Israel critics are, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and many other right-wing forces. They don't...
All of whom align basically one-to-one with Hasan's views of
I need to
Israel
drink more
and
coffee.
America, by the way.
It's just so late for me
about
to
making
drink
that
coffee.
distinction.
But chat,
I do.
The air is
so
good.
It blows my mind that groups like the apartheid...
Like, I might actually be able to go out
spend
tonight.
most of their time
109
trying to deplatform me.
And when you hear them too,
it says that at midnight tonight, chat, it is going to be, the air will be breathable.
Some of them are just all conspiracy all the time. But like, Tucker Carlson's a good
I don't
example.
believe the forecast, though.
Like
Look at that.
He'll do like a very thoughtful critique of Israel, and then suddenly like
4 p.m. tomorrow, it'll be down to 75. I don't believe it.
Launch into a conspiracy.
We need rain.
Like, okay, now we're just this is just... I mean, some of them are just all conspiracy all the time. But like,
look at that! Look at that! Okay,
they'll be like
So this Sunday, there might be clouds. right? Sunday and Monday, there might actually be clouds, which means we got super lucky. We could have,
he'll do like a very thoughtful critique of Israel and then suddenly like launch into a conspiracy.
Oh, go piss, girl. That's a good idea.
Like, okay, now.
By the
I
way,
think I will.
He was retweeting that last crazy Tucker.
Where am I going? To the night market? I don't know. There's been like concerts out in the. I don't know if the concert. It seems like the concerts are like in front of the mall or something.
Carlson rant against Trump.
Like apparently, I'm in kind of a hot spot for Songkran this year. And look, chat. I've got my blaster. Okay, I'm ready to go. I am, as they say, locked and loaded. Actually not. I still have to put water in here. But yeah, happy Songkran, everybody. Happy Thai New Year.
Trump. He was retweeting it saying like, this is some pretty crazy stuff, guys. You should watch this whole fucking 1 hour Tucker Carlson episode. Ah!
Now we're just now we're into anti-Semitic
pee.
territory. Now it's a Jewish conspiracy for this and that.
I'll be
and the other
back.
thing, and it's like they do. Yeah, it is a real difference. But I do
Keep
think
voting.
That, like, look, I find as someone who has not always talked about this issue, but has a lot recently. Like it
And
feels
if we can get to 5 more super chats of the teal variety in the next, how long do we have? Next 40 minutes, then you will get your American Psycho Anna Kasparian sticker on stream. There she is, right there. Scary. Okay, so yeah, 40 minutes left to try to get to that. I'll give you yeah.
often like a minefield as you're talking about it, because I very much like the idea that
It's a minefield because you're uneducated and fucking retarded. It should feel like
I'm
a minefield
sorry.
if you haven't done any research into it.
I'm sorry. Is she uneducated and fucking as well? That's okay. Okay, Destiny. It's only a minefield because you're not. You don't agree with me. I'm sorry. This is just. It's too much to take. Oh, is he the Arsler, Destiny? Thank you for. I guess he's uneducated and the Arsler.
The same way with a white person talking about black issues. Could you imagine a panel of 5 white guys?
Whoa. Wokestony.
And they're like, today we're going to go over the drill rap beef and how Malcolm X's speech in whatever place, like blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Fucking like with no concept of anything going on in contemporary black culture or in historical black culture, anything. And just like,
Destiny, like, I feel like you're the guy you're describing. Somebody that's like, also maybe the most white man, in addition to being the least Jewish man. The kids in town have been riding around on these e-bikes with the squirt guns, having little gang wars lately. It's funny as shit. Yeah, people will ride around in these trucks. If you've ever seen like the Thai taxi like trucks, like you can kind of like get in the back and they go on like certain routes, or you can like pay. There's certain ones you can pay them to take like you and your friends somewhere. But yeah, people will get on the back of those and they'll just come by on the street and just start, owning you with the those black ish yeah. Like for instance, drill rap. Wow. Salty Bum, thank you for following. Look at even following makes the stream longer. Everything does. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, Throne, Patreon, and Twitch. They all make the stream last longer. And now I'm realizing that, I don't know, was that a mistake? We'll find out, chat. I do have to go piss, girl.
well, we're going to talk about all this today having no idea. Like, wow, this guy, I don't know why he's strapped so much. Maybe he's into BDSM. We don't understand. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, none of these conversations should be minefields. If it's a minefield, is when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're constantly shoving your feet in your mouth because you don't know what the fuck is going on.
as you're talking about it, because I very much like the idea that I would say anything anti-Semitic is like horrifying to me. I believe. anti-Semitism is very, very real.
What does that even mean? What is? You should ask Matt. What does it mean to be anti-Semitic? What does anti-Semitism mean to you? Because in the United States, we have very sophisticated definitions of racism. Like we would never, ever, ever say, right? Like, think of the lens. I think Ezra Klein. Oh my God, fuck. I'm sorry. I know. I'm just moving away from everybody. Ezra Klein is on my hater list. Only because, but maybe not. Hold on. I'm sorry. I read one quote. I didn't read the article yet, but I read one quote. Fuck. Wait, where's this article at? Hold on. I got you, unknown. Wait, did they change the article title? From Hasan Piker is not the enemy to this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Oh my God. This paragraph, I read this morning, and then I didn't read any other part of this because no, wait, it's not this one. Hold on. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. Is it nascent? It might be nascent. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. Imagine if we applied this lens to the Republican Party or to all of the crazy anti-black racism of like the 90s, right? And like early 2000s, you know, like how could you possibly say that, Rush Limbaugh is racist when he says, I am not racist? And when he says racism is disgusting? How could you possibly think these people are disgusting when they have, black media pundits, when they have there were more blacks in the 2016 Republican primary than there were in the 2020 Democratic primary or whatever, I think. Right? You had Ben Carson and you had Herman Cain. They were in the same one, right? And then you had, was there a third one? Might have just been those two. And then for the Democratic one, you only had, was it just Cory Booker? I don't remember if there was another one or not. Oh, Harris. Okay, you could say the same number then, I guess. Booker is like half though, right? Well, let's be real. I'm just kidding. But I'm like, we would never, ever, ever take such a childlike view, such a naive view of racism here, you know? We would never, ever, ever let that slide. But when it comes to this, though, it's just like so, the analysis on the rhetoric and the ideology of these people on the far left is just like, it's so childlike. It's so naive. It's so undeveloped.
But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because you've critiqued Israel.
Also, by the way, there is zero shot. Mark my fucking words. There is zero shot that Hasan would ever support Ossoff in an actual primary for president. No, quote me now, clip me later. For a Jewish guy to be president of the United States, no shot. No shot ever.
Very, very real. But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because you've critiqued Israel.
There's also a lot of stuff.
And like, this is the weakest argument. He's giving the weakest arguments on the other side. Like, well, people say that you're anti-Semitic because you criticize Israel. These are layup questions again. These are layups. And I like how he gives him a layup question and then he does the layup for him. He doesn't even wait for his own answer. He gives the layup response. My God.
Look, I find as someone who has not always talked about this issue, but has a lot recently, like it feels often like a minefield as you're talking about it, because very much like the idea that I would say anything anti-Semitic is like horrifying to me. You know, I believe anti-Semitism is very, very real. But it is quite difficult because a lot of very pro-Israel voices will say that's anti-Semitic because of you've critiqued Israel.
There's also a lot of stuff.
There's
also a lot of stuff that Israel does or Israel advocacy groups do that objectively does look insane when you explain it. Like one of
Do the cum thing. Do the cum harvesting, please.
the things that I've talked about.
Do it.
Or one of the things that I talked about early on was sometimes you hear something that Israel has done and you're like, did they do that? Are you being anti-Semitic right now? And then you find out you're like, oh my God, they did do that. That is insane. So like there is that element of it too, where on the one hand, a lot of defenders of Israel will call like anything that you say blood libel, like, oh, Israel kills children. That's blood libel. How dare you say that? It's like, well, I've seen it. Like I've seen the children. The numbers are there. And I've also personally seen some of the children that have been murdered with these bombing campaigns, right? So that already undermines the impact of blood libel as a way to have a conversation about blood libel to begin with, which is a real historic wrong, a real historic way to associate people of the Jewish faith with whatever heinous acts that led to the pogroms, right? So you're undermining anti-Semitism every time you do that, but then also simultaneously you're teaching people that like this is a good thing. Like this is something that you defend. This is something that you consider to be defensible, and you're doing that while you're associating with Judaism. It's the way I explain it. I delivered a speech at the Oxford Union a year and a half ago at this point, and the way I explained it to people, and at the time, the change in attitude in the Western world was not so calcified, right? But my positions were obviously the same, and I explained to people, look. What a lot of people don't understand with this dangerous conflation, I will give you a warning as a Muslim American who has lived in the United States of
Oh my God. All the anti-Muslim hatred that Hasan has had to battle in his life.
America since 2009 and has experienced Islamophobia.
Oh my God.
A lot of people think that Israel is still, an acceptable country. It's no longer an acceptable country. It will become a pariah state if it hasn't already. It has always been a pariah state for the third world, but now in the first world, in the developed nations, people are beginning to recognize Israel as a pariah state. The previous ways of defending Israel by saying it's the most moral nation on earth, it's the only democracy in the region, no matter how racialized those tropes were and how silly they were, it worked because most people were oblivious to what Israel does. Now they know. So this would be equivalent to me running around and saying you can't criticize Saudi Arabia because
Wait, what? Can you explain how Israel has made Jews safer? The argument proposed that Jews are safer in Israel compared to anywhere else, not just the Middle East/Africa. The idea is supposed to be that Jewish people don't believe that Western countries would defend them if the countries were to become insanely anti-Semitic, akin to like a ethnic cleansing or Holocaust tier event, again, is the idea. That's the idea that Jewish people that live in Israel or that the country of Israel tries to or believes in, that these people believe in.
Mecca is there, Medina is there, the Kaaba is in Saudi Arabia. You cannot criticize Saudi Arabia's blockade against Yemen, for example, because you're Islamophobic.
Who has ever said that in the media one time ever? You're criticizing Saudi Arabia fighting in Yemen? That I don't know if that combination of words has literally ever been said ever.
People were oblivious to what Israel does. Now they know. So this would be equivalent to me running around and saying you can't criticize.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's saying that this would be the equivalent. It's never running. Okay, sorry.
Saudi Arabia, because the Mecca is there, Medina is there, the Kaaba is in Saudi Arabia. You cannot criticize Saudi Arabia's blockade against Yemen, for example, because you're Islamophobic. This would be the equivalent of me running around as a Muslim saying I'm a Muslim, and our institutions, our mosques, are
well. There were other things though that we weren't able to criticize that were really weird because people would call us Islamophobic. Like I remember. Probably the two largest Western discourses was one had to do with hijab, whether or not women wearing hijab or being forced to wear hijab was okay or not. And anytime you even question that, you were immediately labeled Islamophobic. This is probably like 10 plus years ago. I don't know if it doesn't really come as much anymore. And then it was a hot topic in France for a while because I believe Macron and his administration banned full face coverings from public areas, I think. Somebody tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. And people got mad because they thought it was an attack against, is it Talik and Burqa or whatever? The two big face covering costumes that they fucking wear or whatever. And then people got accused of being Islamophobic if you were okay with those masking laws. Was it just if you worked a government job? I thought it was in certain public areas or whatever. You weren't allowed to wear a mask, or it's something that completely covered your face. Niqab? That might be it.
Fundraising for ISIS, and if you criticize ISIS, if you dare say anything about the Islamic State that are trying to implement a caliphate, that's true Islam. You're Islamophobic. And then the media was also defending that position, and all of our institutions were defending that position.
Well, apparently they're not allowed to wear it in schools too.
I think it's easier now for, unfortunately, very unfortunately, for Americans to understand because we are seeing something like that happen here in the United States under Trump. But also, like, I think this will sound crazy, but I thought one of the
Islam, you're Islamophobic, and then the media was also defending that position, and all of our institutions were defending that position.
Well, I also think it's easier now for, unfortunately, very unfortunately, for Americans to understand because we are seeing something like that happen here in the United States under Trump. But also, like, I think this will sound crazy, but I thought one of the most compelling things, maybe one of the only compelling things Joe Biden said after October 7th, right after October 7th, was
one of the only compelling things because Biden was such a fucking retard. What a fucking loser retard. Ugh. You know what? You want the hottest take? If you wanted to come out and trigger literally every single person in the United States, the center left, the far left, and MAGA, I think the take is, I think Biden would have won. I think Biden, they should have kept him. They should have had him make jokes about flubbing his speech. He would have beat Trump again. We're just kidding.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was that. He warned, he gave a warning to Israel, don't do what we did after 9/11.
Yeah.
Don't make that mistake. Now,
yeah, and then
we know what happens.
And then he went and hugged Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right, we all know what happened from there. But I think about that often because, and now all these, these years later, as Trump
wait. You are not just kidding, sir.
Charging towards an authoritarian state as well. I'm always like, how can you, like, of course, it's easy to imagine another country.
No. Okay, listen. Destiny and Xanderhall are literally the two busted ass lefty political streamers that I can think of that were stupid enough to defend Biden. He did, chat. He wanted to keep Biden. Right? That's not just Destiny as a, centrist liberal dick cheese, right? That is beyond. That is brain rot to the level that very few people, were silly enough to defend Biden like that. Now he's bringing it back like a joke, and yeah, it is a fucking joke. That's a very funny joke, Destiny. Yeah, like you can trigger the far left and the far right. You just say that Biden would have been better. If there had been more people that were open to the idea of voting for somebody other than the incumbent during the primary, right? People acted like you have to vote for the incumbent. There's something wrong with you. You are a disloyal traitor to the Democratic Party if you consider even voting for any, like, if you would say that we should have a freaking what is going on with this? Oh, I'm on it's the kick version of this. Let's see if I could scoot that up. There we go. See, if I pull it out like that, though, I lose. We won't be able to see Destiny, but it's so ridiculous. And like, he does have that Biden supporting dog in him. And I'm pretty sure, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but this guy was defending Biden after the debate. And I don't think it was you gotta dance with the one that brung you, or like, that it's too late to change him now. You can't change horses in midstream. It wasn't that. It was literally that, like, it's not that bad. Are we still voting for Destiny? Let's check on that. Uh-oh. It's not updating the votes. I gotta go to this one.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Does 102 votes sound right to the rest of you? Is that how many votes you're seeing? Yeah, Destiny crashing out is still ahead by 12%, so we stay on it. We stay on it, even though you've got the ability to change it. Either by voting for something different, or if you donate, you can put your donation on the scale and weigh it against the weakness of public opinion. So we do have a way out, but yeah, 103 now. That's true. All right, so yeah, it looks like we're sticking with Destiny for now. If you want me to, I can go to the I don't know. Let's see what else we got that he covers. Oh, is he reading the Ezra Klein article there? Yeah, he watched the whole interview, and then it looks like he's reading the Ezra Klein article. Rokana on Jubilee after that. Okay, so that's the, it's I don't know, 3 solid hours, 3.5 hours of solid Hasan tent for his followers. We watched this thing earlier, right? Which is, as far as I can tell, this is all that's up on Destiny's channel, responding to Hasan's. Oh, look, Free Saikuno just went up. Wait, I don't understand. I haven't followed the Saikuno thing, chat. I don't even know who Saikuno even is. But yeah, this is all that's up here is liberal creators debate Hasan Piker in terms of response, right? So he's not, at least thus far, put up his his actual reaction to the which, given the low energy that we're seeing, very sad low energy Destiny. Lost a few steps in his early onset senescence, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was like, it's got to be better than this shit. I don't know, chat. Which is, if you were Destiny, one in chat, if you were Destiny, you would put up this liberal creator panel, right? This thing, right? And 2, if you would put up the reaction to Hasan and John. I know that's a horrible thing for me to ask you to do, is imagine being Destiny. Oh my God.
I would agree with you there, but this is not a hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this, but Hasan will never mobilize his audience for the general.
Sure, and I don't think he will. Okay, cool. But as long as we acknowledge his audience,
what you said originally, but okay.
No, that's what I was saying. I was saying that he would be more of a benefit. What did you say, Wick? The hypothetical is like, if you got one over the other, like obviously Hasan's audience is primarily going to be better. And when you bring up like, would you go on a platform?
I'm seeing a streamer in the chat, I think. Wait. Okay, so this is on Destiny's end. I can't tell. Maybe that's Wick's end. Maybe I'm seeing Wick's chats, but it looks like Straighterade is in the stream. That's somebody that would give, an alternate viewpoint to all this. I don't see any effort thus far to pull her in, so
Platform with Nick Fuentes, it's like, well, Nick Fuentes doesn't have an audience that I can win over. Nick Fuentes' audience is fundamentally anti everything I stand for, and I don't think that's the case with Hasan. And that's what it's important when you talk about these influencers.
Do you stand for America and democracy?
Yeah, but
then Hasan fundamentally and his audience fundamentally are against what you stand for.
I'm not convinced. I mean, you can show me otherwise, maybe. That's why I said I'm not polling on this. But like, this is just not my experience. Like, I don't get me wrong. I see
Also,
a lot of anti-Semitism.
I've never heard an explanation. Maybe there is a good explanation, right? Maybe Wick is saving money on heating, and that's why he's always in the. Is it a hoodie? Because it looks like he makes me think of, you know, the fisherman on the frozen fish, like the Gordon's fisherman. He kind of looks like the Gordon's fisherman, but I think it's just a hoodie. I think I've looked at it up close and I'm like, oh, it's a hoodie.
What does it mean?
Just like somehow I can't compute him in a hoodie. I've got to convert it into the Gordon's fisherman's raincoat, rain slicker somehow.
Hasan's chat. I do see the tankies in Hasan's chat. I'm not fundamentally convinced that this is the core of his movement, even if he is, and we can agree on that.
I've met a lot of Hasan fans in real life. I've met a
See, like I would like to see the soy pill do more of the spinning of the hat, like after making a good point, right? Don't you think that would be an effective way to? You just like make a really good point, and you're like, hell yeah. That deserves a spin.
A lot of Hasan fans in real life. I've never met a Marxist-Leninist in real life.
I think you have to be careful when we're grouping fans of people too, because like when we say like the majority of people that watch Hasan, there's two groups we can be talking about, or three maybe. The first group is like the stream viewers. These are your ardent supporters. These are your like most diehard fans. These are the ones that I think are like not going to be supportive.
What are we watching, Chad? It's starting to feel like It's starting to feel like a team meeting, like a work meeting even. I don't know if these, Soy Pill is on that Live and Learn podcast that like Hutch is also on. I guess it's, Destiny adjacent. But like, I would assume that these would just be like people from Wick's audience, or maybe people that just started streaming, or, whoever Wick can get, really. I mean, that's who's on a Wick panel usually, is it's whoever Wick can get, and, if he's lucky, Destiny. But the way that he's talking is like, it's a huddle. It's like let's coordinate our strategy here. All right, we might have different outlooks on stuff. We got the same goal in mind, and that is defeat the effect of Hasan on the left, right? We gotta put our heads together and come up with a plan
of the Democratic Party. But if you go like broader and you look at like college students who have like heard of Hasan, I don't know if things have changed much in the past 10 years, but like I remember on fucking dating in fucking California that if somebody says they're a socialist, if you talk to them for like 2 seconds, they're basically just like a liberal that wants like more government shit. My guess is the majority of people that watch Hasan like on Instagram Reels or have like seen a couple videos are
good call.
Liberals, right? Or are they like far left liberals would be my guess. But those are not the people on Hasan's stream, which is a different audience. And Hasan is trying to take all those, like, broadly speaking, those liberals.
Purple, thank you.
And try to move them, like, down the, like, tanky pipeline. Like, that's his goal.
Oh, wait.
Sure. But I think
he literally said this in clip.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think I just remain a little confused why we think that it's impossible for it to go the other way. Like, why do we think... I watched your stream with Francis Fukuyama yesterday. And I have to say I left, like, a little depressed because
it ain't so. You don't think it's the end of history anymore? You think things might be moving on? Wow.
And Francis Fukuyama, frankly, both seemed a little dismal about the possibility of like really convincing people that liberalism is a good thing on the merits.
Because nobody has any strong defenses of liberalism anymore. The right is fully authoritarian out of their fucking mind, and then on the left,
that's why we have to do it.
Yeah, but it's not. But Hasan is not a liberal, and we're spending all of our time on the left trying to figure out if we should court MAGA light on the left, and there are no, you can't even come up and defend anything on the center left. A defense of Harris or Biden is a joke. You look like a loser doing it. You know, anybody that's on Hasan's team, and even like a lot of like just younger people or people that are online who are these populist people, the Epstein class, people like Ro Khanna push this idea, is all the liberals. Everybody thinks like Nancy Pelosi was a corrupt inside trader. Like everything is like fucked on the center left. And so instead of even, I think this all plays into the argument of like, do we court these people? It's like, instead of ever building out a strong center left identity, the center left just eats itself and then talks about having to court the far left that has no two-way street with the center left. And then so you get people like Hasan who are talking about the duopoly, the two-party system that is all the same. And then the New York Times or center left libs are writing.
All right. So for anybody that's having trouble keeping track of our panel, right? Purple's made it easy for you. All right, so there's Tanky in the upper right. We got Tanky Hater Girl. Wait, am I? I don't know if I'm reading these in the right order, but we got Guy Who Loves Hating Tankies. We got Destiny. Destiny as an old man. And wait, Takeshi worshipping black robed magic user from Dragonlance. What? Takishis? Okay, that means something to Dragonlance people. Wait a minute. Was there like a cartoon of Dragonlance? I think I know what you're talking about. Wait, do I? Wait. Oh, Takishis is the evil god? I was gonna read that out. I was thinking you were talking about a snack, like a snack that comes in multiple colors, right? A crunchy, colorful snack. Oh, wait, okay. So like, let's get this straight. All right, what do we got? Yeah, Destiny as an old man. Wait, Destiny as an old man. And the black robed, so Wick is the black robed magic user, right? Oh no, or is that Dan? Oh no, Destiny as an old man is Dan. I got it. Okay, I got it. And the guy that loves hating tankies is the John Belushi guy. Yeah, Destiny as an old man is Saltman. I just got that.
Hit pieces on Gavin Newsom, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? There is no like liberal representation anywhere.
And again, anyone who is saying that the Democrats are struggling or failing or not doing enough, etc., we are putting up win after win after win after win at the ballot box. Like we've flipped what 31 seats now.
Huge number.
Wait, did you just say Democrats are struggling? Chad, do you know what that made me think of? Do you know what that makes me think of? It makes me think the Democrats need to have a black swordsman arc. Does chat know about the black? One in chat if you know about the black swordsman arc. Like, look, if you get involved in some kind of a, I don't know, event, let's just say, some kind of a, you enter into some kind of a interstitium, and you come out with like one less arm and one less eye, right? You gotta have like a black swordsman arc, right? You gotta have like several chapters of manga where you're from Berserk, you gotta have several chapters of mango chapters. I've got several chapters of mango, chat. Oh my god, I'm worried that these mangoes are like ripening, because this is the kind, I think this is the kind you're supposed to eat like they're ripening, but they're supposed to be sour. I need to eat these. I need to, like, the way that you eat mango though in Thailand, like the real way that you eat it is you gotta somehow like crush the mango up with chili salt Like that's the best way. So you gotta have like a mortar and a pestle or some kind of like mechanism to just macerate this shit with chili salt. Yeah, the golden age for mangoes. They're in their golden age, right? But yeah, they've had their golden arc. No, they did. They don't get okay. They're gonna struggle, chat. That's what made me think of it. The Democrats have to struggle, right? So they gotta start, just like they gotta start going ham. Anyone to the left of Hillary Clinton is a tanky. To the online edgy libs, yeah.
Now
Somewhere
right?
around there, yeah.
Like the idea that the Democrats aren't doing a phenomenal job
with what they
right,
have
is amazingly out of touch. And this is the insidious nature, I think, of courting Hasan or playing nice with Hasan, etc.
Just to be clear, not courting Hasan. I don't think anyone thinks that we're going to convince
Certainly.
Hasan.
But there are a lot of people who want to like kind of tolerate him within kind of the sphere. Maybe not you specifically, right? But there are people out there, I see him in my chat, right, who are advocating for that. The insidious nature of allowing that is it distorts reality, and you begin to hear so much the Democrats are flailing and failing from all sides that you begin to believe it, and that's just not true.
Well, I don't know.
here's my thing.
Fundamentally, I just think that liberalism is a strong enough ideology and a convincing enough ideology to win people over. I think that's possible. I think you can win over a lot of people who see clips of Hasan on Instagram Reels, like Steven said, and say,
they're like, look,
I am really mad about Israel. I
was really mad about Israel, but not as mad as I was to find out that he shocked his dog.
Really mad about the fact that we don't have universal health care.
And also, he went to a brothel in Germany this one time, and then it got raided.
I mean, whenever you watch Bernie and AOC, and even Hasan, whenever he gives speeches, the applause lines are not like class war now. The applause lines are not let's seize the means of production. The applause lines are we need a right to universal health care. We need a right to a good paying job. This is a fundamentally liberal framing.
I mean, sometimes
and
the
Hasan,
applause line is sometimes
not
the
in my
applause line
experience.
is, hey, if you call these senators and threaten them, they're not going to run for re-election. So sometimes the applause line comes after that. Yeah?
No, I've never seen Bernie Sanders do that, ever.
Oh, I've seen Hasan do that.
Do the what line?
Okay.
Hasan at a rally with Taylor Lorenz, basically going on and stating that, like, you know what? When you call and you say, I fucking hate you guys, and I have an AR-15, and you know what? That guy, he's not.
Chat, they're raising their hands. I mean, that does happen in panel debates, just because. But I don't know.
Not running for re-election now because the people made those calls. That's the type of stuff that's happening there.
So I don't just that does happen.
Wait,
so I think you're both right.
Which one is Ryan Getty? I don't know any of these people, Nathan Drake, other than Saltman and the Soy Pill and Wick.
But I think what happens is that when Hasan is in front of larger audiences, so when he's got his like PR firm that's connecting him with either weird guys or women that want to bang him that are writing these really weird glaze pieces about him, when Hasan is on those platforms, that's like Hasan at his most like liberal friendly. His lib friendly version is trying to pull people in. But then when he gets them more on his platform, the goal is to radicalize them, right? Like this is like when I'm going on shows.
Why do you think he feels the need to be lib friendly in those environments?
Because it's how you appeal to people there. You're more mask on. Like when I was doing all the rounds on the red.
Okay, so Ryan Getty's in the middle. Where do I recognize his name from? Is he on Twitter?
Shows. Like there's like 50 million abhorrent things that these people are saying. I'm only fighting on like 10 of them, and then I'm trying to have a good time. And then people see me as like pretty reasonable. But then when they come to my platform, I'm obviously a lot more radical against a lot of these things. But that's like the goal of like converting people in that direction. But you can never do that to Hasan. Hasan won't let you do that on his platforms because they know that the game that they're playing is only one way.
Wait, you just said he goes on platforms where he has to moderate. Maybe he won't do it on his platform, but he's clearly then moderating and capitulating to liberal ideas
on
because
larger
he knows he has
platforms,
to.
though. He's only going. Wait, he's only going to larger platforms. Notice how Hasan doesn't platform any of you guys.
The dude at the bottom had the whole video, the whole debate about the BC. Yeah, wait, I can't remember. I can never remember which edgy panel was which, but I think you're right. I think he did have a debate about the ethics of people, well, being more than just friends with animals. There we go. That's a way to say it. That's a way to say it that won't get me in trouble with the algorithm. We can just say they want to be more than just friends with animals. And that's, what a great topic of debate. Let's talk about that. Yeah, just anything that will shock people and get clicks was the kind of the MO. And I never remember right there, because there was bad debates and there was worse debates. And I never remember which ones happened on Wick or which ones happened on some other platform.
Notice how Hasan doesn't platform Vosh. Notice how Hasan doesn't deal with any small
animal companion with benefits. That's another way to say it. Yeah.
Creators that aren't fully in his camp. The only time Hasan is
or like, look, here's a great way to refer to it, right? Scooby don't. Right? There you go. You can refer to it euphemistically as Scooby don't.
Is when he's going to larger platforms so that he can try to draw people in from there and then radicalize them when he's got them on his native platforms. That's how he operates. It's always that way.
I have retirees in my community showing me puff pieces from the New York Times about this motherfucker going,
what?
Oh, is this one of your online friends? And I'm like,
what community? What?
Bitch,
you have a community full of Wait, I'm trying to understand. You'd think retirees would want to watch a retiree.
No, do not look at that shit.
But like, I'm curious.
Did this person retire early? I don't understand.
Like, what are your thoughts on that? The fact that Hasan doesn't platform smaller people that disagree with him. It's almost exclusively him going to larger platforms.
Assuming that's true, that's one-sided, but that doesn't mean that.
Damn, this coffee is good. I should not be drinking coffee this late at night, but I need it somehow, and it's good.
We're not taking from him if he's going on larger audience.
Like, there's ways. Thai people understand ways of drinking coffee that would blow your mind, right? Like coffee.
At Will 7409 super chatted $5. Good morning, Sunrise.
Good morning, Sunrise. The Earth says hello. I wish I could retire early. Yeah. The retirement visa right there, that I could apply for that. I don't know. Is that easier? I'm probably just going to have to teach English or something. I don't know, chat. Or maybe things will get better in the US and I'll move back. Coffee for me, but it's 8 a.m. Yeah, that makes sense. Coffee at 8 a.m. This is coffee with coconut water and lime and a little piece of coconut and also konjac bobas, like the little pearls, and it's unbelievable. I can't believe this exists.
Audiences, and he's somehow then going to bleed people off who are like, hey, like,
wait. But definitionally, definitionally, you can't, because he's only going on larger platforms where he's mask on. Who's taking?
Do you not think that by going on these larger platforms, I mean, even Tim Miller said this, there are Hasan viewers that watch Tim Miller. I don't know if Tim Miller's larger than Hasan, but they don't watch Tim Miller and think, oh, I hate this guy, I'm not a fan of him. It's, hey, like this guy.
The CC at the end of my name stands for coffee.
Says things I like. When Hasan goes on here, or he talks about Hasan, I'm exposed to Tim.
Or coconut coffee.
Miller's
no.
ideas.
Viewers are watching Tim Miller and
they're
actively trying to court Tim over. And then anytime they have anybody that they disagree with they attack them vehemently. We saw this with Sarah Longwell on Twitter. She had a conversation with.
And thank you for the super chat. And lest I forget. Sub ad time. That share, eat your heart out, because we can turn back time.
Tim, where they had friendly disagreements, and they immediately went to Twitter and absolutely thrashed her and brought up like the most bad
vehemently. Yeah, I don't know. I always like I'm always like about to correct somebody's pronunciation, but then I'm like, wait a minute, maybe there's multiple ways to say this.
faith arguments that you could possibly bring up against
and not
it.
just also not just the audience, but all of the other people who are part of like the tanky cult, right? Ryan Grimm was out there doing it. I don't know if Mehdi Hasan joined that. Taylor Lorenz was out there. There were a ton of those like big people who the pinball machine went off and they all started coming out to shit on Sarah Longwell. Yeah, that's just what they do.
It's not surprising though. That's how social media works.
I thought coffee was with 2 F's, but spell check didn't flag it. In Thai, it's called cafe. It sounds very similar, kind of, but it's like cafe. And if you drink it, you doom cafe.
Whenever Hasan says something dumb, I mean, everyone was complaining whenever Hasan talked about like what did he say on Jennifer Welch's podcast that JD Vance and Gavin Newsom are like there's no difference between them.
Well, hold on. No. Hasan got a lot of defense for that comment as well. Keep in mind, the majority of the people on the far left don't think Hasan was electrocuting his fucking dog to keep it in.
Did I miss that, Dig Dog? Let's rewind that. Let's give that a little. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I was checking to see if there was a rewind sound. I can add one, though, for the turn back time thing, for the subathon sound. Here, I'm going to turn back time on this.
Whenever Hasan says something dumb, I mean, everyone was complaining whenever Hasan talked about like what did he say on Jennifer Welch's podcast that JD Vance and Gavin Newsom are like there's no difference between them.
Well, hold on. No. Hasan got a lot of defense for that comment as well. Keep in mind, the majority of the people on the far left don't think Hasan was electrocuting his fucking dog to keep it in frame. There were a lot of people.
Doesn't that blow your mind? Doesn't that blow your mind? There's people out there that don't think a clip from Yeet was accurately framed. Oh my God. You mean that Yeet could put up a clip on and say something in the tweet that's like not shown in the video? Wow. I didn't know that Yeet had that power. I thought Yeet was honest. But I will no longer, use Yeet as a reliable source of information. Guess the more you know. I don't know who these people are, but they seem naive. That's what I was saying. I actually don't either. Somebody said the middle guy is Ryan Getty, and I know I've heard his name somewhere, maybe on Twitter. There's got Dan Saltman that's next to Destiny. Destiny obviously talking about Kaya right now with the Kaya sticker. Oh, yeah, speaking of stickers, I got to check on the last sticker, see where we're at. Oh, shit, did that run out already? The goal ended for the Psycho, the American Psycho Anna Kasparian sticker. But we did get the Kaya sticker and the Waluigi sticker today, so congrats on that. If I have time, we do have time, thanks to viewers like you. Did you know that the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by the support of viewers like you, which allows us to go for longer than we would otherwise, depending on how much support goes in. It's what happens whenever anybody does a super chat, super sticker, get themselves a membership if they gift memberships, supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or supporting me on Twitch. All of it makes time go back, and it makes the stream longer. It's going to be a fairly long stream. I keep on saying I don't want to do long streams, and yet I find myself doing them anyway. But this is the kind of rabbit hole where we're just not going to get to the end of it. We are absolutely not going to get to the end of it.
People that showed up to defend Hasan on that.
And
also, let's look at Jennifer. Look at Jennifer Welch.
Wait,
I don't know how much she got. She's getting a little bit.
Are you gonna call her a tanky? Is Jennifer Welch a tanky, chat? Do you think she's a Marxist-Leninist?
Now, because unfortunately the only other organized group of people in this fucking country are the goddamn Jews, okay, who have like taken to being anti-Hassan because of the anti-Semitic thing, which is annoying as fuck to me, but they're the only other organized people that do it. So in that
Oh no, I don't know who this is, but I'm starting to remember some really cringe people that I've seen on WickTV, right? I mean, generally it's all cringe people, but like, no, there's some people that I don't remember. I don't remember who this is though. I feel like the upper right corner I should know, but I cannot call it to memory. Soy Pill and Dan Saltman and Wick are the only ones I recognize, and people say that's Ryan Getty in the middle. So we got two more people. We got John Belushi, Samurai Night Fever in the left lower square, and we've got Tegan and Sarah. No, don't fuck. What's wrong with me? I feel like I'm being mean to people that I should. Anyway, chat. No shade if you like Tegan and Sarah. I like Tegan and Sarah too, but I think their look has probably moved on. I don't know. I haven't checked up on Tegan and Sarah lately. Anyway, we got is Mouton? Is Mr. Mouton involved in this somehow? I don't see Mouton, but that doesn't mean that Mouton is not there. Obviously, he's one of Destiny's best friends, and he is involved in a lot of the man bun there. But yeah, I don't know the guitar streamer. I don't know who that is with the interesting filter. There we go. I find taking someone seriously difficult after they use the word tanky. What do they think they are? God, someone who's read more philosophy than they have is generally what the tanky accusation seems to pan out to in real life, at least with these guys.
sense, there were people that have kind of come out on Hassan, but it's only on the anti-Semitism part. I don't think there's a similar bell you can ring when liberals are getting attacked, especially by the far left. I think the easiest example of that is Chorus. Who stepped up to defend Brian Tyler Cohen or Chorus when Taylor Loren started digging into them on our bullshit Wired hit piece?
All of us?
No. Nobody substantial showed up to help Chorus.
You
no.
did, I did, Hutch did.
I feel like they did. I feel like there, am I wrong, chat? There were people supporting Chorus. I don't know how many of them were Chorus members or wanted to be Chorus members, right? It does sort of put out an interesting incentive there if you know that, hey, there's this group out there and they're, oh, here, let me update this. There's this group out there and they're giving people money. Like some people are getting $8,000 a month. You're like, okay, you're not going to be like, yeah, fuck those people, right? Like, I don't ever want to hear from those people in my DMs, all right?
I'm talking like the big staples of media, like people that are huge and recognizable and visible.
What's with the flag, dude? I don't know. He must be cold. That's the only thing I can figure out is that he's saving on heat. Like, I don't know. I mean, he's in the US, so it's not like he's in a country that's being drastically affected by, on the supply end of things. Maybe the price is going up, but that's Wick. That's the panel host, right? That he just kind of does these things every night. You know, he's like, hey, who's in the Discord? Let's put together a panel. We'll talk about, what did I call it? People who are more than just friends with animals, right? That was a debate topic. And you read between the lines of what I'm saying there, right? Because I'm trying to avoid algorithmic punishment for mentioning such a vile subject, but it really was the subject of discourse, right? What was the other thing that somebody said? Yeah, see, I can't say that word, Dig Dug. I get in trouble if I say that word. Bottom left is Mouton. What? That's Mouton? What? Oh, Zoops, oh my, are you fucking kidding me? That's Destiny's BFF? Why does he look 19? That's Mouton? That's the man, the myth, the legend? Mr. Mouton? Are you sure? I thought it was a more technical term than an expletive. I don't know. The algorithms mean, like, if they think you're talking about people being, wait, I said more than just friends. What was the other term that somebody used? Like, is that really Mouton? Coffee in Hawaii is Kope. Yeah, and I think it's like Kapi or something in am I saying it right? In Indonesian? Or I don't even know which Indonesian language, but or wait, is that the word for it? Wait, I've got it here. If I can just read the Thai. That's end. Okay, cop. I don't know. I might not be reading it right. Somebody said something really funny about, like, there was the euphemism for the oh, I can't find it. I'm sorry. I'm just like trying to. They're roommates with their pets. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Like New York Times, like Wall Street Journal, or are you talking like people too?
Was it even big enough? I don't even know if it was that big.
I'm just curious. Would we be talking about this?
Can we just like verify, like, is Mr. Mouton of age? Because like I maybe I'm just I don't know, like, if he's one of Destiny's friends, I'd expect him to be in his late 30s. Maybe he is. Maybe.
In the same way, if it was like the Green Party and like, oh, we're trying to court away Green Party voters over here, because that's a one-way street. Like, you're not going to be getting these people to go and vote Democrat. And if they were going to vote Democrat anyways. So all you're doing is putting the most idealistic Green Party views that you're not going to be able to adopt as a run-of-the-mill Democrat. And it's like, this is not it's not your friend. These aren't. This is an enemy of your candidate.
I must just be thinking of him as like young John Belushi or something, right? Because John Belushi always had like the hairline that he was known for.
Someone that wants you to lose so that you can win, right?
It's like you're trying to court third-party voters. It's just better to go out and get like people who don't vote to try.
Well, here's my question, because we moved past this and I wanted to bring it up. And I know, by the way, this is not a criticism. I think this is a valid thing to do. That it seems to be the same thing on the other side. Do we platform never?
Wait. Is that Mouton? Is Mouton like off screen? Okay. Oh my God. I feel so silly.
To make it clear that they would never vote.
No, that's soy pill.
For Democrats, other than to vote against Trump and
yes,
don't like any of the Democratic policies.
You shouldn't.
No,
but we do.
I don't like different answers. Dan, tell us why you say yes.
Soy pill looks like he should be in a Devo cover band. Could you see that?
Mr. Mouton, tell us why you say you shouldn't. Okay.
I think that you can be strategic about this both ways. Like right now, people be like, "Oh, are you happy? You know, now Republicans are using Hasan." I say, "Well, that's great, because one of the reasons that Clinton won was his Sister Souljah moment, where he came out and he showed himself to be."
I have never heard anybody use Sister Souljah as a flex. But yeah, this was like the establishment, the Democratic establishment wanted to know that Bill Clinton was not beholden to, like, you know, the black voters in Arkansas that were instrumental in him getting elected. They wanted to see him say something that would make black people unhappy, right? In order to prove his bona fides. It's like they were like, you're too close to the black people, Bill. Like, you got to say something bad about a black person. He's like, all right, let's find this rapper that said, you know, we should take a week and only do like violence to the like like not do, I don't know. It was this comment. I'm gonna get it wrong, but it was something about like how about if we took a week and didn't like like directed the violence towards the white people instead of, I don't know. It is a but yeah, it was purely for Bill Clinton, because she's just like, I don't think she was like a huge name. Like, I don't think she was like a, you know, top of the charts kind of musician, but he chose to be like, okay, here's somebody that I can be like, you know, I can be like, I disavow that. She's saying that she wants like to do violence to white people. I'm against that. Just so you all know, I'm against that. I, Bill Clinton, am against that. I am not for that. And that was the Sister Soldier moment. But here is Dan fucking Saltman representing this as if it was a brave move on Bill Clinton's part and not a cynical fucking, you know, play for essentially the support of the Democratic establishment, right? Because I don't think there's that many people that were like, you know, I was gonna vote for Bill Clinton, but he's a little close to the blacks. Let's see him say something bad about them, and then I can vote for Bill Clinton in good conscience. I don't think it's actually for the voters. I think it was for, you know, donors and you know, party insiders, right? Which, you know, you do at that time. I think. Oh yeah. They still had the superdelegate thing, right? So yeah, the different, you know, they did reform that after one of the elections with Bernie. In there were people, but yeah, I think they put superdelegates into place after Ted Kennedy gave Jimmy Carter a run for his money in the 1980 the 1980 Democratic primary. They somehow blamed Kennedy for Carter's loss, and one of the things they did was like, all right, let's have like party bigwigs get like a free, you know, automatically made a delegate in the primary.
Be a centrist, a moderate, as opposed to,
oh my god, I can't believe I'm so tired, chat.
Other people who weren't willing to rebuke Jesse Jackson at that moment. So Hasan can be a lightning rod to be like, listen, I'm not a fucking crazy lefty that's going to make you use 600 pronouns and shit in a kitty cat box when you go to school.
That's 600 pronouns. It's not enough, Dan. Didn't you get the freaking memo? It's supposed to be 720 now, Dan. The pronouns have expanded. Every time you complain, we add 20 more pronouns, Dan.
That stuff's crazy. So he can still be a benefit to Democrats that are running in that case. So when you're saying, can you use a Republican that's never going to vote for MAGA or something? You absolutely can. You just have to be strategic when you do this to make sure that it's not emboldening the other party and helping your party in you winning, because winning is winning. That's it. It's at the end of the day. So if you say,
right, wait, pause right there.
Yeah, you gotta love it, chat. The anti-pronoun Democrats, the anti-pronoun liberals.
Hasan and I promote Bernie Sanders. I'm the smaller person.
We don't like pronouns. We don't use them, right? We only use proper names, okay? Proper names only. That's how we roll. We don't like pronouns.
We're promoting a campaign.
There's not 720 genders. There's not 3 genders. There's not 2 genders. There's not 1 gender. There's 0 genders. As far as we're concerned, they're abolished. Okay.
How is
sorry,
Hasan?
You didn't use them responsibly. Now we're taking them away. Okay. The whole litter box. Oh god, did they fucking bring up litter boxes? What the fuck? Oh my god, that is some hog. That is some hog's breath, right? It smells like bacon in this panel.
But Can I augment Dave's argument a little bit? The thing that's nice about Never Trump Republicans is there's no confusion about what they are. They're Republican. The problem with people like Hasan is that
middle guy hated that.
People think that they're like the same.
We should do like a Fallout thing where it's like everyone loved that, or like Dan Saltman will remember that.
Like that's it. Like think about Liz Cheney and Democrats. There's no confusion that Cheney.
Biden says there's at least 3 genders. I think he was thinking of ice creams. I think he was thinking of chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. He didn't hear the question right.
Republican. There's only one group of people who attacked Democrats over platforming Liz Cheney, and it was the.
You thought the question was how many flavors in a Neapolitan?
The Republicans didn't say, "Oh, look, the Democrats are the same as us now that they've got Never Trumpers on." They fucking hate the Never Trumpers.
Whoa. Yeah, wait, but yeah, the Republicans shit on Liz Cheney. The far lefties shit on Liz Cheney, and a lot of regular liberals also shit on the whole "let's court Dick and Liz Cheney."
It was driven by the far left.
Dick and Liz.
Only because it was driven so much by the far left.
I think you're vastly maybe online, but you're vastly underestimating the hate for Dick Cheney.
So the deal with Soy Pill, just so I can give you some of the behind the scenes, behind the inside baseball. Yeah, I'll give you inside baseball about Soy Pill. He went on PV. I think Destiny was somewhat not happy with him, because they're they have some kind of relationship, and Destiny's kind of leaning on anybody to I don't know. You'd think he'd still want some of his people to be like represented in PV, but I guess not, right? But Soy Pill has been disagreeing with Destiny on certain things, and from what I've heard, getting the better of him, right? Being perceived as winning arguments. Now that is a dangerous place to be in, because Destiny does not he does not want to like lose viewers to anybody, or he does not want to lose face, and so Soy Pill is sort of stuck on this tightrope between standing up for himself and differentiating himself at least a little bit from Destiny's toxicity, and not, if he's perceived as being opportunistic here, then the Destiny stans will like never leave him alone, right? They will make his life miserable. So he's got to try to avoid looking like he is, and all it would take would be just oh, my rice cooker just stopped heating. All it would take would just be like him embarrassing Destiny, or pushing the point too much, right, for them to say this guy is being an opportunist, and Destiny gave him all these opportunities, and he's biting the hand. It's gonna be the biting the hands that feeds him kind of narrative. So I think he wants to smartly, I guess, avoid that. If you're gonna, orbit Destiny, you cannot outshine the sun. I suppose, unless you become scorched by it. Unless you're really willing to, put him away for good, and I don't know if Soy Pill could do that at this point. So yeah, he's walking a narrow path here.
Cheney that has existed for the past 20 years,
again,
and ignoring the fact that
be
Liz
clear
Cheney
with you.
fundamentally votes against Democrats.
That's fine, but Liz Cheney was one of the only two Republicans who was going to be on the January 6th Commission. Her and
she's not full-throated MAGA.
But I'm saying, but people knew where she was. We weren't pretending that Liz Cheney was a Democrat.
Yeah,
but if you think that Hasan is pretending to like Bernie Sanders or progressive candidates,
he does. He says he pretends. They're not radical enough. He says that.
You suck at moderating. Be louder.
They don't listen to me. No one listens to
me.
Be
louder.
Okay, but that's part of the charm. Soy Pill.
Yep.
Liz Cheney did more to help or to fight against Trump than Kyle Kulinski did. She did more to fight against Trump than Hasan did. She did more to fight against Trump than any of the lefties who attacked her. Right? You understand that at a fundamental level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when people are like upset that we are courting Liz Cheney, we're not courting Liz Cheney. What we're doing is we're allowing her to say, hey, Trump is that bad,
Mhm.
and I'm going to vote for Democrat, right?
Sure.
I'm going to vote
And
for
I'm
the party
saying that if you can do that in a general, and just because it's very clear to me that Hasan and his audience probably won't do this in any.
Are they not aware that this is how Trump flanked them? Like, look, I mean, maybe not. Maybe their minds are literally incapable of conceiving of something like this, right? But when when the Democrats abandon something or a constituency, and Naomi Klein talks about this again in the book Doppelganger. If you have time to read it, I think you'll understand politics a lot more after having read it. Actually, you'll understand a lot. Really, really, interesting concepts being introduced there by, as always, by Naomi Klein. You will find that the strategy of Republicans, especially people like Steve Bannon, is to find disaffected groups or disaffected movements, right? Things that Democrats are neglecting, and for the Republicans to make a play for those things, even if it is counterintuitive, right? The Democrats, usually this is an area where the Democrats have determined that a voting demographic has no place else to go. And when they determine that that's the case, they say, hey, we want to maximize our votes. All right. We've got your vote. We don't need to cater to you. We're going to screw you because we don't think that you're going to vote for someone else. The Republicans find a way to appeal to them. And then the Democrats become surprised, right? Look at the immigration issue. But this is, what the Liz Cheney thing played into an issue that the Republicans had already made inroads in and were trying to capture. Democrats made a big deal about war and being against the war in 2006. In 2008, they made a big deal about closing down Guantanamo and withdrawing from Afghanistan. Neither of those things got done by Obama, but people were motivated by that. But since then, there has not been a lot of emphasis on that. In fact, the Obama administration featured the United States doing interventions on a much smaller scale, but still, civilian, like what seems like the murder of civilians, and so all that while Republicans have been, recasting themselves as being anti-neocon. Why? Well, because the neocons were too liberal. They spent too much money. They allowed too much welfare, and so we can't trust them anymore. And yeah, we're also against the wars that they started. And the Democrats fall into the trap. Like Liz Cheney was a trap. I'm not saying that in a Candace Owens sense, chat. I'm saying that Liz Cheney was a rake that the Democrats, that the Harris campaign unfortunately stepped on, because it plays into the the thing that it plays into the Republican talking point that actually the Democrats are war hawks. And it's true when you say it about somebody like Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris made it true in the way that she leaned into the pro-military hawkish sort of stance that she staked out ever starting with the convention. And yet I think that Liz Cheney was just the neoconservative cherry on top of it all that actually helped sell the lie that the Trump people were pushing. Wick, you're so incredibly useless. I'll strike that, right? I feel like you could be useful. You are like a reverse weather vane, aren't you, dude? If somebody were to hire you as a political consultant, they'd be better served by listening to your advice, listening to your analysis, and inverting whatever you said to be the opposite, because you could not have been more wrong here. And you're popping off like you know something, Wick. You're a guy in a hoodie that looks like the Gordon Fisherman somehow. I don't know how you managed to make it look like that, but you do.
General, but you can do this in other races where you agree with their picks. Why not do that? That's
Well, one of the reasons is then you tie yourself. It's the same reason you don't hang around someone with leprosy. You might get leprosy.
I'm
And
sorry,
look
Wick,
at the-
but if I'm going to catch leprosy in any of these rooms, it's probably going to be yours. Am I right, chat? Where do you think you're more likely to catch leprosy? I'm sorry, I shouldn't even be saying this, but it is a real thing. We are still on Destiny. Let's check out the cuckening. Oh my god, which is the cuckening? The quartering cuckening? Are you ready for this, chat? Are you ready for the cuckening? Sub ad time. Minutes goes on there, and more importantly, wait, what are my other options here? Oh yeah, I could add I was thinking about uploading a see, I think it's a rewind effect. Oh no. I somehow have the FaZe Clan intro on here. I've got the great moves, Ethan. What am I looking at? I need wait, what is it? It's taking okay, I'm sorry, this is like taking too long. Bubbles, combat whoosh. Rewind. All right, we got it. I don't know, Chad. Do you think this would be a more appropriate, like... Okay, hell no? Why do you keep going? That's way too long. Wait, why did... Whoa, I like uploaded what the hell? I accidentally... Chat, I uploaded my whole folder somehow. You have activated my trap card. Oh no, why is this? This is old school. But the little dudes come up and like I just naturally am like, little dudes. What? I think that's a Minecraft stream from a long time ago. Okay, well, fuck that rewind. Wait, no, what just happened? Oh, I went to my uploads. Okay, gotta go back to my stream. Okay, we're sticking to this, I guess. Right, that's gonna be our sound. That's gonna be our sound. Do you like the Bites the Dust? I don't have Bites the Dust. I do have Zawarodo. Would that be a good sound? Oh yeah, Bites the Dust would be the best. Yeah, for a rewind. I need to work on getting that asset, that JoJo reference. Also, you know what would be really awesome is, I don't know. No, we can't. I was thinking like the Joseph Joestar suite of cursing, but then I realized why I don't want to do that. So, chat, with no further ado, let's find out what's going on with the quartering. Who are the people in your neighborhood? In your neighborhood, chat, who are the people and what are they doing? Quartering. Becoming a lol cow. Internet versus quartering. Legal mindset. Oh god. It's like mostly right-wing channels doing quartering videos. Melanie Mac? No. Is Melanie Mac exposing the quartering? That weird octopus guy? More Melanie Mac? Brittany Venti? Ooh, who's Empathy Enjoyer? That's not like an empath channel. Oh yes, of course. Chud Logic. Yes. Chud, continue to make fun of other men for being cucks. I am sure this is not going to come back. And anyway, chat. Anyway. I mean, I'm thinking Internet Versus is going to be our best bet. Although it might be right-wing slop for all I know. Nicholas Diorio, this big sweep is on. Xander Hall, yes. We get to see it through, that's 6 months ago, though. Okay. Let's just get a sense of what the fuck is going on here. From maybe the Internet Versus. I'm not, like, you know, a fan of this channel. But the thing that they're doing is, you know, just like reading through tweets, basically.
PPP then tweets out this.
Okay, so let's try to figure out what's going on, because I still have no idea. Other than, I guess, he is a cuck now. That's what people are telling me.
Over the weekend, many updates have come out about the feud between the Quartering and Kino Casino.
Why is there Kaya?
First, the Quartering put out a statement saying that he was embarrassed by his reaction to the Kino Casino, calling for their channel to be taken down, but still he sees the Kino Casino as vile and liars. And of course, this garnered him some backlash, but it got exponentially worse after Kino Casino's clip channel on YouTube was taken down, with everyone immediately pointing the finger at Jeremy. Of course, he denied involvement in this, but some criticize him, saying that even if you didn't directly pull
Dude, chat, I don't want to belabor this point, but the channel that he's talking about is, I believe, run by Nazis. And from time to time, they'll be talking about something that people who are not Nazis are interested in, and they start to be like, did you see this Kino Casino clip? And I'm like, yeah, I did not, and I do not wish to. Please get that shit out of my face. Can we get Professor Jang to explain YouTube drama? You got to bring him. We got to bring him on my stream. Maybe. Melanie Mac, yeah, stay strong.
Pull the trigger on their channel. He brought this whole concept to light and may have inspired someone else to do it. Additionally, a video posted shortly after Kino Casino.
Oh, I love this guy's delivery.
Kino's channel was removed on the Quartering's channel, included a link on his Gmail where YouTube is thanking him for a report filed, causing many online to demand.
Oh wait, so we're starting off throwing shade at him for reporting a Nazi channel? Okay. I mean, not that he cares about, like, people being fascist, but Lance has spoken about it. Yeah, Lance is usually, you know, got the, like, the cuck drama, right? This Lance is the cuck whisperer, I believe. Is that correct, Chad? Is that canonical? Is that canon? No, sorry, it sounds bad. I just mean, like, he's able to interpret the wild, you know, cuckening through a lens that makes sense for the rest of us normal folks that are not a part of whatever that right-wing world is.
Seeing the flag history of this account, which he has never shown. But there's a lot to get into, so let's just jump in. Welcome to the internet versus the Quartering's response. It starts when the Quartering tweets out his response, saying, "The final time I will address this controversy. There have been some faults."
I don't know. These guys have been Nazis for a while, Daffy. They did not merely adopt. You've merely adopted the...
Folks having a lot of fun at my expense. It's been going on for like a year, and I never said anything about it until recently when they started inventing vile lies about my wife, my family, and well, me as well, of course. The thing I forget is this is the internet. You can't just spend all day responding to every new insane claim. That's what they want. I've been doing this long enough to know better. I should never have even implied anything about taking their channel down. That's not okay. It's cringe. It's bad. It was me getting emotional. I guess it's harder to brush things off now that I am in my mid-40s. Plain and simple, I got triggered when they moved on to insulting my wife, my marriage, and family. They state as fact some of the most vile, untrue imaginable, all in an attempt to get my attention, and I made the internet's cardinal sin of getting emotional. It's a no-win situation. They make up insane like my friend of 10 years is having with my wife, and I just have to sit
Wait, that's
there
the cuckening, right?
let it become lore. Let it fill my comment sections and live stream chat, because if I address it, they just make something else more insane up. I have been way too open on the internet. Most everything they are memeing on is shit I've openly shared, like my pants at a Walmart, etc. Lol. And that's all fine. It's just the insane lies that I thought might end at some point.
Speaking
Sadly,
of epic
they just keep
delivery,
ratcheting them up, and now that I responded poorly, more folks are getting involved in cementing this garbage as fact. I've definitely done some cringe stuff worthy of making fun of, and I hope they make a lot of money doing it. But at the end of the day, there is room on the internet for all of us. This is the part of it sometimes. Almost nothing
okay,
said
this
about me
looks
has been
good.
presented in good faith, but I just gotta let it ride and not spurg out, so for that, I apologize. Comment sections have been wild and made it worse. Please don't bother engaging with this stuff. Everything is going to be fine, lol. I apologize in my part for making it worse for people that just want to watch the show, lol. They will see this post as
I just really hope that me calling Lance the cuck whisperer, it doesn't get back to Lance like in the wrong way. You know, that would be...
another epic win in their twisted fantasies, but this post is for people who actually watch the show, not for them. I am human, and sorry to say, a pretty boring one despite what you might hear or see on the internet. Sorry to report, I do not in fact have a Jewish bull. My female coworkers love working together and we are all friends. I do not have any prior or current employees under NDA. Just about everything you see or hear just isn't true, or it's purposely warped, lol. And Shuan had replies to Quartering by saying, threatening to deplatform a channel is like threatening to use a nuke in the world of the internet. Completely against the
okay, I hate to look, this is Shoe on Head. I'm not a fan, but it's what I always say. And what it seems people look, this is what I'm talking about. Like, she's from the old school. This is the way shit ran, right? You did not, like, you know, make threats to take down somebody's channel via like copyright claim or you know, fucking mass reports or any of this bullshit. You know, back in the day, because everybody understood if one person goes against the bro code, okay, Shu, you are definitely one of the boys.
Code. Every public figure is mocked and their personal lives gossiped about. I learn a new lore about myself every day, but never threaten to destroy those people's lives. You need to apologize.
But not in a Candaceois kind of sense.
To the casino boys directly and just continue making content your fans want to see. And the Quartering says, I know, it was a moment of weakness. I never followed through. I just got in my feelings once they brought my wife, who is not an internet person. No excuses, disengaging. Oh, Shu, on that second part, I will...
Hell yeah, Shu on Head, who's Mr. Medicare. Look, I hate to break it to you, Davi, but Shu has managed to pop up every now and then and put out a video to stay a lot more relevant than people, her contemporaries, let's just say. I don't think she's like one of the, you know, bigger voices on YouTube, but yeah, unfortunately, she's found like a weird home between the left and the right. I don't know. It's cringe.
I'll never apologize to those losers who circulated Photoshop disgusting pictures of my wife. We are not 18 years old anymore. Pretty sure you wouldn't have apologized to those people spreading fake nudes of you, would you? And SW Carter says, when did Kino Casino pass around photoshopped pictures of your wife? And Aiden Paladin says, no, Jeremy, you broke the bro code. It's over and you are forever a flagger. Potrotter.
That's really cringe. Is this Twitter? They can say the F slur if they want to, right? I don't think there's...
Replies to Shoe on Head by saying, going after someone's wife.
Wait, and how come the person pronounced it like... I don't know, chat.
Is a nuke. Ethan Ralph quotes the Quartering by saying, you're a bum. Sad but true. Matt Jarbo quotes the Quartering by saying, final time, until it's Miller time. Josh Moon replies to the Quartering by saying,
oh, what's the joke about Miller time? He got drunk and peed in his basement or something?
It's like you're taking all lessons learned watching internet personalities implode and then reenacting them. You've crafted this message to own up without actually having to tell your audience what you did and to who. For educational purposes, let's go point by point. 1. Who is this for? Who are some folks? It should be for PPP and Andy Worski, but you don't mention them once. The first requirement of an apology is addressing the people who you have wronged. People are taught this as toddlers. 2. The second component of an apology is identifying what you are apologizing for. You actually didn't say you'd take their channel down.
Wait, do right-wingers really, like, write manifestos about the proper apology? Isn't Andy Worski also a Nazi? Aren't, like, all these guys Nazis?
You are threatening to go scorched earth and take everything they have. 3. The third component is actually taking responsibility for it unconditionally. The first 9 paragraphs preceding the apology is your justification. If you feel so justified in going scorched earth and taking everything they have, don't bother apologizing. 4. You're doing this on Twitter. Your tweets only get as many views as mine, and all I do is dump half-baked racism a couple times a week. Supposedly, you get as many as 60,000 live viewers. So that would be the appropriate place to apologize for threatening to engage in lawfare and deplatforming for online banter. 5. The true purpose of this message is to try and appease PPP plus the Kino Casino audience without actually having to expose your audience to anything that's been going on, or what any of the vile, untrue is. All the same way you thought threatening to take everything they had might make them shut up, you're hoping that an ambiguous apology might take the wind out of their sails without having to eat crow for anything. Finally, and most importantly, this message ignores reality. You're not learning anything. You've not accepted any of the points raised that have triggered you. Your friend, who you invite over to your house, is a known swinger with a criminal history involving a DV. There is very good circumstantial evidence that you were aware of this. There are way too many clips of you making wildly inappropriate statements to your female co-host.
Oh my god, no, I could see that, Davi. She was going to be the Laura Loomer / Rasputin to the next Trump in 20 years. Yeah, to Baron Trump. I could see that. Everybody judges Baron just because of his dad, but Baron's actually his own man, and people don't understand. There's just so much Trump derangement syndrome that nobody actually talks to. Gets it straight from Baron's mouth. Oh my god, no. And she ends up in a relationship with Baron. Oh, wait, actually, isn't that gross? Isn't that like that's a pretty sizable age gap? I don't know. Why did I just, Anyway.
Nobody can take public statements that they're fine with it at face value. They're your employees, and one of them is feeding a baby, soon too. She can't afford
This is about a violation of the bro code, which supersedes even racism on the right, huh?
Time if she wanted to. You also say my female coworkers love working together and we're all friends, but we know for a fact that's not true. The former co-host and co-founder of The Publica, Sydney Watson, is evidently very unhappy, probably because of the on-screen harassment
Sydney
she was subjected
Watson?
to. Despite your claims, she does appear to be
Why does
subject
that
to an
name
NDA, or
sound
maybe a non-disparagement
familiar?
clause, which is not technically an NDA. This post does 3 things. 1, it admits that PPP is getting to you. 2, you have learned nothing. And 3, you will keep causing the same problems for yourself. P.S.
What is
Ricada also
PPP?
does the smiley face cope smiley thing.
Nick Rekieta was a law tuber who was involved in like Kiwi Farms type drama. I remember him having a lot to being one of the bigger like Keffel's detractors. Definitely, standing against the attempt to take down the Cloudflare, their Cloudflare server that allowed them to operate without getting, a lot of people would like to DDoS that site, but their Cloudflare protection prevents that, right? Well, I think Keffels was trying to get Cloudflare to drop them.
And this unrelated tweet went up that people memed on.
But yeah, so then Rekieta starts doing content where he's like obviously very intoxicated on something. His kids are there. I don't know. Was he talking about the Baldo while his kids were there, or maybe that was afterwards, or like the kids are in bed and he starts talking about this thing called a Baldo that's like a sex toy that like allows people to insert their different. I don't even want to explain what a fucking Baldo is, but people are like, "What is this guy okay? What's wrong with him?" Eventually, it gets really bad, and his kids get taken away from him, and I don't know, like, did he have some? I think he went to jail or something. He also sold. Okay, yeah. So he was selling crack and guns out of his house. So the police did eventually come to get him on stream. So when they're saying that, like, Rekieta used to answer with the same copy, wink, smile kind of thing, they're saying you are, going to be a lolcow like Rekieta, right? You're going down the road of becoming the content that everybody points to and laughs at. Shouldn't all that stuff go through Bellingcat? First for judicial review.
When the quartering tweeted out about his chat, saying Chad bullied me into playing Crimson Desert and it was well worth it. However, there was an edit to this post because originally it said
Chat, is Crimson Desert good?
Chad bullied me into playing Crimson Desert and it was well worth it. And JG replied, holy cooked dude. And it's him saying, please tell me you meant to say bullied, but you say bulled so much your phone autocorrected.
Oh,
please God tell me that's what happened. Copium
okay.
also
I
tweeted
think
it
that
out with
means
the caption, Freudian
something about cucketing.
slip alert. And Shred replies, why is such a huge thing among the Rumble circles? Holy sh.
So wait, is there actually, so far it does not seem like is there like evidence that the quartering is,
Brittany Vinci also weighs in on the whole situation by tweeting out, at the quartering, you're trying to deplatform Kino Casino for laughing about your wives.
Yeah, mostly they seem upset about Kino Casino getting reported.
Pizza and sky bowls, but you openly lust after women. I just saw a disturbing clip of you saying you want to have babies with me. It makes zero sense. It seems like you're just anti-free speech now. And the quartering replies, I never flagged anything. I showed proof. And of course, you could have asked me directly since we've known each other for years, but I guess this is one way to go about it. And Brittany replies, Jeremy, I saw everything. You said you were going to take them down and flex your connections in Josh Moon's DMs to do so.
Josh Moon is the admin of Kiwi Farms.
After your proof. I don't want to have DMs with you after what happened with Josh Moon recently. It's very dishonest. You are anti-free speech. Andy Worski replies to Brittany by saying, he is saying he didn't flag.
Wait, whose age difference? I was just going to say, if Shu dated Baron, right, there'd be like a pretty substantial age difference. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. Gen Z is obsessed with having a mommy girlfriend. Well, I mean, it's not like, okay. I feel like the same. I feel like we've talked about the opposite of, or the effect on the other side with like Xander Hall and his MILF obsession.
Yet he threatened us like 10 times over the weekend and we got flagged twice. He said he was going to take everything from us. Combat Wombat replies,
wait,
$5.
Is Worski part of Kino? That's a Kino. Says he ends up like tipster. Oh, okay, wait, is that supposed to look like the quartering mixed with tipster? I don't
It says he ends up like tipster.
Also, tipster, what are you talking about? Tipster's, super popular now. Everybody loves tipster.
And he then tweets out this interaction and then shows that the quartering has now blocked her, saying, at the quartering, you didn't explain how this is free speech. Blocking me doesn't change this. Whoa, buddy. She then tweets out a picture of a 2025 post by the quartering where he says, I have been radicalized, with the caption, I'm going scorched earth tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. She also tweets out a picture of the Grok trending, where the trending tab says the quartering blocks Brittany Vinci and others after accusations of attempting to deplatform Kino Casino over joke about his wives. And she says, and
okay, this is like exclusively about, let's do the Lance one. I was trying to do like a more neutral, I don't know why I'm giving the quartering the freaking, benefit of neutrality, but no, everybody hates the quartering. It looks like there is no neutrality. You can't find a jury quartering.
That there's a bull is his best friend. His bull is there every single day or every other day, right? Now, if you guys in chat had a girlfriend.
He sounds very inebriated.
And you have a bull, a guy who fucks people's wives over at your house every day while you're on the computer making 22 videos.
Wait. That's, oh no, that isn't that Kino Casino right there? I think. I don't know.
Videos. What do people think?
We're Surfs Times. Davy Cliff. I don't know why the stream alerts are not working right now, but let me get that on. Is it on screen? Is it visible? No, it's not. Let me try that again. Look at it one more time. All right, Brittany Venti and Moon. Oh my god. Talk about nostalgia. Who's the Moon person? The only Moon I know is Moon Holiday that sang on the album, like that song, The Only Risk That Is That You Go Insane. What is the fuck, why can't I remember their name? Are we going over what's going on with Crypto MAGA? Wait, what? Crypto MAGA? This is about Jeremy from the Quartering, or the Quartering, I guess you could call him. And I don't know what's going on, but people are talking about some sort of cuckening.
This channel, I don't know anything about them. I do not watch Kino Casino.
Oh, see, it's, yeah.
Clips.
It's not a good place.
They're the ones that are blowing up a lot of subreddits right now about the Quartering and the divorcing arc. If you haven't been following it for a while, the Quartering is going through a series of what seem to be domestic troubles, specifically trying to openly flirt with coworkers, or in some cases his employees, allegedly. And this is obviously having a
but I gotta
many empires and networks. Now,
add time.
There's a subreddit called The Quartering is a Nazi that usually documents all the horrifying things that the Quartering has been doing, and including his failures. And they've been pointing out for a while that the Quartering is now trying to get this channel and this video shut down. Now, this channel could be super right-wing, I don't know, but the fact that the Quartering is warring with them, I just want to see what they exposed.
To white balance,
which means that there could be slurs and other stuff in this video. I'm not I don't know where I am in terms of this is not.
I mean, welcome to my life, Lance. Yeah, I can relate to this. I can relate to this anxiety.
Content that I normally watch.
Hannah's sole subscriber buddy is shouting you out by your real name.
Oh, I get it.
Twitter handle.
So one of these dudes is a rabbit and the other dude is a carrot. So what does the one dude eat the other guy at the end of this, or?
Which is
it's just like a vor thing.
What is going on? I don't know yet. I can't explain. I assume this is a Easter special, hence the costumes. And I got nothing against theatrics.
Chat. At first, I thought that was Wick.
These are a couple of
the rabbit.
Right now, Jeremy is trying to get this channel and specifically this video taken down. I'm not entirely sure what for. It says the name of the video is "The Quartering's Bull" in quotation marks exposed. Now, if they're referring to cuckoldry, as my understanding is, the bull is the person that you hire to pleasure your wife or your husband or your partner, and so I don't know if that is the implication that is going on here. If they have evidence of something towards that happening, that I cannot say yet. Again, I have to get more information before I learn what's truly taking place.
Take things to the next level, and people are angry.
Higher. Oh yes, that's true. Right.
Well,
sorry, I should preface that as well. So you could actually be doing that just out of the pleasure of your own heart. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone you're hiring. But this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I still don't know why he wanted this video taken down. What is it about this video? So far, it just seems like they're making fun of him.
Oh,
is that why?
Oh, married man, by the way, traditional Christian here.
That's
crazy.
It featured back door, front door, mouth door, money shots.
Wait, did Shakespeare coin the term cuckery? Wasn't there a guy that was that was called that in the Canterbury Tales too?
Everything that you're
wait, was Canterbury Tales was before Shakespeare?
Traditional.
Was this a video or a live
it was
stream?
It was a video. It was like 14 minutes long, and I trimmed it down to 4 minutes.
Why would you?
Oh man, it's time to take your hand off.
it's hilarious. It's really more sad than anything else, in my opinion. Platform. Like it's a smaller.
Oh, he does.
What is this rape tone? Quartering, and who is this? Hannah Claire? Who is Hannah Claire?
Content with tech tone. No way. Of course, that makes
He's
sense.
at a party where he doesn't know anyone, and it's awkward.
Automata's having a field day with name calling level 1. Oh, from Cuckery.
And and basically like
Tectone's getting ready for bed. He's used the word grazing.
Yeah, I it's so hard to sit through this because I find these two people who are watching this insufferable, and I don't even know why this was so juicy. Like, so to give you a little background, there's statements where apparently they're trying to get the video taken down, right? The Quartering and his bull are desperate to hide the bull's criminal history. They have flagged down our video exposing his domestic abuse issues.
What did the bull do, chat? Did he think that like you have to have a guy named the bull, and so he hired Sammy the Bull Gravano? And that they didn't realize that he was actually like in the mafia back in the day?
And other criminal convictions. Jeremy Hambley of Wisconsin is scared to death of the truth coming out and will do anything to hide it. And so I'm like, all right, what are we talking about? So he says, first will be your YouTube, which is in violation of the ban evasion. That's an easy takedown. The next will be your kick. I literally begged you to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose.
Okay, so it does seem like he is coming after.
The promo video.
He's at least threatening to come after people's channels.
Channel that some stuff's gone down.
Yes.
You know, it's gone down. When last we left it, Jeremy Hambley was in agreement with us and Josh Moon that he would be providing his financial documents to Caleb Hammer or another financial auditor, and that we would be doing the debate soon. Because that's what he wanted.
I do want to point out something, all right? One positive thing that you can take away from is that some people, they want to do YouTube or they want to do some kind of project online, and they say, I don't think I got the looks for it, right? I don't think I'm cut out for it, right? I can't do this because of the way, you know, I look at these two, and this is, you'll realize it's not really as much of a roadblock as you might think, right? If you do like horrible Kiwi Farms Nazi content, then you can look however you want. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's what we said. That's
proof.
what we said. But he agreed to all of it. He's like, absolutely, anytime I'll provide.
They're giving their audience what they want, so they
7 years. Then suddenly, all out of the blue.
Well, I don't know. I'm thinking that maybe Quartering was just, you know, daft enough to think that he had to find some guy whose name was Bull. Who are there other Bull early 13th century Coquewald, Old French Cucul, or from cuckoo, pejorative, yeah. The alt is of Germanic origin, so called for the female bird's alleged habit of changing mates. So when Chaucer was talking about the birds that sleep all night with open eye, they sleep with one eye open. No, they so it's just like I always took it as just like he's saying the birds are fucking, like they are just up all night, just doing wild bird sex, and so should you if you're going on a pilgrimage. People really did fuck around. Like the pilgrimages were I don't know. There's something about Christian pilgrimages, right? They're going to see the grave of the martyr, Thomas a Becket, and they're just fucking their way through the countryside and telling bawdy tales to entertain each other at night. So called from the female bird's alleged habit of changing mates, her authentic habit of leaving eggs in another bird's nest. Okay. So I see why Chaucer put the birds in there. It's a parallel with the behavior of the pilgrims. Yeah. Really, is this really millennial nostalgia hour? Hit by the 2000 and 2010s? Wait, is Kino Casino nostalgia?
He changes his mind and starts being like, well, this is unreasonable. Well, I don't know, buddy. Maybe from the beginning say it's unreasonable and you're not going to do it. But once you agree to do it, and then you...
I mean, this is what Jeremy does to everybody. I guess maybe like the Chud side of the internet is just discovering this for the first time. He's done this to me personally. He always does this, where he's like, "Yeah, come on my show. We can debate this. It'll be great. We donate a whole bunch of money to charity or something." And then like 2 seconds later, it'll be like, "Yeah, I'm never gonna do that. Haha, you got trolled. So funny." Like that. Yeah, that's just Jeremy.
Backpedal from it.
And yeah, it's Chud on Chud violence. It seems like
trying the whole. They're forcing me.
Listen, it's like it's one thing.
I just thought something. This is like, you know how like Superman has like that guy that's like the opposite of Superman. He's like evil and he looks like Ronald Reagan. Maybe this is the Bizarro universe, Silly and Billy. What do you think? Like the evil version of the Vanguard? Are we witnessing them?
Right? It's like, okay, fine. Maybe this isn't going to happen. Jeremy's not going to submit his documents. But then
the polar opposites of
on our Kino Cathedral channel, my Kino Cathedral
that
channel
promotes the show.
Kino Cathedral, is that even like better than the casino? That's like the President Sunday version of.
Promotes the show. Our show promo talking about Jeremy Hambley's bull and the bull's crimes gets flagged down for cyberbullying and harassment or whatever.
I didn't do it. And I'm like, you did it. Then
you absolutely
2 hours later, our clip channel gets fucking taken down. The fucking video gets taken down.
The video about the bull. And
did they say something about TYT, or did I just zone out and start imagining a Vanguard video instead?
It's a privacy complaint filed.
I can't tell.
The bull.
Yes.
So this is
okay. Well, explain yourself.
The bull has filed a privacy complaint. Chat. The bull has entered the building.
So what does all this mean? The bull as in like bullshit? The person who is this an individual? Have they committed crime?
Maybe it's no bull. You remember speaking of nostalgia, maybe it's no bullshit.
How are they related to Jeremy? I don't have to sit through their 47-minute or whatever video where they're just laughing at clips of him. Can I just get a time
directly coming out of Jeremy Hambley's camp, but he swears up and down, I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it, guys. Fast forward another day, Easter Sunday.
We win the appeal. We win the appeal at 6 in the morning.
We win the appeal on Kino Casino clips. The video is restored.
Thank God.
Okay? Because he can't sweep it up. Like, this is insane.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. No, just all the odd Gamergate people tweeting at the start, and they were all practicing very old forums of internet etiquette that new online apex predators of right. I want Cavicula to see this.
I mean, look, the earliest I remember was like when the Chuds were burying no bullshit and grade A over A. Anybody remember that shit? When grade A over A was not like really a political channel, but at some point it became one, and it was a really bad political. That's I think, isn't that how like grade over A over A, like, just anyway, chat. That's my nostalgia. That's my nostalgia for the day. Thank you for the super chat. We're gonna turn back time again. Even though Destiny Crashes Out is ahead now, but we're taking a little detour. All right. So what am I trying to do? Sub add time. And yeah. And then that, and then I hit enter, and then try to do this like that. Wait, no, I didn't. Oh, thought I had it almost coordinated. All right, so I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, unfortunately we cannot avoid these two guys. I keep on hearing people talk about this subject and they mention like this channel, and I'm just like, that is Nazis, that is Kiwi Farms. I don't have anything to do with that shit. But
then this guy starts going to Eddie from Kick,
our boss,
Jeremy Hambley, saying that he's gonna get us banned from Kick. Yeah. He openly starts talking about, first I'm gonna take their YouTube, then I'm gonna take their Kick, I'm gonna take
their
everything from them. And he's like, I'm being harassed and my wife is getting these phone calls and
and then I'm gonna force them to have sex with my wife. No, wait, what?
packages in the mail,
which is a lie.
death
A lie.
threats. Provide some proof there, Jerry Smollett. There's no proof of any
Jerry
of this.
Smollett.
By the way, even if there was, we have nothing to do with that.
Exactly, and we
And
disavow
what he's
that.
doing, we disavow that.
How are two Nazis this soy? I don't understand.
He's playing the victim.
These are are they always like this? I don't think they are. I think they're better. Like they were doing better when they were, one of them was the rabbit and the other one was the carrot, right?
To try and get more abuse targeted towards him. He's using his wife as a human shield to silence criticism. And if this really was about his wife, this would have happened months ago, because we've been talking.
A YouTuber named Frasier. The one on the left looks like the one on the left.
Talking about Sky Roan and the Sky Bowl and the pizza place for months, but this only happens.
Sky Bowl. Oh my God, I'm so good. They're talking in cuckening language, chat. I don't understand. Lance, please explain. Please explain the language of the. I don't. What do you call these? What do you call right wingers that talk about cuck stuff? Like that are obsessed with like, oh, you got cooked and like, what do you call these? What is the name for this? Right? And how come they all seem like they all like to make fun of each other for being cucked, but they're all doing it. They're all doing the are you sure these are Nazis? Crypto MAGA is often uses Nazism as a cover. I don't. They're gross people from disgusting places on the internet. If they're like, I don't know what to like. You know how Alex Jones is talking about charging into a goblin's nest with goblin vomit and slop. It's like that. They're covered in a bunch of shit, and I don't have the time to figure out if it's like Nazi shit, or I'm pretty sure that it.
These threats of flagging, legal action, life ruination, it only happens when we bring up his bull. It only happens when we bring up the bull who has a history of sex swinging and has a criminal history. Yeah. And
Okay, and now we're starting to get some more details, although there's still nothing. It seems like incomprehensible. So.
Thank you for wading through the goblin filth for us, Lance. Don't you appreciate him for doing this?
So there is a third party involved, and upon mentioning of that third party, who they are calling the Bowl, apparently the videos get taken down. That's enough. What is this conversation? I don't know. It's tough because I think in here somewhere, I should say, there is a very embarrassing story that Jeremy Hambley is scrambling right now to not let it break containment.
These are people whose minds were broken by Super Nintendo?
Because right now, it's in the right-wing corners of the internet.
Only Super Famicom?
The right-wingers like know about it, right? Like they're the only people in these kind of like shows and circles for starting to be like, wait, sorry, what? He had some kind of like, affair with his wife and involving a third party. And then the fact that he's working so hard to get this all taken down means he doesn't want other corners of the internet to find this out, right? Like soon, if I made a video on it, once we found out what happens, then
that's what they're saying. They're saying the bull. When they say the bull, they mean the bull weight. I'm trying to think of who from the bulwark would be eligible. I don't think, right? I don't think Tim Miller's gonna have any interest in Jeremy's wife.
Jake makes a video on it, and then maybe Hades Vadim makes a video on it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, everybody starts to find out, and then maybe he gets back to his wife. I don't know. I'm just not entirely sure what the details are yet. Right? It seems they're very, like, the Chuds are very angry and animated. They're like, we did this whole expose, we revealed all the stuff that happened, and then our videos and our channels got taken down, and Jeremy's actively right now trying to wage a war against them, doing what he does, like, he's very, like, not, I would say, subtle It's like, I'm trying to think of the opposite of clever, but essentially he'll do things where he'll pretend that he's like, you know, the victim and all that. Like, all I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. Like, what I really care about is your ability and your freedom to do what you want. It's kind of like a bully who beats someone up, and while they're hitting them, it's kind of like, hey, why are you hitting yourself? Like, oh, I didn't want to take your video down. I mean, I actually want you to have more freedom to make fun of me. And then tomorrow I'm going to go scorched earth. And then I love having such an amazing topic to start the week out with. But then no video came out. The scorched earth, oh, that was a day ago. So I guess the scorched earth is not coming out.
Advertising
not even
budget.
a month?
Like if you think about that, right? If you take 365 and you times it by 4.
So wait, was this the video? Was this the video that got like taken down? Is this the controversial video? Like, I could see, considering how disturbing that rabbit costume is, why this is so controversial. It reminds me of one of those videos where like they take the kid to the Easter bunny, but the Easter bunny has like huge sharp teeth, and the kid's like, I don't want to be here.
160.
Wait, he was spending $5,000 a day on ads. Jesus, he has a lot of money to waste.
It's like seeing the missing link to the Gen Z Nazis.
Brand new living avocado trees.
Dishes, bro.
Wait.
Four Starlink dishes there,
This is
buddy.
suspicious now,
And then
isn't it?
people wonder, like, how can he be broke? Like, he made so much money. He blows so much money on so much useless shit, bro.
Wait, 4 Starlinks.
So we have a.
But what could that be for? Does a Starlink help you with the cuck thing? Does it, like, is there some way that, like, do they need separate satellites for each of the bulls?
Oh my god.
I don't
New
understand.
sponsor for Hambly. Are you?
This is like extra hilarious to find out, just considering how much he fleeces his own audience on a repeated basis. Like, you get those every 3 or 4 month cycles where he'll be like, guys, unfortunately the woke has come, they're trying to cancel me, it's because I'm fighting for freedom and fighting for freedom of speech, but you guys don't understand how serious this is. I need you all to donate, I need you to sign up for this email list, I need you all to like fucking
The thing that disturbs me about Jeremy, and the one thing that I can't handle, right? I cover a lot of do you remember when I was covering President Sunday, because Sunday just could not stop talking shit about me? And I was just like, you know, I'm sorry, dude. I embarrassed him. To the point where he challenged me to a debate. The reason I did not continue to engage with Sunday is because the toxic, like, back and forth of crossing the line and doxing when it came to him and Tyler. And also the fact that Sunday was at the time, I mean, hopefully he's better now. Like, I haven't, you know, he seems better. I haven't really watched him that much, but yeah, he was just getting way too drunk on stream. You're seeing the guy fall apart every time you watched him, and I can't do that. And the quartering is like one of these guys. Every time I watch him, he's way too fucking drunk. Right? And it's just not, I can't laugh at it. I can't find that. It's not, you know, it's like Stephen Miller and Elon as his bull.
Link that
wait, was it Elon? Oh yeah,
I've got here provided for you all. It gives me like $10 per sign up code. Like, that shit happens so often that I'm like, yeah, there's got to be,
like, quartering looks like his fucking soul is just leaking out of his body every time I watch him.
Be something,
and I don't want to get that shit on me
going on beyond just the fact that he knows he can do that and the audience doesn't leave. Like, maybe he just cycles, like every now and then he'll, like, you know, shave off 10,000 people who are like, fuck this guy, but then he can get another 10,000 by disappearing on the Tim Pool show.
Ready for Jeremy Hambly's big new sponsor, guys?
Honestly, I'm not ready.
Yeah,
I never am. It always shocks me, and I'm excited. Okay, are you all ready, guys? Here we go.
This is so very sad. We're gonna get that after a super quick word from this video sponsor. Huge shout out to this video sponsor, MD Hair, who
No! Wait a minute, shaves his beard off and eats it on camera, and successfully eats.
What are they? Are these guys on Twitch? What? That's a Twitch emote for this channel. How are these guys on Twitch? Anybody that says Twitch is too woke, I'm sorry. If Kino Casino has a fucking channel on Twitch, you know, anybody can. There is no ideological you know, litmus test whatsoever. Not even like
Diarrhea, poop stained clutches of the hand. She's free. She's branching out. She's gaining independence. She's becoming competent. comment is a casino.
Like and subscribe. There we go.
She's glowing. She's radiant without the burden of Hambly on her soul.
Wait, Hannah, you better be careful. That's too much editing.
She dropped 450 pounds off her back. Him and his wife get in the hot tub with him.
I got to show you. Yeah. Fucking.
I'm sorry. Is the woman Quartering's wife? Is that who we're looking at?
What's going on here in Delaware? With Melanie Mack, a proud standard bearer in Goonergate.
Oh wait, was that Melanie Mack?
Gave us back in the day a full-blown review.
I'm crapping on these guys. Oh, I can't stand it. I literally am just like somewhere in here.
I'm hungry, chat. I want to eat some soup here, but these guys are kind of killing my appetite. It's
this evidence they keep talking about, but there's still nothing. It's just all the clips.
Hannah, Claire.
Like, yes, we've all been laughing at.
Is that Quartering's wife? That's Tectone.
Quartering for months now, being weird, talking about how he's attracted to his friends. I'm just curious, why this now? Because they've been saying a lot about
Melanie
relationship
Mack.
and behavior with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire for months. What happened last week to cause a crisis? Yeah, it's never been an issue until people started spamming my wife. I literally don't care that they make fun of me. Like, her family has seen this shit. Unofficial truths. They deleted the videos attacking our marriage. I never mentioned them again. The more they do it, the more I want to.
So yeah, you see how he's trying to vague post out of this? Like he's saying, at first he said the casino thing. Look, you guys, I was just making a joke. It was really, I apologize for the joke, right? I made it look like I had notifications come up or whatever, browser history come up showing I had reported these channels, but no, I did that to get this reaction, but now I'm sorry. I realized I was mad at these guys, so I made it look. But it's kind of like he's vague posting enough where it's like if you're just watching the Quartering, you're like, hey Quartering, what's this drama about? And he's like, oh yeah, I was just having a little fun with the guys, and it got a little too serious. Didn't mean to scare him or anything like that. Like so he's like they're I guess he's counting on having bigger reach than these casino freaks, but then the other one, he's like, yeah, he's just trying to kind of
As they've been saying a lot about your relationship and behavior with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire for months. What happened last week to cause a crisis? Yeah, it's never been an issue.
Yeah, this other thing that he was like, yeah, I don't like it when they talk about my wife so much, right? He's trying to make it seem like to anybody that's just casually looking in, hey, Quartering, what's this about? It's like, oh yeah, they're talking about my wife, so I'm just going to disengage. You can understand that, right? I'm real protective of my family, and instead of it being like he's committed the one sin that you actually do get canceled on the right for, right? You get canceled for I don't know, do you get canceled for like who was that singer that like had that song like You Better Run or something, but then like there was a sex tape of him that came out of him just getting railed, and like nobody knew he was gay, and so the reaction was like very homophobic. I don't know if you get canceled for something like that. Like if they straight up saw you having gay sex, right? Like, as a bottom, like does that cancel you? But yeah, there's that the point is there's very few things. There's very few things that the right wing will really care about, that they won't, you can't just say, it's the liberal media, what are you going to do? And yeah, getting, doing this, getting cucked is apparently one of those. So
issue until people started spamming my wife. I literally don't care that they make fun of me. Like, her family has seen this shit. Unofficial truths. They deleted the videos attacking our marriage. I never mentioned them again. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connection to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend who apparently has a questionable past.
He's the victim here.
But this is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win. Oh man, this seems like it's pretty serious.
Wait. Did he release this or did she release this?
As far as what I say, if this is authentic, by the way, this has not been authenticated. This is all just hearsay and slop.
We don't know. Okay.
But it seems like these two individuals, the people who are dressing up in the costumes, right?
Yeah.
dudes.
The rabbit and his prey.
They made a video. That video has information in it that directly basically suggests or proves that Jeremy was involved in a cuckolding relationship of some kind with his wife, or they suggested it, or I don't know, because the video got taken down, which is kind of fucked up. Now, behind the scenes, apparently, Jeremy was so desperate to make sure that no one knows what's in this video that he's been aggressively trying to use what power he has within the creator space right now to try and get it, to try and stop it from coming out. And that's why I'm like, so we're at the front lines of this, by the way. This is not broken containment yet. This is not something that
So in other words, if he's got enough connections where, you know, he knows he has relationships with people at YouTube, and he can say, hey, listen, this is they're going after my wife. She's not, you know, she never asked for this. She never wanted to be part of this. This is just this horrible thing where these, you know, stalkers, harassers, you know, it's just like they'll kind of portray it as a situation that their friend at YouTube is going to feel sorry for them about. So, you know, just like, just this one time, Jeremy, just this one time, I'll make sure it gets taken down. And meanwhile, they don't realize it's actually Jeremy, you know, basically trying to. Now, I won't say that it's in the public interest to see the contents of that video necessarily. But again, it's not something that you'd be able to put the kibosh on without the kind of connections and this, you know, channel size that you have as the quartering. So
aware of, but I really wish that we already had the Hates Vadim video. Save some time. It'll come out in about 2.5 years, just to be clear. It'll take a long time, but or maybe a footnote in an H-Bomber Guy video. Like, I don't think Jeremy would ever warrant being the centerpiece of the H-Bomber Guy video, but he could be just a side little, a funny side quest in the middle of one of them, where it's like, you know, speaking of cuckoldry, we need to speak for a minute about one Jeremy Hambley, and then like go right to that. Like, yeah, all right, yeah, makes sense. So he said,
that's one of these days, you know, that the videos, you know, something's gonna drop, and on Vadim's channel, it's gonna blow everyone away. One of these days, I'm predicting, right? I'm using my the weirding way of.
So he basically is trying to say that they were going after his wife, and he's ignoring and has not mentioned.
Portrayed in far right terms. That's what I said at the very beginning of this. It's like, this wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the patriarchy. None of this would, like, if it's just like, that's how you're happy, your wife's happy, this other, you know, guy that you're bringing into your marriage is happy, you know, what's the problem with that? What's you know, if that's what they enjoy, who cares, right? But yeah, if you're, you know, in this whole thing where you're like losing face by you know, in this. I mean, remember how people were to iDubbbz about Anissa having a OF page? It's the same kind of shit.
Any of the cuckoldry or the you know, the quote unquote bull involved in the relationship. So he's refusing to talk about that. He's referring to the bull as a friend and saying that it was a friend of him and his wife, and apparently does have a questionable past. He's acknowledging that in these still not confirmed leaked DMs, but this is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win.
But wait, is he confirming that the friend is like, you know, more than just friends with his wife?
These messages will be public, but I, like Andy, just get rid of the videos claiming that I let some F-slur fuck my wife, and they continue.
F's? Why would it be a... What?
To make 10K a month on YouTube, and I move on. But they continue to spread disgusting lies about my family, and I have no choice but to react. It's time for them to make a business decision. This is win-win. I can burn it.
Well, look, South Park would be pleased since he's not using the F-slur to literally mean homosexual guy.
All down, lol. I have 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. If they balk, it's not on you, and I still support Kiwi Farms. I assume that's what KWF stands for. Broker to ceasefire, and everyone wins. Lol. I don't know why they would accept that, though. If someone made the same offer to you, would you take fair dues.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Can we rewind that? I must have
I'll
missed
just be
something.
honest, what do they really get out of this? I mean, I get that you're flexing and and everyone wins. Lol. I don't know why they would accept that though. If someone made the same offer to you, would you do? This is win-win. I can burn it all down. Lol. I have 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. If they bulk, it's not on you, and I still support Kiwi Farms. I assume that's what KWF stands for. Broker to ceasefire, and everyone wins. Lol. I don't know why they would accept that though. If someone made the same offer to you, would you take it? Fair dues. That's pretty. I'll just be honest. What do they really get out of this? I mean, I get that you're flexing and threatening them, right? But you're kind of trying to sell it as an offer and not a threat. You're trying to be like, it's a good deal. I mean, I would take it. It's like, right? It's not a partnership or a contract. This is do this or else, right?
I'm sorry. What is he trying to get this person to do? Like have sex with his wife?
I don't know if they would accept that though.
But wait, I'm sorry. Am I misunderstanding this? Because if so, that's like a whole nother power dynamic too. Like that.
Someone made the same offer to you, would you take it? Hey, that's cool. It's not your job to broker it. Any arsler who has been banned as much as both of them have would, if they are smart, but none of this reflects on you.
Okay, so I think the offer is that, is he offering to like cut them in or something? Is he offering like, or is it, he said it's a threat. So is it just like, hey, here's the deal. Like you keep your channel. I don't crush you with my connections and you take down the video that I don't want up.
It's pretty funny that, man, he's just like, he's really bad at this, at being a manipulator behind the scenes because he's so sloppy that all his shit eventually just gets like aired for the world to laugh at, which is where we're at now, where it's like, I don't know how much of this is true, okay? The timeline that I have that we can establish is that there is a couple of content producers who are usually involved in slop drama, laughing at people, mocking them, chud shit. They released a video that apparently exposes Jeremy as having participated in a cuckoldry relationship with his wife and a third individual. He got really mad. He got that video, or someone got that video taken down. Now that the video got taken down, he apparently behind the scenes is trying to ask Kiwi Farms and anyone else who's trying to spread this information that I guess got leaked. I'm assuming it got leaked there first, or maybe it is leaked in other corners of the internet, saying that, hey, if they reveal this information publicly,
all right, chat, 134 votes. Looks like we're almost done with the Quartering's wife drama.
Destroy them. So
are we going back to Destiny?
Take the offer. It's a win-win, kind of thing. So there you have it. I don't know much beyond this. I'm sorry. I'll have to get back to all of you.
Oh my God, chat. I really thought that we could figure this out. But I feel like the Lance is usually like the whisperer for the, I don't know, Chud whisperer. Maybe Chud is the cuck whisperer.
Much to look at. First of all, he's white.
Do you think?
So straight away, that's like, okay, that's disappointing. I'm also told he goes by the name the Wisconsin Bull. When I heard this, I thought,
I don't know, chat. I don't know how much of this we can watch.
Wisconsin Bulls. Is that some sort of sports team?
You could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then like it makes her laugh, They don't get her. And then there's me.
Red Rocket, Red Rocket, Red Rocket, Red Rocket.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, fuck his Chud life, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, a drama has exploded. This is like a multi-week drama. Later, we're going to go right back to the start to find out how it all began. But the long and the short of it is the quartering is fucking crashing out hard over Kino Casino. So the start of this is Kino Casino a couple of weeks ago, they covered the quartering being a cuckold. And that part of the story is incredibly funny. And we're going to get into that, okay? But before we do, I just want to cover the more recent crash out that the quartering has had. The long and the short of it is the quartering has been threatening Kino Casino. So the basic kind of premise for this and the underlining point of this is Kina Casino found on Kiwi Farms this controversy that someone had posted about, which we'll get into, and it laid out this argument that the quartering is a cuckold. And it involves one of the quartering's friend, and it involves, obviously, potentially, arguably, his wife. And as far as I understand it,
I'm seeing like a lot of images that have just been like blurred. Yeah, I mean that. See, it's scary. It's scary, right? Because then you worry, like, is there going to be an image that's not blurred, or that doesn't get blurred in time, right? Yeah, it's just every single thing on here got blurred. So look, I'm gonna take the better part of valor. I hope you understand, and I'm just gonna dip on this. And I guess, are we going back to Destiny? Are we going back to Yepstiny? Are we going back to the cringest liberal creator panel while I eat soup and noodles? Looks like it.
The way that they're attacking him, thankfully, on CNN, MSM, like the Fox News, all these channels, mainstream media, like anyone who's going to be working with Hasan is going to catch leprosy, right? So they're going to be able to effectively tie you and whatever cause that you want to win to him, and it's not going to be effective.
And you think that's more poison than winning his audience over? Like, if I saw data on that,
I don't think we can win his audience over in any real way.
But when are you winning his audience over?
I don't understand.
When they're voting for candidates that I want them to vote for.
Yeah, but they're going to do that
it's only
anyways.
the candidates they want to vote for. It's
They're
only
not
the
voting for candidates. They're never voting for candidates you want to vote for. They're voting for candidates that they want to vote for. If you want to vote for them or not, that's just incidental.
Sometimes I want to vote for those candidates, and I'm willing to combine.
And that's fine, but you're not winning them over
to
to your side at that point.
Yeah, they're
not
just
coming
like
to
they're
you.
free riders.
I know
Yeah,
Hasan is, but I'm not convinced that happens. That his audience is this like immovable, intractable communist terrorist supporting like.
I'd like to just put something out here. Hold on, real quick
Dan
here.
and Ryan, go ahead.
By appearing with Hasan and not challenging him and not pushing most of his insane stuff away, you are.
Wait, Dan. Let's be clear. I'm not
No,
saying
let Dan
challenging.
finish.
Oh
Let
yeah,
Dan
but I want to
finish.
make sure we're not
Go ahead,
arguing
Bill,
against
stop.
the straw man.
Stop.
Well, no, it's
Dan,
fine. What are you trying to say? Be brief.
I'm saying you can completely and vehemently oppose this person and still appear on panels with them and not constantly be adversarial.
So I disagree with that, because I think that by appearing on a panel with him, by not being adversarial, people are going to use it against you, and winning is winning. And at the end of the day, if you want to be winning, you have to appeal to old people and not to people like Hasan's audience, which are probably a portion of them are going to vote Democrat no matter what, and the rest of them were not going to no matter what. There's nothing to gain by giving them an inch at all. There's nothing to gain, but there's a lot to lose, because if you say the wrong thing, if you don't push back on the wrong thing, then all of a sudden that's going to be played ad nauseum on fucking CNN, and they're going to be like, I'm sorry, Mr. Saltman, when you were here in this Hasan Piker panel, and he said that Israel should be annihilated, and you just nodded your head, so do you believe that? Is that something that you're big about? And that's the reason. There's nothing to gain, everything to lose.
But I'm not saying if I appear on a thing where we're both promoting like a Bernie Sanders and Hasan says, let's annihilate Israel, that you shouldn't push back on that.
But he's not going to say it there. He'll never say it on that platform.
Hasan, when you talk to him, like, I don't know, did you watch when Hasan was doing his little rally with Abdul Sayed? And I'll tell you, when they're in the bus together, the entirety of that bus ride, all they talked about was Israel. That's it. This is supposed to be a guy just running for senator of Michigan. You would expect to hear like, oh, how are we going to bring back fucking auto manufacturing or make things more affordable?
Make
it was
Detroit
just
great
Israel.
again.
It was all about Israel. The entire car ride, okay, of this was based around that. And I just think that engaging in that, if you want to be taken seriously and you want to win, by sitting there and engaging it, it's going to be used against you, and it's going to cause you votes, and you're not going to win. And winning is winning. And I think that if Democrats want to win, they should do winning moves. And a winning move is not sitting around with a loser that's going to be fucking baggage and fuck you over later on in life. That's it. So I think you should avoid those.
And I'll concede this, and I just want to be clear. If you can show me data that working with this person is costing us more votes than helping, obviously, I'm not going to do it. Now, that remains to be demonstrated to me. But go ahead, Ryan.
Ryan.
I just think...
Ryan, go ahead.
I think when we're talking about politicians, it is just not my... it's not my position to say to know what is going to be the most electorally optimal thing to do. Abdul El-Sayed clearly thinks that working with Hasan is going to be electorally optimal for him to do. He clearly does, or he wouldn't be doing it, right?
Well, he's in distant third. I think it was his only option. Is he was like, I got to do something here, because otherwise I'm going to get fucking crushed.
He's like, let's see if the lefties actually vote.
I think that's probably true, because if I was a political consultant, I would not recommend appearing with Hasan. I'd recommend, if you had appeared with Hasan in the past, you take the Mamdani strategy and you disavow on stage if you're asked about it.
Keep moving.
But so I agree.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
But
Ryan, please.
Whenever we're talking about influencers, which is I hate that term, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to influence people to have different political views. And we don't want the politicians to sully themselves by associating with Hasan. I mean, if we just accept that this is only a one-way street, then we're screwed. We're screwed no matter what. If it's only a one-way street, he's going to continue getting more and more support, more and more voters, turning more and more people off of politics until the country's dead. And I just refuse to live in that reality.
Well, the one-way street is when he engages with you, he's only converting from you. You can't convert from him. He's not going to have an adversarial conversation with you. He's just going to be there to slap up your audience, and then when he gets them on his platform, he's going to try to convert, basically.
Also, he's not going to grow infinitely. He's not like a game of Snake where he just keeps growing and growing. He's been where he's been for years at this point, right?
Why are you worried about him subverting the party if he's not going to have the power to do that?
I'll tell you why. You don't need a lot of people, right, in order to get into key positions of influence within institutions and have those people portray Hasan as much larger than he is, and have politicians or people with power and influence look at him and say, well, my staffers are all saying that this guy's the hot thing. This guy's the big ticket. Oh, he's got a puff piece in New York Times. Oh, Vanity Fair's talking about him. Oh, this site's talking about him. Like, well, maybe we should work with this guy. Maybe there's something there to it, right? You don't need a lot of people. And I don't think anyone can deny at this point that there is some kind of group pushing Hasan into the discourse. They're just pushing him, promoting him, trying to make him out to be stronger than he is. And you have to ask yourself, one, why are they doing this? And two, how can we stop it? Right?
Well, first of all, that's based on the presupposition that we can stop this, and that
I don't think we can.
I don't think we can, because it has a lot of people that listen to him and enjoy his content, and the idea that if we all just came together and lived in the world where we can just excise this person completely and now they're deplatformed on anything. Dan of all people has done the most to try to get this guy deplatformed, and he's made a lot of progress, but it's not happening. I don't see this person disappearing anytime soon. So the idea that all we have to do is just ignore him, will go away, or excise him and constantly shit talk, it's that's clearly not happening. But two, you talk about this is hurting us by associating with them at all. You mentioned the Abdul El-Sayed conversation in the car was fundamentally anti-Israel. Is that not the majority opinion of the Democratic base right now, which is 80% anti-Israel, I think? Ryan, is that what you quoted to me earlier? This is capturing, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your view, what a lot of people are thinking about Israel.
No, most people are probably thinking about the price of gas. Most people are thinking about the price of rent. They're thinking about their day-to-day lives. Most people don't give a fuck about Israel. That's it. Now, a lot of lefties like to bring it to that and say, oh, but the ultimate cause, it's the fucking Jews, okay? The Bibi, he sat down with Trump and he fucking made him get this war.
It's a privileged online talking point.
Yeah, it is. Most people don't know what the fuck's going on.
I would disagree with that. I think that people do care about Israel, but I think that there's another thing that hurts us because it inhibits our ability to have a conversation about it. It sounded like from her speeches that Kamala Harris had a decent position on it, that we should have been pushing for more concessions from Israel, that we needed a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. These were good positions to take. But now, if our anti-Israel segment is going to be captured by people like Hasan, who would see Israel literally invaded and destroyed as a country, that is his end goal. He's tweeted this multiple times. Well, now in order to have the conversation about, are you anti-Israel? Are you anti-Israel enough? You have to fucking want the destruction of the entire country. So I agree that the Democratic voter base has moved to having a negative opinion of Israel. I think a majority at this point, for sure. But that doesn't mean that it's the same as I want to destroy Israel like Hasan and his ilk do, but I think they have like a monopoly on those talking points right now, unfortunately.
I also want to be clear on one thing as well. Like, it is true that Democrats have a negative overall opinion of Israel. Like 60-40, I think, is what the Pew Research poll. But I mean, when you look at other countries, every other country in the Middle East has a lower by far. Iran is 91.9 disapproval. So, like, I understand that Israel bad, but it's not like they're bad amongst their neighbors of also being worse. So I just think it's crazy to have a Michigan senator running exclusively on this issue. It seems to me...
I might be ignorant. Is he exclusively running on anti-Israel?
It seems that way.
I think he will probably lose.
How is he even like doing any? Is that literally like where all his base comes from?
No,
or
I think
is
he's a general progressive Dem.
where he's like, making progressive policy points that are appealing to a lot of people. Because you can't say no one cares about Israel, but somehow this guy is popular enough to be in a competitive race. Like, no, it's because he's also promoting quality of life stuff, right? And like cost of living and minimum wage. Like,
is he? Well, we know his position on Israel. What's his position on anything else? Do you know?
Well, either he's talking about something else or Israel's a lot bigger deal than what Dan's saying. So it's one of those two.
Okay. I mean, I can only know, like, when I watched his interactions with Hasan, what was brought up. And that's
Did you watch anything else he did?
Yeah, I watched the speech that he did. So they went to the auditorium with Hasan, and he sat there and he was doing conversations with other people. Yeah, it's extremely... Israel focused. Yeah, absolutely.
But if you go on his page right now and you look at the tab priorities, you've got economy for working people, healthier America, housing crisis, civil rights, clean air, better education, and then the last one is sensible foreign policy, which I'm assuming is going to include Israel to some extent. Although if I can,
but is these losers being irrelevant? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who they are. So I mean, I guess people are saying the middle person is Ryan Getty. Obviously, the person on the bottom is Wick. Destiny on top, Dan Saltman next to him. I don't know. People are saying that's Mouton, the guy with the, I mean, I won't even call it a man bun, chat. Vosh, what Vosh had was a man bun. Do you remember Vosh? I'm sorry. Do you remember Vosh when he had a man bun? I feel like it's a different Vosh. I feel like they replaced him. The different guy when they made him chop the man bun, I guess. I don't know. It's like, you take your, dog to the vet to get spayed or neutered and, they come back, the personality's a little different. But no, it's not like that, Chad. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that's not a man bun. That is a John Belushi Samurai Night Fever. I don't know. Like, right? That's something else. I guess that's Mouton, Destiny's BFF. So, he's there, for moral support. So you could say the same for Dan. The soy pill, I guess they're kind of trying to gang up on soy pill a little bit, but obviously he is not, he's trying to walk the line between being seen as if you even let Destiny look bad as an orbiter in this situation, you will not just be cast out of, DGG. You are also going to get you'll be accused of being opportunistic, right? You're going to be accused of stabbing Destiny in the back. So he's having to walk this line because again, there's a place, there's a lane for him to get in where he could benefit from how ridiculous Destiny looks in this whole exchange. It's just that like he's not allowed to occupy that lane.
Control F here. I bet I'm not even going to find Israel. I'm not. Like, yeah, you talked about it a lot with Hasan because that's Hasan's like bread and butter.
This is
this is not what he's running on.
That's Hasan's move. When you say, "Hey, I don't know, why does everyone come after Hasan? He just wants Medicare for all and better pay for everyone."
Did I miss
and then you
anything?
actually go and watch his fucking stream, and he's just fucking screaming about Hezbollah the entire time. So yeah, that might be his printed fucking plan that he has there. But in reality, when you fucking listen to the motherfucker or you talk to Hasan, that's all he goes on about all day. Okay, so it's a nice fallback to say, I just want Medicare for all. I just want a living wage. How much of that is spoken about versus just anti-American shit?
Are we talking about Hasan? Are we talking about Abdul al-Sayed or are we talking about Hasan?
I'm sorry. So damn, let me get this straight. you're afraid that although Hasan is talking about Medicare for all, that you're going to turn your back on him for a second, and he's going to seize the means of production. Is that right? Is he going to democratize the workplace? What do you think he's doing? What do you think this is cover for? Like, what is the Medicare for all a fig leaf for? What is Hasan really going to do, and how is he going to do it? Right? Because this is the sad thing. Like, Hasan and a lot of other people would like to see more revolutionary change than very likely what can happen here. So, but I don't know what Dan is saying Hasan is gonna do. What kind of radical revolutionary policy that he's gonna adopt that's just gonna fuck all our shit up, like the second we turn our backs on him. Dan is so stupid. He's harshing Destiny's Mellow. Yeah.
Hasan.
Oh, well, I don't know then. But I mean, obviously this guy's campaigning on stuff other than Israel, right? I mean, we can agree on that.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that
we're talking about Saeed now,
making this such a push to campaign with Hasan kind of it states the alignment that he has on that front is what I would say.
I think it's for the record, I think it's probably a bad move. And if I were his political consultant, I would say that. I would say that I think this is a bad move. I think you were right, Dan, that this is probably a basically last-ditch move to try and capture some media attention because he's in third place. I think you're probably absolutely right about that.
Like, I would say that's probably what it is. It's like this lets him gear up to do something else when Mallory wins, essentially. That, like, now he has enough name recognition that he can go and do something else. I think that's the case. But, that is what it is. It still has to be called out and it has to be seen for someone to embrace this type of insanity.
Okay, now I really want to see him win. After Dan was like all smug talking, like, yeah, no shit, Mallory's gonna win and he's gonna jump on to some other opportunity. He's probably just trying to get attention.
What do you guys think about the Ro Khanna's statement on this and whether or not this was an acceptable way to deal with Hasan? Because my takeaway from that was,
you got no say on
person has platform of people that would agree with me. I'm going to capitalize on that. If you bring up the worst things Hasan has said, I'm going to disavow those and distance myself from those. And Mamdani already did this and still was able to utilize Hasan's audience. Why is that bad? Or is it bad?
You can't utilize Hasan's audience. You're saying something that does not exist.
What do you mean? Do you think
can't.
Mamdani did not get a single voter from the Hasan audience? Like,
do you think that wait, do you think they would have voted for Mamdani had Hasan not said anything about it?
My Kaya filter needs to go back on. Yeah, you're right, Morbert. On Epstein. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? They don't actually make us do that anymore. Right? So the whole banned streamer thing, it used to be a rule on Twitch that if a streamer like Destiny was banned, not only did he have to, give up his channels, he's not allowed to make any new ones, and you can't have him on as a guest. Not only that, but you weren't allowed to even react to his content because they were afraid that banned streamers would just, their orbiters would basically just react to their videos, and kind of like the way that Trump is mostly on Truth Social. For a while he was banned on Twitter, and yet every post that he makes gets relayed into Twitter, Reddit, everywhere else nonetheless, right? They I guess but yeah, it became untenable and they had to give it up. New poll from Zateo puts them within margin of error. Nice.
Yeah, well, they're going to be Cuomo voters?
Yeah.
Give me a break.
They would have voted for him anyway.
Well, maybe they wouldn't have voted at all. They were like, oh, Mamdani's not good enough, right? Like, he's going to capitulate to liberals.
Are you saying that?
I'm sorry, you would not have gotten the feeling, you would not have been fucking worried about Mamdani, like, being a Fetterman listening to Hasan. You still wouldn't get that feeling. You would have it acknowledged when Mamdani, kind of walked something back that Hasan didn't think he had to walk back, but that's it. That's all, right? That you don't get negative coverage of even somebody like AOC from Hasan, like coverage that is like yes, we should focus on her. She is, she is the problem. Just that, like, well, it really sucks that she has up until now, endorsed quote unquote defensive aid, right? It's stuff like that. Yeah, he's very realistic about all of this stuff.
Face.
Yeah. I'm saying that
So
if Hasan didn't endorse, then maybe they wouldn't even like support him at all, right?
So yeah. So what? Give me numbers or odds there. So let's say that Hasan had 1,000.
Oh my God!
People
How would any of you know? Okay. How would you? You're gonna ask? What do you think the odds of Hasan affecting a campaign? Like there's no way to know. Okay, it's not nothing. It's more than most people. It's not. I don't know. As much as an A-lister. There you go.
And out of those 1,000 voting,
that's all we know.
Voters in New York, how many of them you think would not vote for Mamdani if Hasan didn't come out?
Didn't appear?
Yeah. They're going to be Cuomo
let's
voters.
say, in my mind, this might be an overestimate. I bet he doubled the support from his audience by bringing attention to him.
He doubled. So they were going to be
doubled Mamdani's support. Doubled the support from Hasan's audience.
No, I understand what you mean, but wow.
You're saying that without Hasan endorsing Mamdani, Cuomo had.
People forget that there was a time that hardly anyone was talking about Mamdani. And it snowballed, and yeah, was Hasan part of that snowball? Absolutely, but he was obviously not all of that snowball.
Chance, basically.
I don't know how slim the margins were. I'm saying that Hasan's audience is going to, in mass, be more supportive of a guy that Hasan endorses than if he doesn't endorse or drives apathy about that candidate, right?
Okay, well, I mean, maybe.
So it seems like Mamdani was able to capitalize off of Hasan's audience, and also avoid all the worst associations, because once Cuomo tried to smear him on this, but then once he gets away from that, it's like, okay, well, now I'm just going to distance myself. I'm not inviting him to the upstairs after party. Like, I don't want to associate with this person and the worst things they said, but I'm able to take the good things about this and help me win.
Didn't he explicitly disavow?
Can I ask a tangential?
Well, hold on. Destiny first.
Didn't Mamdani have to explicitly disavow Hasan?
Yeah, he disavowed him on stage
at the debate.
Yeah.
So
I'm curious why we think it's cool to work with like Mamdani and other DSA people, because the DSA explicitly says like that they want to take over the Democratic Party and make it a socialist institution. Like that's not a secret.
Sure. In the case of Mamdani, it's because the other option was Grandma Killer Cuomo. Okay. He was so radioactive that he was a worse option than the DSA candidate.
The other options were Republicans.
Well, but also, but also in terms of what's being said there, though, keep in mind, like what's going on. This is another difference: is that if somehow AOC or Mamdani, even this will never happen, but assume Mamdani wins the Democratic presidential primary, right? I'm pretty sure, like, I would hope like 90 to 95%, only the Muslim thing would be a question, I guess, for some people, but like 90 to 95% of Democrats are voting for Mamdani. Whereas if Newsom wins the nomination, right, what is that? Half of the Hasan hardcore people are dropping off, maybe more. That don't
how many Hasan hardcore people do?
It sounds like you're making you are like, I think you're exaggerating Hasan's like, reach and effect, but B, like,
do we think there are? I'm curious.
Not
like
many.
In the
I
United
think
States?
I think it's a 5-figure number or lower. I think it's a low amount of number, maybe more. That don't get 5% of Democrats are voting for Mamdani. Whereas if Newsom wins the nomination, right? What is that? Half of the Hasan hardcore people are dropping off. Maybe more.
What he's saying, like, right? It almost sounds like an argument, like, oh, well, I guess we're just gonna have to take the DSA candidate because, and that's the thing. That is how the sausage is actually made. Just like negotiation, the person that is either, willing to, or will show that they're willing to, or bluff that they're willing to walk away from the deal, generally the deal goes towards them. The negotiation moves towards the person that can remove themselves from the situation. And it sounds like Destiny's like conceding that in some way, but then trying to minimize, be like, oh, it's only like on the 5 figures of voters. None of us can know. None of us can. There's no way to have anything. You're talking about like how many votes does Hasan move? There's no way to know. You're pulling these numbers out of your ass, Destiny. And your stupid audience doesn't realize that you are pretending to have knowledge of something you never could.
Or
How many Hasan hardcore people do we think there are? I'm curious.
Not many.
voters in the
I
United
think
States?
I think,
Yeah,
it's
like
I think it's a
voters.
5-figure number or lower. I think it's a low amount of numbers, or the number of people is low. But the problem is by capturing so much of the conversation.
I mean, I wouldn't say that every single unique viewer that Hasan has on Twitch is a supporter. Definitely some of them are like roaches or, you know, just curious or who knows, you know. But there's just such a large number of unique viewership that, yeah, I feel like putting it at 5 figures is got to be too low. But again, I don't fucking know. There's no way for any of us to know.
It poisons other conversations we could be having. So, for instance, I don't think that the Israel and Palestine was not an issue that was of such high salience that I think it could have cost us the election in 2024. But I think that the obsession with the conversations around Israel-Palestine cost us 2024, if that makes sense. Like
Hasan's audience being so obsessed and being so online.
Well,
and like
kind of, but not even just Hasan's audience, but just that
Or maybe the votes that you lost on that issue had a multiplier effect because they were the votes that were attached to people who are more likely to volunteer. This isn't hard to figure out. What happens when you alienate your base?
Obsession with that conversation.
I don't really think that costs.
Kaya is an op the whole time. Yeah, there we
I
go.
understand that, but what I'm saying is that the fact that there were two things that you could talk about if you were a Democrat in 2024. You could either talk about whatever the Republicans want you to talk about, which is trans people, or you're like getting fucked on the left by Israel-Palestine, and that's it. There's like no time where you can ever message on your own message because everything is constantly being either.
Destiny, what was the message? Most lethal army in the world. That was the message. That was the speech. That was the convention speech, right? Don't accuse us of being too close to trans people. We don't have any speaking. Don't accuse us of being, you know, too close to the student movement. We don't have anyone speaking on that. We don't even have anyone, you know, on the Palestinian side of things speaking. That's the message.
Response to crazy shit the Republicans are saying, or it's more Israel-Palestine from the far left. And I feel like the opportunity cost of never getting to have like a media apparatus that allows you to say things and message on things and do whatever, it's agonizing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think that's something that we should, you know, work to build.
Then blame your candidate, asshole. Blame your candidate and your party for the lack of messaging. They're the ones that dropped the ball. Come on.
And that's why I'm, you know, happy to appear on your thing tomorrow, where we're going to be talking about raising money to help elect Democrats.
You're coming? Hell yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's absolutely a thing that needs to be done. But I think if somebody's going to bring these people back from the brink, I know I keep reiterating this, but it's going to, unless
it's going to be Ryan Getty, clearly. Yeah, we get it, Ryan.
We think it is totally impossible to win back people who are nihilistic anti-politics from the brink, then we should be trying. We should be trying to do it.
Wait, hold on, wait, I gotta do this. Wait, stop, wait, no, wait.
No, you motherfucker.
Wait. Say retarded shit. You can't
You're
do
gonna
it.
say retarded shit.
No, you can't bring them back because Hasan and these other people have intentionally designed their platform so that cannot happen. If this was just an ideological battle in a vacuum, sure, but Hasan will not expose his audience to critical confrontation, the same way that all of MAGA works right now. This is explicitly and specifically how these audiences are designed. That's the issue.
Man, I don't know
what I was going to say. Real quick.
Can I respond to that?
Before you respond, hold on. Let Dan get his.
Okay, well then I'm going to have to respond to both of them.
You can. That's the way it'll be fair.
That'll be fine.
It's not worth going after them because the amount of concessions you would have to give to get one Hasan voter would cost you 20 other voters that would be normal in that case.
I think
that's why. Is it possible to get Hasan voters? Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
I just don't understand. Like, you guys are acting like Hasan has like a great China firewall around his audience.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let Ryan go, please.
I'm sorry. I never raise my voice on these things because I think it's obnoxious. But please, I think it's wrong to assume that Hasan has ever.
Wait, when was this? Kai was paid to adjust herself during stream. The right gave her a pizza. No
person that has ever consumed his content. You know, I won't even be like that. I think it's wrong to assume that Hasan has his audience in some sort of mason jar where they're bottled up and he can't get out. Now, that might be the case.
I'm so sorry, just because I feel like
Oh my God.
The dog shocking thing is the perfect.
Oh my God.
And it drives me insane that nobody can see this.
Graham Reels.
Wait. Is one of these guys Jeremiah Johnson, the globe emoji dude? Wait, which one? I don't think any of these guys are Jeremiah Johnson, right? Somebody said this was Ryan Getty in the middle, the guy with the hair and a whatever the hell that is, a man not bun. It is Mr. Mouton. People are saying you got Dan Saltman in the top left, Destiny under Kaya. I don't know who this person is in the top right. The person over on the bottom right is Soy Pill, and then the bottom, that's the panel host Wick, who almost never talks. So Sunday, you're wrong. I am not the worst panel host. I'm not the worst debate moderator. With the one speaking,
these other answers.
I don't think is that Jeremiah Johnson. Somebody said it was Ryan Getty. Were they? Maybe I don't know. I don't know any of these people, except for the soy pill.
Ancillary means. I think that a lot of the people that watch Hasan casually, maybe not the people that watch every day for hours and hours and hours on stream, but the people who are exposed to his.
No, wait, because I think he was on. I think there is a video of Destiny talking to Jeremiah Johnson. Let's see if we can find it, because yeah, I was just responding to Jeremiah Johnson's tweet this morning. It's not the Saikuno video. Wait, is it this one? Destiny confronts. Oh, Angry MAGA confronts Destiny and Adam Mockler. Video. I think it was called, because they got some digital ground game. Adam Mockler's plan to humiliate MAGA. Wait, I thought I saw it. Ranking MAGA MAGA atrocities. Wait, where the fuck is I can swear to God, I saw. Oh my God, it must not have been let's type in digital ground game. Digital ground game. And what's his name? Jeremiah. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. There's like a movie called Jeremiah Johnson. Nope, that's the movie. That's Adam oh, it is. It's that Adam Mockler video. Yeah.
My name is Jeremiah Johnson. I am one of the founders of the Center for New Liberalism.
All right, so chat, this is Jeremiah Johnson. This is the cringe lord. Right? And Adam Mockler, I don't what is Adam Mockler's game, right? Little social butterfly. He's on Hasan's stream, he's on Destiny's stream.
We are a center-left organizing group. We've got chapters in around 60 to 70 cities in America. We've got about 8 to 10 countries at this point. And we believe in kind of a moderate center-left vision for the Democratic Party. We want.
So that's Jeremiah Johnson. I think that, oh my God, Kaya's like head is on Destiny's head. Adam Mockler, yeah. I think Hasan talked about this Jeremiah Johnson douche.
Democrats to win elections, and we want them to govern well. We want a good life for everybody. What does everybody want? We want a politics that's focused on material abundance, that, you know, people can live richer lives.
And self-sufficiency too, right? You know, like being able to go into the mountains and build your own log cabin, right? That kind of thing.
With, you know, more affordable groceries, affordable rent, you know, good jobs, good salaries. This is the things that everybody wants, and I'm sure we're going to get into this, but it's harder and harder to see that happening because of the way our politics is going, and we've got to fix it.
Yeah, my name is Adam Mockler. I run a YouTube channel, and I've been spent the past few months and years, I guess, building a team of young, motivated people around me so we can distribute news and clips all day, every day. So I've been doing a lot of debates lately, and then I have multiple editors, one in the UK, one in Mexico, and we just are constantly
Pisses me off. He's just like, we're constantly pumping out clips, and I'm like, all right, dude. I'm putting out no clips. He's putting out all the clips.
constantly distributing clips all around the internet, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, just trying to build the infrastructure, just like I know Steven is as well, of having a strong liberal center-left voice online, pushing for values and pushing the party in the way that we want. And that's what I'm working towards. And I think that there's a lot of room for the Democratic Party to grow, and there's a lot of room for us to, morph it in the direction that we want in our own image. We have a lot of power there. And yeah, that's why digital ground games work is so important, and I'm glad we're doing this.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'd love to just go around and get each person to sort of expound upon sort of your view of what the Democratic Party or the left wing broadly should look like, and how we can sell it, especially from the perspective of everyone here, not just involved in sort of the punditry, but really, as Adam mentioned, the infrastructure, whether it's digital ground game, whether it's Center for New Liberalism, whether it's, infrastructure of content creators, how can we as individuals and as communities try to push towards what we want the party?
This Central for New Liberalism thing that Jeremiah is a part of, it is like, it's kind of crazy because like you think that like from the sound of it, it's like, okay, he's got to be some big shit dude. They're like this think tank, and if they want him, you know what I mean, he has, like, I saw his podcast on YouTube. It's got like 500 views, right? It's not this is, if anything, this is AstroTurf that's going on here in terms of and the type of organization they are. Let's see if I can find this from Dr. Jihad. Why? Hasanabi? Did I misspell Jeremiah? Jeremiah. Hasanabi. See, Ezra Klein, is that where he talks about him with the...
That is bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. I'm glad that a liberal is saying that at a time when, let's be real, this kind of cynical standpoint epistemology and identity politics and cancellation attempts are the tool of the right. This is a very consequential change. The reason why it's a very consequential change is because this is a concession, an open concession from a liberal who is, very important in the liberal intelligentsia, who approached the issue with charitability and said, it's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. And it's not just about me, it's about this movement. Said we have to align with these guys. That's huge. Because remember, initially, the conversation was like, Hasan is bad. Democrats need to stay away from him, And what did I tell you? What did I tell you at the time? I was like, this ain't about me. This is about you. This is about all of us. This is about a change that is happening in the Democratic Party, who the Democrats should be more responsive to, right? What issues the Democrats need to highlight and need to lead on, not just Israel, but Medicare for all as well, right? Economic left populism. These are things that I advocate for, and the collection of all of those resentments is
So anyway, this is the Ezra Klein article. Ezra Klein wrote an article in the New York Times, and at first the title was Hasan is not our enemy. they changed that to something more general that didn't actually mention Hasan Piker. At some point, fuck knows, did they get heat for it? Was somebody mad that but yeah, I did find this
Jeremiah Johnson is like one of my most annoying ops, for the record. It's one of those like irrelevant guys that they always go to get quotes on me. Like if it's like a right-wing paper or a center-right publication, they always will go to this guy. He's like giving quotes about me to, New York Post, shit like that.
Ezra Klein got extremely granular with that article. That's what I heard. Yeah.
Anyway, New Liberals did a whole podcast on my illiberal nature. Jeremiah Johnson, there's something missing from Hasan Piker discourse. Hasan's fans and critics often overlook the most troubling fact about him. The core problem with Hasan Piker is that on a fundamental level, he doesn't believe in liberal democracy. And this is, once again, a desperate attempt for a Twitter think tank. It's not even like a real think tank at all. I don't think they have any serious policy papers or anything like that. I believe, as Adam Johnson correctly pointed out, it's an AstroTurf project of PPI, which is funded by ExxonMobil, Big Pharma, Big Tobacco, Amazon, and they are not only pro-Israel. That guy endorsed Eric Adams over Zoran, by the way. Yeah. These guys hate.
What is PPI?
This is an even less relevant version of Third Way. At least Third Way is like directly being funded by these organizations, by these corporations, and has like more institutional relevance, which is waning, of course. But these guys have none of that, right? They're just Twitter shit posters, the fucking globe emoji on their accounts. It's basically Reddit r/neoliberal personified. Okay, all of the worst instincts of the Democratic Party are they manifest in these people. They're all Destiny fans as well, which is really
clearly poops per ingest. Yeah,
crazy. And they spend
pounds per inch is what I was
just
thinking.
like that fucking freak sex pest
Pounds per
pervert
square
does,
inch.
saying Democrats should not associate with Hasan because Hasan is bad for the brand. They should instead associate with me. And what's funny is, of course, Sex Pestany is an infinitely more reviled figure for all of the things that he has done and even the values that he espouses, right? So while they spend a good deal of time trying to smear me actively, no, Eric Adams wasn't endorsed by Adam Johnson if citations needed. They're saying Jeremiah Johnson endorsed Eric Adams over Zoran Mamdani. So their co-chair, Maya Luna, I believe is her name, threatened the Code Pink ladies to ask Trump to sink their mission to Cuba. Deranged shit. Yeah. She's also talked about, ICE, like ICE being aggressive in their operations, shit like that. They literally aren't even good at being anti-Trump because they're so right-wing. They're so right-wing that they end up sometimes sincerely agreeing with Donald Trump, sometimes jokingly agreeing with Donald Trump. It's very, very strange. But basically, this guy wrote this whole thing, and it's all, he loves China.
Davy says, I'm unsurprised Ezra Klein defense for Israel always seemed pretty weak. I don't know if he personally cares about it that much. Yeah, it does seem like maybe what's in it for Ezra, a way to, it seems like a olive branch, honestly, to the left. Like he was trying to do that with the Sam debate, right? He was trying to really like kind of, I don't know, underplay the difference of opinions there and just get the, audience to be like, hey, I don't see what the big deal about this guy is. He seems like, he's in support of most of our and it obviously did not work. Now Sam didn't get to pin down Ezra on some of that granularity. Oh, there we go. Kaname-kun. It's Pomplamoose per incel. PPI. Progressive Policy Institute. Oh God, is that a Orwellian name there?
He loves the authoritarian nature of China, some of which is like a misunderstanding of the point that I'm making. Some of it is like deliberately clips out of context, putting words in my mouth, that sort of shit. Classic stuff, right? You've heard it a million times over. Every chapter has no events. Of course, they don't have like a serious movement. There is no real sincere movement.
Yeah, classic. It's the Turks always leading Eric Adams into temptation. Right, Davy, and then stabbing him in the back.
There. But it's really funny because like liberalism is failing right now. And that's precisely the reason why that failure of liberalism has created a growth of fascism in this country. And these guys unironically lean into some of those fascist tendencies with regular frequency. And I don't even think it's because they sincerely think like, light fascism is better than socialism or whatever. But I think the reason why they're doing it is because from a corporate standpoint, because all they care about is fucking corporations and corporate interests and demonstrating ideological zealotry towards neoliberalism, which is, again, probably the biggest, most spectacular failure of an ideology of the fucking 21st century. Luckily, they have no motion whatsoever, but if the Democrats were to listen to them even further, holy shit, I mean, we would be totally cooked. But yeah, I don't really want to spend, this was the funniest part, I don't really want to spend tons of time talking about Hasan, so I'm going to make this one long thread, and then God willing, hopefully not have to talk about this for a while. But it is plainly obvious to anyone with eyes that Piker is an ideological authoritarian.
Again, like, you can tell that people maybe on his timeline or who knows, in his group chat, his friends, like, they're either sick of him talking about Hasan Piker and of hearing people talk about it, or they're like, you guys, we lost. We need to shut up. It's only making things worse. Please shut up. Please shut up about Hasan. So one of those two things. So he's like, listen, I don't want to talk about Hasan, but I kind of gotta talk about Hasan. And yeah, it was this like epic. There was 20 tweets in this thread, chat.
Hasan spends an astonishing amount of time defending authoritarian regimes, apologizing for them, running cover for them, promoting them, parroting their propaganda, and more. There are dozens of examples of this. Let's see what Piker has to say about China. Hasan earlier the year went to a trip to China, did nothing but glaze the authoritarian government there. By the way, glaze the authoritarian government of China is me saying, hey, you know how China doesn't wage wars and instead spends all of that money building high-speed rail and developing infrastructure? Perhaps we should do that. That's my glazing of China, because these guys, at the end of the day, have the same exact toxic, repulsive, xenophobic, and, dare I say, either Orientalist or racist mentality that Republicans embody, right? Which is, oh, you're saying that it's good that China has high-speed rail and we should do that as well here in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth? Well, clearly, you're a China lover. Instead of, advocating to blow up the Three Gorges Dam, you are saying there are lessons that we can learn from Chinese governance. That must mean you love China and you hate the United States of America. You want the.
But I mean, you see what he's trying to do here, right? People are basically demanding that he stops talking about Hasan. So he's like, all right, I will stop talking about Hasan after this 20 post thread. And what this is him like taking 20 spins at the roulette wheel, or 20 like pulls on the slot machine to see if one of those can reignite the discourse, right? One of those can blow up, one of those can so as he's like backing away from it, right, he's basically taking 20, I don't know, throwing 20 ender pearls, but there's 20 shots that he's got to try to say something that is gonna catch some kind of attention and get become the discussion.
States of America to die. This idea is one that was always commonplace in American politics. The problem is this idea was only commonplace in right-wing circles for the longest time, right? Although liberals also carry some of those tendencies and have always carried
Yeah, I mean, we do carry the flame.
Xenophobic tendencies. There was an attitude amongst liberals, even during the USSR period, for example, even if they were anti-communist, there were liberals who would still be a little bit more open-minded about why these foreign adversaries were considered foreign adversaries, liberals that were actually doves that demanded a true, sincere anti-war message. That's now gone. There is not really that wing of the party any longer. It doesn't really exist in the party at all. And unfortunately, this is part of the reason why it's virtually indistinguishable. Like our foreign policy between the Democrats and the Republicans, with the exception of Donald Trump, who's a fucking psycho, is the foreign policy is virtually indistinguishable, and these guys like it that way. And that's precisely the reason why they attack people like myself in the same fashion, right? This is a more wordy, more verbose version of what like
He empowered
Jesse
Hasan
Waters
so
or
much.
Stephen
Yeah,
Colbert
yeah.
and Shapiro would say about me. Hasan loves America. If you don't like Hasan hates America. If you don't love America, why don't you leave? Is basically the short and sweet version of what this fucking dipshit is saying. Hasan earlier this year went on a trip to China, did nothing but glaze the authoritarian government. Given that Hasan is a full-time political commentator, you might think he'd have something to say about their lack of basic rights, the brutal repression of Tibet, the Uyghur genocide, how China crushed Hong Kong's freedoms, how they threatened Taiwan, etc. But nothing, only praise. Again, doesn't even like factor in my criticisms of China in many respects. Many of the things that he's talking about, I have actually offered critical coverage to. But of course, that would undermine the argument that he's trying to present here, that I have a non-nuanced version. A totally rose.
I was thinking about going out after stream, but 1:19. I'll probably just go to bed. So it went up, chat. The unhealthy air went up.
Colored attitude about China, both internally and also its foreign policy and things like that. China is a country that has no gay marriage, bans gay dating apps, bans the depiction of sissy men in media, and severely represses gay people. When asked about it, Hasan acknowledged.
So you know, I mean, like, but what we're seeing with Hasan in terms of benefiting from the obsession of centrist Democrats, we've seen this before, right? The reason that Hillary Clinton calling Trump voters a basket of deplorables, and again, she only said that like a percentage of I think a third of the Trump supporters were supposed to be the deplorables, but the reason that caught fire was because Hillary Clinton was such a hated individual. And yeah, it's kind of like when you represent what everybody hates about the Democratic Party and you try to focus like negative attention on your opposite, you tend to end up promoting your opposite.
Acknowledges none of it and tries to blame it on Apple. That's also literally not true. I don't know why he said that. I have actually talked about this as well. It's a little bit ridiculous that he's making it seem like that's the case. Piker was harassed by secret police in Tiananmen Square for recording there, and his response was immediately, well, America's still worse, and to lie to you that you can't be arrested for memes. Mind you, China is a country that has mobile execution vans and disappears students for holding up blank sheets of paper, having the wrong opinions of the public could be a death sentence.
Is that has he been reading like the Epic Times?
The fuck? The more you hear him talk, it's clear he doesn't just care that China kills dissidents. He likes the Chinese way of doing things. You don't have to take my word
yeah,
for it.
do you understand this? Jeremiah Johnson had 20 more tweets in the development pipeline of Hasan, right? And since he got the word, all right, it's time to stop talking about Hasan. He's like, all right, one more tweet, but I'm gonna fire off like all of my tweets that I had that are ready to go.
Asked directly which country's socialism he would emulate, he doesn't say Sweden or Norway. He says China is the one we should follow and learn lessons from. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was in that questionnaire.
Isn't that more about the combination of like market
in that back and forth? Like, this is just being racist. Okay, you understand that, right? This is not like a sincere critique of my commentary or even like a reasonable critique of what China does. This is just pure racialized nonsense. You're like, China is literally assassinating dissidents in broad daylight with mobile execution vans. In China, if you say the word Xi Jinping, someone will come and assassinate you. Here is Hasan
I forgot about Hasan talking to trigonometry.
openly stating in this conversation. By the way, the hopes here, for the record, the hopes here is that no one actually watches these clips and maybe like comes to their own conclusions, right? Because if you watch these clips, you will understand I'm making a fairly convincing argument about, like, you know, Chinese development, control over flows of capital, and how beneficial that is for being able to design a society in your own vision in a way that actually is helpful in advancing and improving the material conditions of the working class. Okay? That's just true. It's we can close our eyes to that reality. We can plug our ears and say, la la.
Carry the flame may be the true religious awakening Kirk has caused. Is Zoroastrianism. Oh my god, I love that.
La 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 la, I can't hear you. And for the record, that can be a standalone thing that we do here in the United States of America without emulating other social repressions, for example, which I always say are totally unnecessary.
Still
Okay?
live? Yeah, and look at this, we're adding more
Every time
time.
comes up, someone takes the CCP side every time. Here's an example where it basically says Chinese colonialism in Tibet and the eradication of Tibetan culture was justified. Again, that did not happen. Okay? Once again, you can get mad at me if you want, but that did not happen. There are certain things that these people will also lie about and say, "Oh, Hasan, you had no take on, you know, the Uyghur apprehensions in
Yeah,
Xinjiang."
gay city is real in China, true.
Bullshit. I have talked about it
Yeah,
extensively.
look, I mean, like, he's also talked about the kind of, you know, 2-step forward, 2-step back nature of and just the way that anything represents, like, any institution represents a center of power. So there has been, you know, a little bit of vacillation in, like, LGBT life in China.
You're out of your fucking mind. You're just lying, right? But as far as like, you know, certain historical incidents that have taken place. Yeah. By the way, he's like, I'm done talking about Hasan, and then just like literally spams as many clips as possible.
Unloads.
It's not just the CCP that Hasan loves to praise. He'll cave for virtually any authoritarian state. He wishes that the USSR had won the Cold War over the United States. I do wish that the USSR was not dissolved. The USSR's dissolution was the worst incident of the 20th century. It absolutely destroyed the balance that we had on this planet. Okay. It straight up is the reason why neoliberalism accelerated and has actually caused the Western world to collapse in and of its own damn self due to its own successes. Okay? That's just the truth. You can complain about it, but you should at least understand the point that I'm trying to make instead of turning around and be like, oh, he loves the USSR. This is the type of shit that's unintellectual, intellectually incurious, and really fucking annoying, right? These are the people who are supposed to be, these are the people, I should have said one of the worst events of the 20th century. These are the people that are supposed to behave, these are people who personally think that they're more intelligent than the Republicans. And yet, when push comes to shove,
Wait,
they behave.
That was like a leftovers clip?
The exact same manner. And they also exhibit the exact
I
same.
mean, there's some classics, right? There's some real oldies but goodies here.
Racialized animus. Okay? The dissolution of the USSR was not only devastating for the Eastern Bloc, it was devastating for Russia, but it abso-fucking-lutely was even devastating for the Western world. Because in the absence of a multipolar world, in the absence of another polar power, okay, that was able to keep the United States of America's imperialism in check, that was able to be the alternative vision of an economic organization of society that Western nations, especially ones in close proximity, had to pay close attention to and offer certain amenities to their own citizens. We have unlimited neoliberalism. We have unlimited austerity in the Western world. We have unlimited militarism as well. And we've seen the realities, like people's in the Western world, people's living conditions have worsened year over year since the fucking 90s. We've leaned into the greed of capital owners as a direct consequence of a non-existent USSR that offered the threat of a good promise, a threat of a good alternative.
Oh. USSR are always threatening us with a good time. Especially their the wrestler, the Soviet wrestler, Colonel Nanochka, who came over to American wrestling in order to just show us capitalist pigs what's what.
He's defended Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He said Americans are 9/11. He later apologized, but it's pretty clearly in context he actually believes that and apologized to cover his ass. Took a trip to Cuba that was similar to his China trip. He endlessly praised the authoritarian government. Like, saying this about Cuba is also, again, it gives the game away. At least with China, you can criticize China because China is a great power in this world, right? China has become a major power that is not only competitive with the United States of America, but will overtake the United States of America fairly soon, right? But when you fucking talk about Cuba,
the government is letting farm animals run for office. How can this be? You heard that one candidate was a lame duck and the other was a dark horse? Vladimir, you are so stupid. I will have your brain donated to science while you're still alive.
I mean, yeah, this is Russia's soft power initiative in the 1980s. Whoa, like can't have that. Nightmare. What is that? Oh my god.
Ideology. Okay. Cuba
is going to Edgelord City if we're not careful here at chat, and I'm going to get fucking sued by Danny Elfman. How much fun would that be?
Nowhere near as authoritarian.
I want to go down there.
The other American ally states, and certainly all of America's foreign adversary states as well. The idea that you are claiming that Cuba is this like authoritarian nightmare is fucking ridiculous. Cuba has existed under economic warfare conditions for its entire existence since the Cuban Revolution. And in spite of that, they've had a fairly responsive form of governance, a lot more responsive in certain instances than the American version of governance. While voter participation...
Yeah, look, Davy, you're right. Jeffrey Sachs should face some kind of truth and reconciliation committee for what he did to he and the rest of the fucking vultures did to the Soviet Union after the fall, or due to the former Soviet Union. Yeah, this is the whole thing. It's like the United States kind of foisting Boris Yeltsin on Russia and yeah, the rapacious attack of capitalism on the former state industries was basically ensured that Vladimir Putin or someone like him that oligarchs would be created, and yeah, one of them was bound to
And voter participation is fairly low at this point. Unfortunately, the youth have completely checked out of playing a role in the policy making side. There are instances where, they've done constitutional referendums, for example. The idea that a one-party state could not be responsive in its politics is silly. It's just not true. It's objectively not true. They have a different system than we do. But then again, we have allies that are straight up fucking monarchies, and I don't see liberals chirping about that anytime soon, right? And that reactionary like to cynically bring up gay rights as if that's the end-all be-all of justice. Hey, Cuba has better gay rights than the U.S. Exactly. That's why they can't use gay rights in Cuba. I don't believe that any country is a moral country. I don't think that, nation states behave on moral boundaries, on
Anyway.
moral terms. But if there was one that was a moral country, as close to a moral
That
country as
is
possible.
Hasan's explanation for this guy, Jeremiah Johnson.
And the movement to look like.
There's the messaging perspective and the ideological perspective. My team and I, who we have like Micah Irfan working with us too, just helping form policy and kind of think these things through. We've got a few prongs that we want to push for. One is sort of Trump-proofing the system, but then there's another that's a more affirmative vision of how the party should be beyond anti-Trump stuff. So the Trump-proofing would be like fixing a lot of the deep corruption in our institutions, banning Congress members from trading stock, banning senior staffers and Congress members from becoming high-up lobbyists who are able to further their own interests. And I think that we need to just continue to.
So yeah, fun shit here as Destiny tries to turn DGG from whatever the fuck that House of Ill Repute used to mean into digital ground game, into like a flex on his contribution to canvassing and the like. Here's some with counterpoints. I thought for a second Pisco was debating ContraPoints. No, apparently ContraPoints wants to debate Hasan though. Anybody hear about this? Let's see if we can find ContraPoints Hasan.
Conversation that took place with the Podjons as well. I think you guys will appreciate it, especially considering that a lot of the liberals that watch Pod Save America, once again, have reacted in the exact same way that they reacted every single time I've been on the Podjons, which is excitement. They reacted with excitement, frustration for the way the Democrats speak right now.
Why are my
on
notifications
issues. I don't know what
blowing
CNN
up?
is talking about. This guy seems pretty all right. We do need people to be more aware of who he actually is, trying to take what little we actually have away. Significant improvement over Cory Booker, exactly the kind of conversation we need. Honestly, this was a very good interview, much better and much more coherent than I expected, given the way some media is talking about Hasan. Appreciate the substantive focus on the issues instead just the controversy. After listening to Hasan for an hour speak clear and concise reasoning, now I understand why the AIPAC wing of the Democratic Party, which is say 99% of the party, fear and attack him. I've been casually aware of Hasan Piker and heard about some of his controversial comments. This is the first time I've listened to a more in-depth interview with him and entered it with an open mind. The perspectives Hasan offered helped me to expand my understanding of the issues between Israel and Palestine. I wasn't sure who Hasan Piker was until Dem started attacking him. After I listened to Kyle Kuczynski talk about him, I checked him out and I found that I agree with almost everything he says. Thanks, Dems, for putting him on my radar. This is, as Hasan Productions says, is why they're desperate to try and cancel me. When regular people watch him outside of 20-second clips, this is what happens. Always, okay? Always. And of course, on the orbit, people who actually watch the interview go, wow, this is fucking awesome. I had no idea what this guy was about. And now that I've actually listened to him without this ridiculous filter, even in a somewhat contentious environment where, you know, my statements are being called in to account, right? There is a little bit of accountability there. It's not like John Favreau is just like letting me run away with whatever I'm saying and doing. All of a sudden, it's a lot more fucking reasonable, okay? These guys are not equipped to deal with subversive mask-on radicals and have done more to sane-wash this lunatic views than probably any other alternative.
Didn't even get into ContraPoints, but here's the tweet in question, I guess. If it's Israel versus Hamas, I'm voting Jill Stein. John Favreau responding to John Favreau, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, what do you mean? I do mean I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Go chat it out with Hasan, says this person. Natalie says, tell him to invite me on. Malorley, if you're, I don't know if you're looking, but I wish this could happen. And Natalie says, I'm not joking. Debate me, bro. So, no, they're morphing her into Netanyahu here, but...
media platform. Ezra Klein argues that we don't have to limit discourse to people we deem acceptable, then does somersaults trying to make Hasan Piker seem more acceptable. As much as he's a never Trumper, he's also a never Democrat too. Piker's a loser. His ideas are
Melanie from Italy just ended all contracts with Israel. Yeah, it's starting to happen.
losers. So is politics. Notice how the people that refuse to engage me and the ideals that I represent and fight for are the ones who are the most active in disparaging what this movement is, what this movement represents. Interesting. Or I think we should.
That's what I thought too, Darful. I don't see Natalie. I don't know if her skills lie in the realm, in the battlefield of remember the last time she debated? It was like Blair White, and she lost. I don't think I've ever seen her successfully debate anyone.
I'll just pay less attention to him, not the president, the other one. Maybe we lived out a little too hard. Let's go back to talking about getting Liz Cheney for a round 2 on the campaign trail. What is this? Your wiki is currently getting more views than Rogan's. Since March 24th, Hasan the Hun's Wikipedia page has seen more daily traffic than Joe Rogan's every single day. Oh, nice. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. The problem is, once again, in the old era, in the old age of the media, if I was some college activist or if I was just like some guy with no platform whatsoever, then yes, most things that you heard about me would be from the gatekeepers, right? You would just hear what Dana Bash had to say about me. You'd just hear about Jake Tapper. You would just hear what Mark Levin had to say about me. And that's the only information that you would be able to make up your mind on, right? Like you would be like, this is the only thing I know about this guy. He seems terrible. In the new media environment, it doesn't work that way. I sometimes have either a competitive or sometimes a larger audience than these guys do, right? So people can hear from me directly. So it doesn't fucking work that way. That's kind of...
So in other words, it's more like a conflict between content creators, except that one of the content creators has been on a legacy platform and has not learned the skills of maximizing their reach and being able to state their case on the new platform. So in other words, instead of it being a asymmetric battlefield, like you said, where he's kept out of even attempting to offer his version of the narrative, it is, it is quite possible that they will end up on the other side of that equation.
What Ezra Klein was talking about. The through line in the freakouts over Rogan and Piker is snobbery and nostalgia. The GOP has already embraced new media, but many liberals still want manor mavens, legacy media gatekeepers who went to Yale and tell them what is acceptable to discuss. Yeah. Why does ContraPoints hate you so much? Is it just because you called out her bad Israel take she had? I'm not a fan of her, but she hates you for real. Yeah, she's just leaned into being a total defender of the Democratic Party, has like some right-wing points on that as well. She was quiet for the longest time on the issue of Israel and then chose to speak out, very critical of the pro-Palestinian wing of the party. Literally, I think it was 2 days before there was this massive sea change because there was tremendous amounts of coverage about Israel doing a famine in Gaza. Like, it was unbelievable. 2 years in, she didn't speak about Israel at all. No peep. Her fans were constantly demanding she say something. Then she went out to Reddit, which is the most, at the time, the most pro-Israel platform that she could find, and released this massive statement.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
Itself was flawed. I guess that's the, best, that's the nicest thing I can say about it.
It is now, it is now unhealthy again. It was getting really close to being not unhealthy. It was unhealthy for sensitive groups, and now it decided to get like bad again. I thought that it was
it right. The statement itself was flawed, and it basically.
I really want to have at least one day of Songkran. I just it's got to get better tomorrow.
Put the blame on the pro-Palestinian activists and the advocates and the people that were dominated, people who were arrested for advancing this cause, for speaking truth to power, punished relentlessly for it, right? She basically said, oh, you're showing these atrocities. It's like, and it's, making people feel bad. And it also hurt the Democratic Party's chances of winning. It was this ridiculous statement. And the timing of it was so fucking bad. The timing of it was so bad. Like, if she had just kept quiet, she probably wouldn't.
The lib that crashed out against the Israeli populace. Are you talking about the opposition leader that, oh my God, I'm trying to remember his last name. But yeah, for some reason, Israeli Twitter was really visible the other night. Like, it was just a lot of the posts from Israeli Twitter were getting translated and were showing up on timelines. And yeah, it was like is that what you're talking about? The opposition leader that was like, let's be real. This is a failure of Benjamin Netanyahu, right? And we're all suffering for it. And everybody like jumped on his ass and they were like, you didn't oppose the war when it was going on, asshole, right? You're just now anti-war. Like we could have used that ahead of the, but anyway, I don't think there's like, I don't know, what is it like? The support for the war is going down, right? There are more Israelis realizing this is going to be a bad time for them. But I think it's still overall popular. They're mad at Netanyahu. They want him to try to draw America back into the war. Why is Contra so into Israel? I don't know. She's into hating on like ultras, I guess, right? That's her deal. If you've ever watched her old videos, right? Some of the old videos you could have mistaken her for like, I don't know, an Antifa member or something, like somebody that actually goes out and blocks up and stuff like that. But as she started to gather more and more of like a leftist and especially an anarchist audience, she decided more and more that she did not like these people and she did not intellectually respect them. And you could see in her video called The Left or any video really featuring Tabby, the caricature that she drew of the Antifa trans cat girl, right? Her bête noire, her doppelganger, and it became more popular than her, and she resented it, right? She created this character, she embodied this character, and it was supposed to be an Archie Bunker, like don't be like this person, but instead people were like, give us more Tabby, and she could not take that. She got, she just grew to hate her audience is what happened, chat. Right? She got in a lane and gathered an audience I don't think anybody else had really like put together. This emerging like anti like alt-right consciousness, and then she just decided she didn't like these people.
Not have received so much backlash, but not only did she come out with this ridiculous statement, she did it right before there was like unlimited coverage on Israel doing a famine in a way that was impossible to ignore. So I think, content creators like this, I myself am not, outside of this group either. Nobody likes to be yelled at. Nobody likes to be told that they're fucking wrong, right? And she was inundated with unlimited statements about how fucking wrong she was. That probably hardened her position. And she, for some weird reason, decided that I was like the primary critic of her statement.
It's like a Ethan Klein kind of.
It's an Ethan Klein thing where it's like, oh, it can't be my own statement.
I have pre-watched this, chat. I did not remember that's what you said.
Being reflected on by my own community that I've cultivated, many of which are anti-Zionist and on the side of truth and justice here, on the side of the Palestinians, getting mad at me. It must be some outsider.
Yeah, truth, justice, and the Palestinian way.
That's pushing them to criticize me. Not comparing Natalie to Ethan, please. It's true, though. I say this as someone...
It's an apt comparison, unfortunately.
Who's collaborated with her, who's hung out with her, who was shocked by her position on the issue of Israel to begin with. Like, I was pretty open about it. And my commentary on her statement was much nicer, much nicer than many others. My expectation was that she would be the last person to do this because she's actually smart. It was genuinely a surprise. Because Ethan Klein is a fucking idiot, Like, he doesn't know shit about politics. He's just responding to whatever he sees on his timeline, whatever.
Israel's doing extra evil. Yeah, people are not able to pay attention to what's going on in Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza and the West Bank at the same time. There's stuff going on everywhere. Morbero's telling me Israel's doing extra evil shoot at the moment. They won't let in proper food or water, but they're approving pallets of junk, soda, chocolate, Nutella. They can go like, we've delivered X million of calories worth of food. therefore there is no famine, when it's, you know, just like the least nutritious food you can imagine.
Was presented to him in a subreddit. She thinks you're a revcom, so I don't think she knows that much. Wait, what? You just gave him material for his next 6-hour podcast, buddy? Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. What's he gonna do? Fucking complain about? Is he gonna cancel Ezra Klein now? You know, King Lib. He's gonna be like, oh, Ezra Klein, you're canceled. You got sucked into Hasan's dangerous web of lies, like he did with fucking Sam Cedar. We must cancel our New York Times subscriptions, guys. Like, is that what he's gonna do? Okay. Good luck.
Back to the panel from hell.
In passing and like it and say, you know, I'm really upset about Israel. I really want Medicare for all. Those people are absolutely winnable. And I don't think that he has those people locked up in some sort of mason jar where they're never seeing any other kind of concept.
I think that
they're locked up in a tower where you'll have to ask them to let their hair down before you can climb up in order to, you know, rescue them.
Right. No, you're right. But the problem is that we shouldn't be fighting over those people. We should be synergizing to capture those people. When the Republicans
What does that look like?
It looks like Kyle Rittenhouse going on Joe Rogan's podcast, where they have a ton of ideological disagreements, but they're recruiting every single person they can to vote for Trump. Whereas if I'm fighting with Hasan, we're fighting over
Haspunzel.
whether or not there should even be a support for the Democratic Party. And also just this idea of you're saying that, like, I don't believe he has this like lockbox on his viewership or whatever. This is how the media environment has worked for the past like 5 years. It's locking down your audience and your algorithm as much as possible. How many large figures, Emma Vigeland, Ryan Grimm, Sam Cedar.
Are you sure that you're not just self-reporting here?
Taylor Lorenz, all of these weirdo probably Mediasan.
Like your audience is too ignorant to get out of your, you know,
will literally tell you with a straight face that Hasan was not shocking his dog on stream. I don't even know if most people here even know or believe that, think that that's just a fucking meme. But it was true. This is like the most like don't believe what's in front of your eyes ever in order to carry talking point. If the majority of his audience and the majority
He's so resentful. Like I don't even know how many of you are true soldiers and willing to face the obvious you know, truth, the undeniable truth that Hasan you know, zapped his dog with a freaking electric chair.
of the people on the far left over there can tell you that lie? How can we pretend that this is an audience that's
I'm sorry, but there's only one person selling anything. There's only one person trafficking in lies, and it's the person trying to say, see, if the dog yiped and moved, it must be that it's from electricity. You can't prove it to your fucking self, dipshit. You just are operating on motivated reasoning because you're a bad faith fucking demon. And I'm sorry, Destiny, but your time on the internet is up, all right? You keep this up, you're just going to become more and more of a lol cow. You, Diorio, all the rest of these shitheads, right? It's time. It's your turn in the barrel, asshole. Unless you want to fucking get out right now and just call it good. Say, I've had a nice career. I've been very lucky not to be more exposed than I was, but shit, you know, it's just not worth it anymore.
Converted into some like ideology that they all view as being
Go play Star Trek 2. Star Trek Fleet Commander, yes.
Essentially a threat to it.
Before you respond, let me piggyback off this, and I do want to give it to Marlo because she's being very polite.
She is, yeah, seriously, wanted to say something this whole time. Nobody cares. Why'd you bring her on the panel then? You don't care what she has to say.
Right.
Well, sure. Wait, hold, but also...
Anybody know who she is or what her deal is? I feel like she's some Wick, you know, Discord person, maybe. I don't know.
It's like a 7v2 panel, so I feel like Ryan is right.
7v2?
I understand. They'll get their chance. Let me moderate my panel.
Well, you're not moderating right now. You're attacking them. You're participating as a participant.
Yeah, shut up, Wick. I am doing both. I am wearing two hats. Well, one hood, one hat. But it's a tiny hat.
One hood, one hat, one man bun.
Love that video.
Yarmulke, maybe. Anyway.
That's really Mouton? Oh my god.
Wait, what was I fucking gonna say? Marlo, go ahead.
Total miss. Disaster.
So I think so. There's this pamphlet that I like to reference. There's a fellow named Lee McIntyre who wrote a pamphlet called On Disinformation, and basically the whole premise of the damn thing is that you cannot argue.
What is her deal? Is she a community organizer? She mentioned like doing IRL work and saying I can't avoid the tankies. They're they're all over the place, and yeah, sometimes they do cause problems.
People out of.
She's a creepy one. It's getting haunted by tankies. That's wonderful. Yeah, God, it's bringing back. You're bringing back the scandals, right? The
opinions that they did
NCC tanky invasion scandal
argue themselves into, right? So like this idea of like MAGA and the far left both have this kind of
the one where I go like tankies do my bidding, and they all follow my orders for some reason. I don't know.
Like cult belief system where they're not necessarily using
Hasan's the one in the cult, right?
To defend their actual stances.
This is not the cult, by the way.
It's all
just in case you were confused. You thought maybe this looked more like a cult. No, this is not the cult. It's a Hasan. It's the Hasanabi broadcast. It's the Piker broadcasting system. That's the one that's the cult.
And like cult personality, right? And so I think that we are
Soy Pill's eyes look like I feel right now.
Mistaken in any assumption that we make that that like the media apparatus, messaging, propaganda, any of that stuff is ever going to put a dent in a far leftist's like belief in things like Hasan or the CCP or whatever. And like that's why like I'm focused on like person to person stuff. And like it's genuinely the case that like people who are in each other's lives, who have rapport, who have social connections to each other, can shift each other, right? And so like I know this is a little bit of a,
to be fair, she is having another conversation.
Pivot off, right? But if we're in primarily all in agreement for the most part, Soy Pill, that it's like
Soy
pretty
Pill,
much useless to
Pickle Rick,
like try to use Hasan and Hasan-like characters to get our candidates elected. Then like what, like I think it would be really cool to see like the liberal media apparatus organizing small town.
Yeah, I would have thought the Soy Pill had better gains.
Arts creators, like working directly with like county parties, working directly with like neighborhoods, insular, granular.
Like vegan gains,
when
right?
I talk to Tinkies, like I have gotten Tinkies in my community to vote for like people on school boards and library boards because I needed their fucking vote. And like they understood that it mattered in their neighborhood, in their community, and that changes them. That makes it possible for them to understand that later down the line, maybe Gavin Newsom's not so bad fucking after all.
Well, here's the thing. Though. If Hasan is appearing on a
makes sense
TV panel where he's the largest person by far with the largest audience, yeah, it's not adversarial, but at the same time, you have people that are going to be exposed to people like Dylan Burns, who is
oh my god
on Ukraine stuff and promoting things that go against Hasan's Ukraine talking points. They're going to get exposed to me, who will talk shit about Hasan and try to bleed those people over into being less tanky. So the idea that like you'll never ever be able to capitalize.
Excuse me, could you just be less tanky? Yeah, thanks.
On this, just because you're not adversarially going on his stream.
Wait, Gavin? Wait, sorry, Gavin.
I think is belying the point that he is constantly going on smaller platforms and exposing other people in his audience to people that will like pull them away from him. Like, does this not happen?
No, because you can't name a single person who says, "Oh, I have a lot of Hasan viewers."
So it sounds like what you're saying is that he's more convincing. Than it sounds like a skill issue, Destiny. Again, refer to what I said earlier. Get the fuck off the internet, or like find an esport that you're actually good at again. I don't know if he was ever good at StarCraft. Sorry, not track.
It was a great experience. This doesn't happen. It never happens. Like they like the only people that they will share an audience with are people who either have.
Yeah, she thinks she's organizing the tankies in her neighborhood while they're probably the ones doing mutual aid in her community while she is here. Yeah,
a 100% ideological
doing online drama. Team sports with Destiny.
Logical alignment, or at least a sycophantic obsession with defending Hasan against all external attacks, or it'll be people that they'll try to either convert or then destroy every single time. That's what we saw happen with Tim and Sarah Longwell. That's generally what happens when Hasan's audience tries to infect other people that he might get into a tiff with or whatever. But like, who are all these people that are getting platformed by Hasan who are growing that aren't like ultra rabidly far left?
Didn't that happen with the H3H3 audience too?
Yeah.
What?
Dylan is not ultra.
I'm sorry. What? Did Dylan's audience grow or did it shrink? Come on, use your brain. What the fuck? Listen, I knew I was, when I was beefing with Dylan was when his audience was way bigger. It's a fraction of what it used to be. He lost nearly everything. He is a nobody these days, and anything that he tries to do, including starting up shit with Hasan, just does not work. Nobody cares about Dylan Burns. Nobody fucking cares. What was the other thing? Oh my god, there's just like ridiculous chat. We're running out of time here, but they just said some ridiculous shit.
These people that are getting platformed by Hasan who are growing that aren't like ultra.
H3. Did H3 grow? Oh my god, they don't know? They don't realize? They don't know that he was at 50K concurrence before leftovers, right? And after right now, we're talking about 12K, 15K on a good night. It is a fraction, chat. It is less than a third of what it used to be. That's a wild thing to say. You gotta have just the vaguest notion. Well, didn't Ethan capitalize? Didn't Ethan get a lot more popular after? Well, that's what he was trying to do. That's what he had in mind. It's not how it worked. Like, he wanted to do that. That's the reason that he did that shit, right? Was to try to, okay, well, if you know, I've lost my audience, and I'm mad, and even though Hasan has been telling people, anybody that asks, is Ethan a Zionist? No, he's not a Zionist. No, he's a good guy. He's okay. No, Ethan's just, he had a tough moment. He crashed out, right? It's not really who he is. He cares about Palestinians, right? All the shit that Hasan was telling just to kind of, wipe Ethan's ass and try to make things easier for him. And Ethan tried to burn him for fucking clout after that. And it didn't work. It backfired. That man was hoisted. He's the definition of hoisted on his own petard. But wow. Chat, I think that's gonna have to, is it gonna have to, I don't know. I'm guessing, well, I'll have to look at the time again, but I'm guessing we're maybe out of it. So I'm gonna try to really quickly, ooh, look at this. We have not had a chance to pay Joven. I don't think I've rated Joven since Joven rated me. But let's hit Joven. Joven does debates. Joven does politics the right way. No, I haven't. Really have not seen. I haven't been streaming at the same time as Joven in a really long time. But look, we got cat ear, headphones. Doesn't look like there's debates going on right now. Too much capitalism in my cereal is the title of the stream. Oh, call-in debates. That's what's going on. Okay, so Joven, so you might, if you want to debate Joven, this might be your chance. Anyway, chat, we're raiding into Joven. Bradley, go on and get in there if you want to. I am going to shout out. Oh, I didn't do it, chat. The one thing that I've been, I did not shout out my Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I will give you a fancy shout out. I will shout anybody you put in the name field out, or however you want me to say your name. And yeah, I try not to read anything that looks like it might be like a proper name or anything. So anyway, shouts out to Neo Pergosh, shouts out to J&B, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to, unless their name is also that in the chat, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Daraful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izimandias, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animush, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Oral Solipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Shoki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, have a good night. Stupid, sexy, nuanced Hasan, exactly. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, mods, for taking care of us. I'm gonna try to go to bed as soon as I can. Maybe start waking up earlier. Maybe go to stream earlier. Maybe not cough out a lung. I don't know, chat. We'll try all these things and more. Maybe even get to see some songs to do a little like water fight tomorrow. But anyway, yeah, there we go with the Joven raid. I've been nocommentchick. I'll be back again hopefully tomorrow. And until then, this Friday, every Friday, we do gaming. I'll try to do a shorter stream too, because I know some people start earlier, do a shorter stream. That way more of the gaming frogs can actually see my playthrough of Persona 3. And it's getting intense, chat. We beat a boss. The boss happened to be a teacher. We beat up a teacher. No big deal. We broke. There we go. The shout out from Joven. Yeah, thank you, Joven, for the shout out. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get to bed, get to sleep, get some rest as much as I can, and I'll see you again as soon as possible. Yo, look at that. Oh my God, look at that. You almost increased the subathon timer. If it hadn't expired already. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. That's been a 9-hour stream for me. Yeah, 9 hours on the dot almost. We'll be back again and talk some more soon.